Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Anglesey and welcome to the main event. We are here for the 24 hours of Anglesey, here with the Enduro cars. As you can see behind me, the amazingly prepared grid of cars ready to get underway. We've got 24 hours of action getting started. The green flag is being waved, so we will have to work our way off the grid. But in a few moments' time, Zach, please introduce us all.
But a good chunk of it for what hopefully is going to be gearing up to be the best race of the season. They've already completed 2 rounds thus far. Silverstone National to kickstart the season, Donington Park a couple of weeks ago before we head here to Anglesey, and then they get to do Snets 300, and then 2 rounds at Brands Indy for their sprint, and then of course the EnduroKA Indy 500, of course, most beautifully named at Brands Hatch Indy. Of course, they are going to be heading their way around the formation at 19 cars strong, by the way. So a decent chunk of drivers taking to the field. And what hopefully is going to be going up to be 24 hours of long, grueling racing. The challenge in of itself is just getting to the end and making sure that you are, of course, making the most of each and every single lap that you churn in. Of course, it is a team sport as well. So we're not just going to have one driver for the entire 24 hours. They are going to be swapping out throughout the duration of it. Every couple of hours or so, or based on team pitch strategy as well. We'll be taking sort of staple of any endurance race, of course, particularly in these enduro cars as well. Ford KA's taken to the track, so slightly, budget-friendly way to get into racing, and a lot of drivers out there are going to be sort of arriving and driving as well. But let's talk you through the grid, shall we, ahead of 24 hours of racing. Autotech Motorsport start from pole position, ahead, of course, of 11/10 Racing, less than a tenth and a half separating the top 2 on the front row. Burton Power Racing from Pro-Am Racing, look out for them off the back of a podium last time out at Donington. Milner Racing from P5, KA Doodle-Doo from row 3, Shine Automotives from Kahuna's race team on row 4, Wingat P9, Sukari round off the top 10. AFK Racing, let's hope they're not all AFK for the duration of this race in P11. From Team Lifeline in row 6. Original Checkers from P13. NJM then complete row 7. Behind that, we've got Team Kegermeister from LDR Performance Tuning. That's the 16th car. Purple Sector from Row Rage and Semprini Racing, the 19th car to take to the grid, as well as 3 cars, the 21, the 16 and the 74 to start from pit lane. They are queuing their way up right now, and of course the cars at the moment making sure their tyres are warmed up, the drivers themselves are warmed up, because it's going to be a long, hard first stint, the most intense pretty much of any, really, because it's the one where you're realistically going to see the most action, the first sort of half an hour or so before it starts to calm down and people start to settle into their race rhythm. Of course, these guys haven't seen the track since yesterday when they did their qualifying session, so it's just going to be a case of getting themselves warmed up as well as the cars. Yeah, absolutely. So with the KAs, we've seen some very close racing over the years, let's put it that way. They are so close, and after 24 hours of racing, there's no telling how close they could be. They could still be absolutely nose to tail, and it's funny how you see a battle at the start of the race and then potentially watch it disperse, and all of a sudden it's back together again come the end of the race. So we've got lots to look forward to. They're picking their way through the final couple of corners. Zach, I'll hand over to you to guide us through the way that they will get underway. Let's bring it on then. Of course, the safety car peels its way into the pit lane, and they line up 2 by 2 for the rolling start. It is the 65 from the 11th, the front row of the field, the Autotech Motorsport and the 11/10 Racing car, and we get underway for 24 long hours of racing. Inside line immediately from the Burton Power Racing machine to take second place. That's going to be a fight side by side as they approach turn number 2. Of course, that battle continues. 11/10 on the inside, and the of course the Burton Power on the outside, trying to work the long way round of the banking. Nicely done indeed, but so far so good for Autotech as they begin an early lead. Yeah, Milner Racing, they will be biding their time here. Sat there in 4th place, just wanting to work their way into a groove. They can see Burton Power and 11/10 side by side. They're just going to cost each other a little bit of time as they pick their way through Church, and they're now 3 wide. Milner, I said they were biding their time, maybe not, dives to the inside and immediately tries to pick up second place. The 11/10 draw the short straw there and end up falling behind the 2 either side. Burton Power just about hanging on to what would be second place. Will it remain the same by the time we get up towards Rocket?
I don't think it will, because Milner Racing are giving it a go all the way around the outside, and it's works. Car number 65, Autotech Racing, with Taylor Norton behind the wheel, continuing to lead this race. Then it is the 11th racing car that did start in second place, that's dropped right way down, even further now, potentially down into, what, 5th place, have really started to lose out. So it is the Milner Racing car, that being car number 46. Who will it be behind the wheel? That'll be Jack Wright behind the wheel in second place now, and then it's Tommy Valentine and Burton Power Racing in third.
Yeah, really good start, it must be said, for Burton Power. I mean, immediately got that jump. Of course, they're about to complete their first lap. Autotech able to hold that early lead, but the top three beginning to break away from the rest of the bunch. But don't forget, we've got still 23 hours and 58 minutes of racing, and they're racing out there on the first lap as if it's the last for the race lead. The 44 of the Graves Motorsport machine trying to look to the inside of turn one of one of their competitors, but no way through for them. Top three, though, nose to tail, the 46 trying to find its way through the Milner Racing machine. Of course, they started P5, they've made an early start and a very quick start early on, up 3 places into P2, already knocking on the door of the 65 for the win.
They are indeed, and just keep an eye throughout the order, as we may see further chopping and changing, trying to keep track of the cars further down the order as well as they continue to fight away. But we now may see Jack Wright carve his way into the lead of this race, because he's closing onto the tail of that number 65 machine. Taylor Norton opts to go to the inside to try and defend. Jack Wright will be on the outside. Tommy Valentine in the Burton Power car has got the best seats in the house, but no, Taylor Norton remains in the lead of this race, with Jack Wright just up behind. Tommy Valentine pushing on. Pro-Am Racing Scott Parkin is just sat behind, and when you're looking at the EnduroKA results over the previous years, Scott Parkin by far and away is the most successful driver. He's finished first, the top step of the podium 6 times, and has finished second 4 times, and he's only ever finished on the third step once.
Going, to be fair. I mean, as far as podiums and wins go, that's a really impressive record, and we'll be looking to extend that. But of course, it's not just the driver that's responsible, it's the team as a whole, and that doesn't just extend to maybe the 3 or 4 drivers that will take to the car. It's also the mechanics behind the scenes that also have to be sort of as part of it. Pit strategy is going to be a huge thing as well. So it's all good having a really quick driver in it, but if your weakest link is off the pace, it can very much hamper you. So it's all about having that group collective be as high as it possibly can for as long as it possibly can. Settling into this race quite nicely, though. Everyone just trying to find their rhythm, find their groove, because of course tyre wear, fuel wear, it's all going to be a massive factor, and it'll add up as the hours go on. Yeah,
absolutely. We'll keep an eye as to how the drivers will approach that throughout the rest of this race. We will see the front potentially close in once again. Jack Wright closing in on Taylor Norton. In turn, Tommy Valentine doing the same. The top 3 have already worked away from Scott Parkin. Gianluca Elia, I think we'll refer to him as Johnny Elia, throughout this race. He does have a couple of cars behind of him. One of those is the number 95 Cadoodle-Doo racing car, that being Ross Folds. Ross Folds is just sat behind the Cadoodle-Doo car. He's backed by Graves Motorsport, and chatting to Carl Graves, he takes great pride in the fact that he can call his cars all of these funky names and make it related to EnduroKA racing as well. And yeah, we see a number of cars doing this, such as sort of Subaru as well, with Cadoodle-Doo being one of them. We used to get a lot more Team Jägermeister as well. That's one of the Graves ran cars. We do see a lot of, we've previously seen a lot of cars run a KA-based teammate. We have had a change for the lead, and it is now Jack Wright in the lead of this race, ahead of Taylor Norton. Tommy Valentine sat there in third place, followed by Scott Parkin and Johnny Elia. Then it is the number 95 machine in the hands of Ross Folds giving chase. He's effectively leading the mid-pack, because the 2 in front have just started to pull away. Then it's the Shine Automotive car, that being car number 180. Who's behind the wheel of that as we look? That will be Tom Wood, behind the wheel of the 180 Shine Automotive car, but the lead 3 remain as they are, the lead 5 remain as they are, so we've got effectively 3 for the lead, 2 for what is 4th place, and everybody else thereafter.
It's been a fairly nice start, in fairness. There's been a healthy chunk of action, but it's also been fairly tame and no major dramas. Bits of side-by-side, that's the 275 of Team Lifeline working their way past the 22 of AFK Racing. Creed unfortunately being overtaken there, but again, it's that air of caution, isn't it? If someone goes for a move at this stage, the risk versus the reward, you've still got 23 hours, nearly bang on 24 hours really, to make the moves back up. However, that's not going to stop a couple of cars going into Rocket In. They momentarily go 3 wide. Which obviously isn't advisable, because track position at this stage, is it really that important?
No, it's not really that important, but what you can do is, if you're one of those cars maybe slightly further down than what you would like to be, pick your way through every now and then. Just pick a couple of cars or find a car that you think you're fairly equal on pace with, and just stick with them. Try and go through the same gaps, try and follow them through the order, and that's where you'll start to see the positions come to you. And you think 24 hours qualifying isn't that important? Yes and no. You want to start on the front foot. You don't want to be starting a long race on the back foot already. And we've seen a few drivers, I think, get caught out with that. One of them I was surprised to be further down than expected. The Treble 3 machine, Ynys Racing. That's got Ian Perkins, Phil Truman, and Costa Krietsis behind the wheel. Keep an eye when Costa Krietsis gets in that car. Nicknamed the Greek god of speed because he is insanely quick. He's got so many hours under his belt in these Ford KAs. So let's see what he can do. And he was previously telling me just a couple of weeks ago he was racing a supercar around Knockhill, and now he's in Anglesey racing a Ford KA. His life is a bit of a roller coaster.
It's been on the up and up then, hasn't it, since he's been at Knockhill, going into quicker and quicker cars. There might well be a change for the lead again, as the Milner Racing is under pressure from the Autotech car. Going into Rocket in, slight deterrence to the inside as they run their way uphill, but there's no way through the Autotech car. But got to be honest, I'm shocked as to how hard they're fighting this early on. But I suppose if the pace warrants an overtaking, by all means go for it. But surely you're just going to be taking more and more life out of your tyres. And granted, they are going to change tyres at some point over their stint, but you don't want to do unnecessary damage to them. No,
absolutely not. One thing you do have to be careful of as well, we saw it a fair amount at Silverstone actually, at the opening round of this year. Be very careful when it comes to engine temperatures. If you're sat behind a car, over time that will start to increase the engine temperature, and you'll see the needle climbing on their dashboard. So you've just got to jump out every now and then, which I think is why Taylor Norton is hustling on Jack Wright at the moment. Tommy Valentine is still giving chase, but is very, very patient indeed. Tommy Valentine, of course, sharing that car with Stephen Gilbert and Andy Burton of Burton Power. Further down the order, we've got some brilliant little battles, and we may see a change further down as well. That's the Chris Bryant, Simon Topp, Tristan Blaine, Tony Barson and Andy Betterson cars, and I'm looking thinking, well, we've got some cars being shared between 3 drivers, 4 drivers, 5 drivers, and we've even got a couple with 6. It's great to see.
Yeah, it really is, of course, a huge involvement. There's a huge look to the inside from the 21 of KNF Racing on the inside of Kahunas, who did on this occasion have the Kahunas to go around the outside and hang on to that position. But of course, it is a team sport. At the end of the day, endurance racing always is, always will be. It's nice to see a huge collective of drivers, but the only problem with that, I mean, it's great having more drivers in because you get less stint time, and therefore, you'll be less tired and you can manage the race a little bit better. The problem comes when you have to make more compromises, there's more risk, more variables to throw into the mix, as there are a couple of moves going up the hill into Rocket in as well. I think that might just be a couple of cars who might just be slightly out of position trying to work their way forward as well, but all in all, at this early stage of the race, you really can't tell much.
No, not at all. It's nice to see them racing so close indeed as we look towards the final couple of corners when the leaders will emerge. It is still Jack Wright leading the way ahead of Taylor Norton. Then it's Tommy Valentine, Scott Parker and Johnny Elia just sat behind them as well. The good thing is we can see those margins, the gaps to the leader, so we can almost pick out exactly how close some of the drivers are. The closest cars we've got out there are those top 3. They are very close indeed. In the mid-pack it's heating up as well. Johnny Elia is starting to hustle on Scott Parkin now, but that's when you may get that communication between drivers. It might not be verbal, but it could be Jean-Luc just waving around in the cockpit saying, let's work together, let's push forward. Not necessarily catch the leaders, but work in our own gap, and we may already have a very early retirement. That car had issues yesterday, the LDR Performance tuning car of David Bywater, Adrian Clark, Lawrence Davey, Ben Jenkins and Justin Irvine. It is Ben Jenkins behind the wheel. Of course, we've seen him out in a Clio Cup car this morning for qualifying in 2 races in the Clio Cup GB. I saw yesterday in qualifying that car being pushed back into the paddock. Clearly not all is well.
Yeah, no, evidently not. There could well be a change for the lead, by the way. The 65 Autotech Motorsport car has been hammering on to Jack Wright for quite some time in that Milner machine. Of course, leading the way since, I believe, the 2nd lap. They're able to get that move done. But the top 3 have been locked in terms of their pace. Of course, Tommy Valentine for Burton Power, as things stand, has got the fastest lap of the race. The top 3 in terms of consistent pace are looking very close indeed. You'll see there a couple of moves being made into Rocket in. Expect that as a general rule for the duration of the race, because that's the easiest place, the least risky place to get a move done, especially if you can get a good run with slipstream. So in terms of obviously attrition and staying alive for the next 23 hours and 49 minutes, it's the best place to get stuck.
Yeah, it is indeed. There's some brilliant battles going on in the order. We're just looking further down as well. We've seen plenty of the Subaru racing car. That's the Chris Hilson, Peter Dignan and Tristan Judge car, pardon me. The treble 5 is currently down in 15th place. It's Peter Dignan behind the wheel. They are fighting away with the K&F car, which we mentioned earlier on. That's currently got Adam Bettinson behind the wheel. And we have some sort of good news, so to speak. Ben Jenkins has managed to limp that car back into the pit lane, so they can get that car looked at by the team. I don't think it went straight into its garage. I haven't seen it, but it wouldn't surprise me if it has done, just to get it up on the jacks and figure out exactly what's causing that car to have an issue. But one thing I've noticed as well, Tommy Valentine is losing a fair amount of time, isn't he?
Yeah, he is, unfortunately, and that could to be fair, it could reclose itself back up once the two in front continue to battle. Small little luck up there, it must be said. From the 46, that's going to allow the 65, the Autotech car, to try and have a look to the outside of Rocket out, and once again, Tommy Valentine is going to reclose that gap. So careful battling this hard this early though. Like you said, the attrition, the survival rate, the more you battle, the more risk you carry. But when in the commentary booth with Jack Wright versus Norton in that P1, P2 battle, they've been scrapping for laps, and hopefully they'll be scrapping for laps to come as well.
Yeah, they will indeed. Somebody I'm surprised isn't necessarily with that lead pack is Scott Parkin. He's multiple championship winner with the BRSCC Club Sport Trophy, MSV Track Day Championship, Turismo X, Super Cup, Focus Cup, everything else. He's a very, very quick driver. He finished second in the last EnduroKA 24 hours. He's the most successful EnduroKA driver, as we've mentioned. And a weird one, he's the only person ever to finish first and second in the same race at Alton Park. He was sharing two cars at the time. He was getting his driving hours in well and truly. He is closing in, I'd say, on Tommy Valentine. The leaders are just picking their way through the right-hander at Church, and leading the way still is Jack Wright with Taylor Norton and Tommy Valentine, who's fallen away just a bit. Slowly starting to bridge that gap is Scott Parkin, then it is Johnny Elia giving chase, and the Cadoodle-Doo car. That being in the hands of Lee Taylor. He's not too far away at all, and now we may see the change for the lead. Taylor Norton, he looks to the outside, he's tried it a couple of times. Is it going to come off this time? No, it's not quite worked for him.
No, not really, and I think Jack Wright's been doing the right thing, which is exactly just parting the car right in the middle of the circuit, right? Too far left, and you cut off that corner too much, and the up and under is so easy to do. Too far to the right, you open up the inside too much, and basically it's an open invitation for Taylor Norton to find his way through. So going to the middle, you give that chasing car a choice to go inside or outside. Huge battle going on a little bit further back though. This is of course the 67, that's original checkers. The 333 is just ahead of that. Also the 555, the Subaru Racing, looking beautiful as ever in that classic reminiscent livery that they've got on that in that Enduro car. But four cars, no Satel, fighting for position. You can't complain at all.
No, not at all. It's fabulously close. The Subaru Racing car had a little look to the inside there on that car up the road. That's the where's the Road Rage Motorsport car gone? I think you may have just mentioned it. I was expecting to see it come through, and it is this time at the very front of that group. They have managed to pick their way not only through and past original checkers, but also Kahuna's race team. So cracking that there from the number 41 machine. And of course, that's one of the cars that's shared by 6 drivers at the moment. That has Alex Butler behind the wheel. Let's see what Taylor Norton can do in the lead of the race this time, as he's just currently working his way out of Sharpton up towards Rocket Inn. However, the battle you mentioned earlier on, the treble 5 car of Subaru Racing, the MSVT racing car of Luke Cochran just sat behind, and then the purple sector racing car just sat behind as well. Side by side for the race lead. This time can Taylor Norton hold it all the way around the outside? They're absolutely side by side. A bit of contact between the pair of them. It's Jack Wright on the extreme left, Taylor Norton on the extreme right. Taylor Norton will have the inside by the time we arrive up at Peel, and they remain side by side all the way through there, arguing over who's going to exit in the lead. The superior momentum is carried by Jack Wright, and the Milner racing car remains in the lead of the race. But Taylor Norton, he's making it clear he doesn't want to sit around for too long.
I'm sorry, I was under the impression this is a 24-hour race, not a 24-minute race. These guys are kicking it out so well, but great respect shown, of course. I mean, Taylor Norton wasn't alongside going into Rocket Out, but Jack Wright gave him the space anyway, promoted that racing side by side, because again, you cannot take chances this early on in a race. On the last lap, sure, maybe he'd have chucked across the nose ever so slightly just to slam the door in his face, but at this stage, the conservative racing that we're seeing is absolutely fantastic. And we're only 16 minutes in, not even 16 minutes in, with Jack Wright, Taylor Norton, and of course Tom Valentine as well, 1, 2 and 3. It is good to say that Burton Power Racing is closing back in on this train. Of course, we've been saying pretty much all day long how powerful the slipstream is, even more so in Ford KAs. I think it's only about 69 brake horsepower they've got, so any slipstream they can get is going to be appreciated bucket loads.
Yeah, and I'm looking as well, Adam Bettinson in the mid-pack, the fastest car out there on circuit, the only driver on the lap prior to break into the 1 minute 31s, and he did it by quite some margin, a 1 minute 31.481. He's down in 11th place, so presumably in clean air. This time, Taylor Norton does manage to work his way around the outside and force that door open and into the lead of the race. So Jack Wright now drops himself down into second place. It's not necessarily definitive of where those cars are going to finish or where they may continue on throughout the rest of this race. It's great to see the LDR Performance tuning car back out onto circuit. Ben Jenkins remains behind the wheel and he's just picking his way through Church Corner now. So whatever was wrong with that car, they've clearly managed to solve the issue and get it back going again. Taylor Norton flicking the car sideways through the corkscrew. Great to see, and so too was Scott Parkin, even more sideways from him.
That's how you've got to drive the car, though. I was talking to Tom O'Farrell, who, of course, the EnduroKA won a Sim Series champion twice, and, of course, was actually racing in the real thing a couple of weeks ago at Donington. I was like, so how do you actually have to drive the cars? He was like, aggressively, super aggressively, all the weights on the front end, and you just have to chuck the car in and get that back end sort of slid round so you can actually get that rotation. And that's exactly what these guys are doing. Of course, doesn't do too well for your rear tyres, but they're not the ones taking the heavy load. They're not doing any steering or powering. They're just sort of being dragged along as such. So you can actually afford, giving them a little bit of hammering when it comes to an aggressive driving style. Have got to be careful, of course. They will probably change them at least once over the duration of the race, but you've got to drive it quickly first and foremost, and that's the way to do it. Still close though at the front, it must be said. Even though Taylor Norton was able to find his way through, Jack Wright's not going anywhere, so I assume these guys are going to be trading places at least for the laps to come. Yeah,
you would imagine so, wouldn't you? Taylor Norton remains in the lead of the race from Jack Wright, Tommy Valentine, Scott Parkin, Johnny Elia, and then as we look down the order for the Cadoodle 2 car, that is the number 95 in the hands of Lee Taylor. He's sat there in 6th place for the moment. Before we get quite the jump back to the mid-pack, the next car that we meet is car number 3, Wingat Racing, and that's who does that have behind the wheel? Car number 3, that'll be Matthew Weymouth, down in 7th place. He's got what, a 5-second gap to the rest of the top 5, so you can already see that the aerodynamic assistance is crucial. As soon as you fall out of it, you effectively almost watch that race up the road just sort of drive away from you. The top 5 are doing that, and then after that we get the 5-second margin before we get the rest of the field.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why, of course, trying not to battle too soon is so important, because again, you'll lose touch of that slipstream, you'll lose touch of the packs ahead, but also goes back to what you were saying about qualifying and how even in a 24-hour race it is still important. You start at the front, you're a part of that front pack, who's able to break away. You start further down. By the time you've made your way through a couple of places to actually be in contention, the people you want to race, are 10 seconds up the road. Issues as well for the 49. Again, that's Ben Jenkins that's suffering some problems. Yeah,
so whatever's going on with that car, clearly not all is well, unfortunately. That's such a shame, because they've got a good roster of cars, or a good roster of drivers in that car. For example, Lawrence Davey, of course, he's raced minis for a number of years in the Mini Challenge UK. He's ran the team for a long while as well. He's raced Legends as well. Lawrence Davey knows what he's doing behind the wheel. Justin Irvine, he's getting more and more races under his belt. David Bywater's a nice name to see in the EnduroKAs as well. So it's good to see so many returning drivers, presumably into the pit lane. Will come the LDR Performance tuning car now to get some TLC from the team. But the battle's still going on. We are now watching Luke Cochran fight away as hard as he can, that being with Peter Dignan. Just picking their way through Peel now by the looks of that, and trying to keep tabs with the Row Rage Motorsport car. That's car number 41, currently in the hands of Alex Butler. And it's such a substantial field, because they've already started to spread out. We've only been racing 20 minutes. The leader is just coming out of turn 1, and we've still got the tail end of the pack picking its way through the corkscrew now. Yeah,
exactly. And again, proves the point that qualifying to some extent, particularly early on, does matter. There's a fantastic battle going on between the 21 and the 22. That's the AFK Racing versus the KNF Racing. Racing, Nick Creed versus Betterson. Of course, they've also got the 275 Team Lifeline, McIntyre to worry about, so a nice three-way fight going on there. Similarly to the two-way fight that we've got going on at the front. Interestingly, that Valentine for Burton Power in that number 1 machine has dropped off so much, but maybe being a little bit more conservative in terms of the tyres. Again, sort of right now, it's easy to look into this and say, oh, well, yeah, well, Taylor Norton and Jack Wright and Boyteka Milner, they're looking so dominant because of the pace they've got, but give it a few hours, give it the night, and we'll see how that timing order looks.
Yeah, there is a lot of strategy when it comes to this, and if you want to speak to a team about strategy, I mean, there's really only one team to go to. That's Pro-Am Racing. They are pretty much the most successful EnduroKA team of the 2023 season, so the season just gone. Unfortunately, in the garage is that LDR Performance Tuning car number 49 with Ben Jenkins behind the wheel. Yeah, Pro-Am Racing last season, they were first. They won the Cadwell Park 5 hours. They won the 5 hours of Alton Park. They finished second in the 5 hours of Snetterton, and they won the IndyCar 500. And this season, well, they've started as they mean to go on. They won the 5 hours of Silverstone and finished second in the 5 hours of Donington Park. So let's be honest, Pro-Am Racing know what they're doing. And this weekend, if you are joining us on the stream or maybe at the circuit, there will be maybe a familiar name to some of you in the Pro-Am Racing car. That will be Ollie Fernal. And I don't know whether you know too much about Basic Ollie yourself.
I've watched maybe a couple of videos of him. Yeah. I know who he is, and I know he did all right at Donington. That's about it.
Lovely guy, I have to say, such a nice guy, and has a great following. I know when we were at Silverstone, we were interacting with the crowd in the chat, sort of just asking questions and maybe just asking for a quick update on where they are. We don't do it too much, but it's just nice to. It might be a question of what tyres are they using, or when can we expect people, when will they next come into pit? And it's just little things like that where we might take a guess and tell the people that are watching along completely the wrong thing, because let's be honest, we'll say one thing and they'll do the opposite.
We're commentators, we only pretend to know that thing.
Absolutely.
We most definitely do not, we just try and do a good job of hiding the fact that
we make it sound professional when we do it though.
Do we?
No.
No.
So Taylor Norton continues to lead the way. Jack Wright giving chase. Tommy Valentine, as you say, he's really dropped back now, or 4 seconds, best part of 4 seconds away. So top two over the line. Visually, that gap back to Tommy Valentine has opened up, and he's starting to fall into the clutches of Scott Parkin, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Bit by bit, of course, you know Scott Parkin, as we've touched on, one of the most successful EnduroKA drivers going, and had definitely got a decent bit of pace behind him. But again, it's that thing, we're not in the driver's head, we're not in the cockpit, we don't know what's going through his head. Is he going for pace? Is he going for conservation? Is it a balancing act between the two? Nonetheless, the pace is picking up and he is closing in on to P3, so look out for that Pro-Am Racing machine, the number 12, closing in on the number 1 of the Burton Power machine, and in fact actually that gap is visibly closer, and also they're sort of slightly broken up four-way battle. They've got two couples of two just in behind Pro-Am Racing. They've got 11 tenths and KA Endurance as well of Elia and Taylor. They're not completely in onto it either, so any battling going on for P3, and well, 11 tenths and KA Endurance are going to be licking their lips and saying thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely so. So we've got only 23 hours and 35 minutes of the race remaining, and this is the order in which they are in for this lap. Let's go with before they all start swapping around once again. Hopefully Ben Jenkins and the rest of the LDR Performance Tuning crew can get their car back out onto circuit as well. Johnny Elia is biding his time. He's not too far away from those cars up the road. He's just got to try and I think pick his way through once again after losing out to that number 95 machine. So it's just a case of, as you say at the start, sort of biding your time, because qualifying is important, not necessarily the most important, and we've seen the change as well with Scott Parkin picking his way through and past Tommy Valentine, so it's all changed inside that top six. But as we said, that qualifying is not greatly important. It's a good start, but it's what you do now and what you do in the pit lane more than ever is super important. What you do on circuit, everyone's travelling at a similar speed, so you make a small mistake, it's not going to cost you too much, maybe a couple of tenths or maybe a full second if you're unfortunate. But in the pit lane, if you pit while your rival doesn't, you are absolutely stationary as you'd expect, and they're still out there running at racing speed. So this is where strategy massively comes into play, and why all the teams earlier were doing practice pit stops. I mean, it's 24 hours in a KA. Yes, the teams are that dedicated to making this work.
Well, yeah, I mean, you've got some people doing arrive and drive stuff. You know, they're paying a couple of £1,000, which, in fairness, relative to motorsport, isn't bad at all. So if anyone's looking at this thinking, I've got my race license, I want to get into club racing, maybe give EnduroKA a little bit of a go and see what you think. But even then, £1,000, a couple £1,000 at the end of the day, who's that going? So I think that's the MSVT car ever so slightly off the road. That's Luke Cochrane off the exit of Church. Is indicating, or at least got his hazards on, maybe just to say that he's a little bit slower. And that's what you're talking about when it comes to a mistake, isn't it? Just completely hampering his momentum, especially on that climb up the hill.
Yeah, he started indicating off to the right at the very start of that straight, so clearly not all is well with that car. We're seeing a brilliant battle on stream. That is the Treble 3 machine, Kahuna's race team, with Phil Truman behind the wheel. They're sparring away with the Team Jägermeister car at the moment. That's car number 44. As we look down the order, that's got Jack Byrne behind the wheel. And the Clio Cup Europe driver you mentioned earlier that was coasting, was it Ben Jenkins you spoke to?
It was Nicky Taylor.
Nicky Taylor. He said that he's got a Clio Cup Europe driver. It will be Jack Byrne. Jack Byrne from Ireland, so the Irishman has just had the short flight over the Irish Sea. He's been racing in Clio Cup Europe all year, and somebody new to Clio Cup Europe struggles to find their feet. Not Jack Byrne. He's been going so well indeed. And that is the car that Nicky Taylor is in, of course, the Team Jägermeister car. So keep an eye on that car. I'd imagine that will be going very quickly indeed throughout this race.
Yeah, I think so. Nicky Taylor, of course, on a string of some very successful results. P2 and P3 in Clio Cup GB earlier on in a very hard-fought battle with, of course, his competitors. Yeah, he's looking to jump into the EnduroKA, which I don't want to speak because obviously I've never driven either, but I'd imagine they're fairly similar in their driving styles, both front-wheel drive, obviously in terms of power to weight ratio, things like that, probably not too far apart. And also, I'd assume the Ford KA is slightly less grippy, but in that same sort of vein of driving style of just chucking the car in and trying to get that rear end rotated, it's probably just what he's been doing in the Clio with a little bit less power.
Yeah, you'd imagine they wouldn't be worlds apart, put it that way. It would be nice to get that side-by-side comparison chatting with Nicky Taylor throughout this race. Of course, at various points throughout this race, we will take a trip down to the pit lane. I was thinking about doing that in just a few moments' time, because we have been lucky enough to see the LDR Performance tuning car retake to the circuit. So I don't know whether that's worth a quick trip downstairs, figure out exactly what's going on, and do the same thing, because the MSVT car is back in the pit lane.
Yeah, it is indeed. That is an unfortunate start to the race for them. So Jack Rowler is going to very quickly sprint his way down. There's a lot of stairs here at Anglesey, by the way. We're up in the commentary booth. We get a lovely view of it, but to get here and get down, it's a little bit of a pain, to say the least. But hopefully we can get a little bit of an insight. There you can see, of course, the Ford KA engine, 4-cylinder, probably just over 1 litre in terms of displacement, and the mechanics getting very busy looking at it. The good news is that they're fairly basic cars. I mean, it is just your standard Ford KA with a couple of little bits of tuning done to it to make it sort of race-ready. Roll cages, of course, race-back tyres, things like that. There's not a large amount the teams can do in order to change them. They get a spec conduction kit, they get a spec suspension kit, and outside of those modifications, there's really nothing that the teams can do. So it very much is a spec series, but also with it being the road-going Ford KA, it's a fairly simplistic engine for people to work on, at least relatively to potentially other cars in motorsport. Nearly a half an hour through the race already. It's definitely going down thick and fast. There, of course, Taylor Norton leading the way for Autotech Motorsport from pole position, looking to extend the gap back to Jack Wright, who's in second place in that Milner machine. Both of them running quite nicely indeed, but already contending with a little bit of lap traffic. There you can see, of course, the 48, that's Purple Sector Racing. Of course, a very familiar logo on the side, albeit changed to only Khan's as opposed to the other one, looking fabulous in its own right. But that's the top two already making their way through a first bit of lap traffic. Of course, it's going to be a little while until we see the first big brunt of lap traffic, but it will be a factor. The disparity between the front-running teams and the rear-running teams might be slightly larger. Not tremendously, but obviously as the race goes on, we will see some lapped cars being involved, and what that does do is add an extra element of depth to the race itself. We always talk about it in endurance racing, when traffic can give, traffic can take, and that experience of negotiating it is just as important, of course, for these guys in EnduroKA. They're not going to get blue flags and just told to move out the way. It's the responsibility of the faster car to lap safely. And also with that, with it, say, contrast to Le Mans or whatever, where you've got a hypercar versus a GT car, the hypercar can just put its foot down and blitz past, and the GT car is fine. When they're all in Ford KAs, everything is fundamentally the same. It's all got the same straight line speed, same cornering grip, all of that's the same, which makes dealing with that traffic actually just that little bit more difficult. So you have got to be a little bit more mindful. If you are watching along, by the way, in the YouTube chat, do say hello. Of course, I can see sort of Basic Ollie and Pro Am Racing in the YouTube chat answering some questions, which is fantastic to see, of course. So fire them away. Let us know who you're supporting. If you're watching from where you're watching from home, trackside, wherever you are, of course. Hope you are all enjoying the coverage. We've still got plenty of it to go, and you'll be very happy to know, I'm sure, that we myself, actually, and Jack Rhodes talking through all of the broadcasting hours. So we'll be here until 9, and then we'll pick it back up at 9 o'clock in the morning. So kind of still crazy to think. We're all going to go to sleep tonight, and there'll still be some 4KAs running their way around Anglesey. Of course, a fantastic circuit. Continues to provide some fantastic action. Those that have been following the Club Car Championships over the duration of today, we have seen some fantastic racing, and that will extend to the EnduroKA, but I think it has seen sort of its fair share of settling down, which is expected in an endurance race, right? Different paces, different consistencies. That initial phase of a sprint race is pretty much over. I mean, we're half an hour into this race already, which is longer than any of the Club Car Championships that we've had so far today, and naturally we are going to get a bit of feels. It is nice to see that we have still got Ynys Motorsport and they're racing. They're still very competitive. Pro Am Racing, of course, got Parkin there in third place. He's 9.5 seconds back, and in fairness, has got the 95 KA car for company just in behind. Of course, that's Taylor, and they're keeping each other, nicely together on track. But they most definitely would like to close in to the front too. But again, wait until pit stops, because you think 10 seconds is difficult to close on track. It's it's easier to close when you're in the pit lane. One small mistake, a tight wheel nut, a fuel cap not really going in properly, or if you're able to save enough fuel when you come in, you need to put less back in. Again, that's how time can be changed, and that's why we touch on the fact that it very much is a team sport. It's not just the drivers on track, it's the mechanics behind the scenes to make sure everything goes as swiftly and as smoothly as possible to get the cars in and out on track as soon as possible. The whole point of an endurance race is to limit the amount of time that you spend in the pit lane and maximise the amount of time you're out on track going quickly. So that's why you'll see them lift off, save some fuel, maybe be a bit more smooth in terms of the tyre wear, just to again conserve them, because changing tyres, they aren't Formula 1. I know that comes to a surprise to some, but these are not Formula 1 pneumatic wheel guns with the single centerpiece nut. It just comes off, jacks up, go. They do have to use trolley jacks and actual stands and 4 wheel nuts on the Ford KA to get them on and off to change the tyre. So it can be quite tricky sometimes, and it does take a little bit of time in order to get them in and out all at the same time. So again, maximising that process and making it as seamless as possible can very easily save you 4, 5, 6 seconds per stop. Add that up over 24 hours. We expect them to come in maybe every 2 hours or so if they're going for their fuel. And some teams, of course, will go about an hour, hour and a half if they're catering to driver stint times as opposed to the fuel level of the car. So we are going to see, at the very least, 12 stops, scheduled stops throughout the duration of the day. And you can imagine if you can save 5 seconds each stop, that's going to be a minute over the duration of the entire 24 hours of the race. So that's what you want to minimise. And again, it's just small gains, like Jack was talking about earlier. Small gains, but over such a long time. We're racing for an entire day, round the clock twice. It adds up and it makes an effect. So even though the small trivial things that you might not really give a second thought to do need practicing, they do need perfecting, and the best teams will make a good job of doing that. There you can see the MSVT car. I think we'll go down to Jack.
Make sure it's out of gear. That's more back. It's a cam one. That's because it's blew the hose.
Blew it straight out the top.
Yeah. That's fine.
Yeah, one in head gasket's gone, so it's just putting it straight through the...
Get some fuel in spare first.
No.
course, to the track action. There you saw just the close-up in the pit lane to the MSVT machine, which unfortunately has made its way into pit lane. That's the number 16 of Luke Cochran at the wheel. If you're just listening in there, I heard sort of things about cooling issues, head gaskets mainly. So of course the seal between the cylinder head and the cylinder block, that seal where all the sort of the water channels and all galleries work their way through. The last thing you want is oil and coolant to mix, because again that does definitely spell trouble for overheating. Like Jack was talking about, the engine's overheating, they're being worked. You know, it's quite a demanding circuit. There's a full length circuit with some fairly small cars with small engines, so at the top end of the hill they probably are going to be quite close to the rev limiter, working hard, doing all those revolutions, and that does work the engine really hard and will cause it to overheat. So the last thing you want is your head gasket going, because it does not look fun, and will definitely cause it to overheat on what is already going to be a very high rate of attrition for these 4Ks, but if anything, definitely goes to prove the reliability of them if they're able to survive 24 hours of absolute brutality. Just across the line, by the way, quick update as to how things are going at the front. Autotech Motorsport, Taylor Norton still leads Millionaire Racing, and Jack Wright 65 from 46, as they have been for the entirety of the race. Jack Roll's back with his travels, and he's very out of breath because of the stairs.
Yeah, news from the pit lane. Unfortunately, we will see nothing further from the LDR Performance Tuning car. It was a clutch failure yesterday in qualifying, hence why we saw that car being pushed back into the pit lane yesterday. They've done a clutch change overnight and a quick chat to one of the drivers, and clearly not all is well. I've also been down to see the MSVT racing car, which is being ran by Graves Motorsport. Quick chat to Carl Graves. Slight cooling issue. They're investigating it. They think that it's fixable and they'll be able to get that car back out. They're just hoping it's nothing too terminal. And yeah, just walking further up and down the garages. Again, a quick chat to Ollie Fernal, and he said he's down for a chat, but at the moment he's getting in that zone because he is going to be next in the car. Scott Parkin will jump out and make way for Ollie Fernal. What's new up here?
Nothing really, same old really. I mean, these two have been running quite nicely together. Scott Parkin has dropped off ever so slightly, but he's of course with Taylor in the KA Endurance car, so the 12 and the 95. No dramas really. We cut down to you just to see what was going on there. So expect a head gasket, of course, with cooling issues and things, but apart from that, no, it's the same old as they've just been trucking along as they have been for the last 39 minutes.
Good. Over the line, there goes race leader Taylor Norton, still being hunted down by Jack Wright. I say hunted down. I don't know whether at this point it's just followed by Jack Wright, isn't it? Like we said earlier, just biding their time and making sure that they can get their cars. I don't know how certain teams sort of set their markers throughout their race, whether they go, right, let's just get to the end, or some teams might go, let's make it to the end of hour one, the field then spreads out, let's get into the night, then let's get out of the night, then let's get to the checkered flag. I don't know whether they break it down into stages or they break it down simply into stints. Right, let's get Scott's, if we take Pro-Am Racing for an example, let's get Scott's stint done, let's get Ollie's stint done, and then so on and so forth until the end of the race. However, that may work. But then one thing you've got to think about, going into the night, that's a very different beast to racing in the day, because the conditions are better, hopefully, if it's cooler, but visibility is next to none. One thing that I do like about here at Anglesey specifically, after watching onboards after being here last year, the cacti that are dotted around the circuit, they are pretty much exactly where you can see them very faintly on the stream, just heading into some of the corners, like little sort of yellow bumps. That's the cacti. You know exactly where the track limits are, and even then, you still won't listen to the track limits.
No, of course not. You're a racing driver. You get away with what you can and hope they didn't see it. Yeah, pretty much it. Of course, racing in the night, you're right. It's a different beast entirely. And we'll go to bed tonight. We'll wake up and we'll probably see a completely different race. There's the 555 versus the 44, the Jägermeister car on the inside of Subaru Racing, battling away. Of course, it goes the way of the 555 on the inside of Rocket out. The 44, though, puts its foot down. The Jägermeister machine trying to find its way through. That's the battle for P13, by the way. They're going door to door, rubbing as they run their way into this right-hander at the top of the hill before they begin the descent. Fantastic racing, it must be said, but very close for comfort, it must be said at some point. Yeah,
absolutely. It's nice to see that they have that confidence at this stage in the race to race that closely. Indeed, the 11/10 racing car very slowly, hazard lights on. So what has gone on for that car? Johnny Elliott, he was coming through in what should have been 8th place. I'm going to head back down to the pit lane.
Yeah, he's going to go again, get his steps in more than anything. definitely get a step count in. His Fitbit would love it. He's not wearing one, but if he did, he'd absolutely love it. And it'd be getting all the celebrations. But yeah, he's going to go down, hopefully find some information for us, because we always love the gossip. Again, like we said earlier, we're in the commentary. We haven't got a Scooby what's going on, gotta be honest. We just watch cars go around a circuit and pretend to know what we're talking about. It's the drivers, it's the teams that really do know what they're on about. And Jack's going to go do some sleuthing to find out what he can do. Watching on the stream, of course, the 555 versus the 44. That's that battle that we were watching just a moment ago between Sakara Racing and Team Jägermeister. It is going the way of the 555 at the moment. As again, they're just trying to put in the laps, and in fairness, actually try and close in to Truman in that 333. Kahuna's, of course, that very metallic green car, and it says Kahuna's across the side, so you really can't miss it. There it is, right in the foreground of shot, and again, they'll be bunching themselves up. So nice to see that nearly an hour into this race, we're already 42 minutes of the way through, so time is ticking down thick and fast. And we're still seeing some fairly close battles. Hopefully that's going to continue through the rest of the race, but it's an endurance race, so probably not. Like Jack was saying, with stages, right, you set yourself milestones. 24 hours seems like a lot, but then you break it down. It's like, all right, let's get the start out of the way, let's get the first lap done, and then let's set ourselves a goal. First hour, first stint, and then you start chipping away, and very quickly, actually, the time goes down and down, while your pace is going quicker and quicker. Then you get yourself into in sort of half distance, and then straight away it's like, well, hang on, we're already half the way through, we're counting down to the checker flag, and then for some it's going to be a great solace to see that checker flag be waved this time tomorrow afternoon. Issues, I think that is the MSVT machine heading their way back out on circuit, but with some substantial issues. They said they were suffering with some cooling problems. Of course, there you can see the indicator just to tell drivers to go that way. They are going to be travelling slowly. Let's see if Luke Cochran pulls his way back into the pit lane to investigate further. There is a white flag being waved for the Americans out there. That doesn't mean it's the final lap. It just means there's a slow-moving vehicle on the circuit. But he's running his way through the corkscrew right now, is Cochran. And is he going to pull his way into the pit lane? He is. So whatever problems they were facing clearly seem to be continuing. Of course, the cooling system, it's the job of the cooling system to keep the car cool, funnily enough, and usually you'll see it on your road car. When it warms up, it will stay maybe perpendicular with the bottom of the temperature gauge. Around about 90 degrees is what you're going to be aiming for in a petrol car. Any more than that and you start to get problems. Things start to overheat, tolerances get too much, and the car itself will start smoking and not working to optimal ranges. So of course you'd rather bring it in rather than doing substantial damage to the engine. Like we said, they suspect it might be a head gasket, which for anyone who's experienced a head gasket go on their car, you know how painful it can be and how big of a problem it can be as well. Sometimes it's as simple as just maybe a Jubilee clip being loose on a cooling pipe or something. Sometimes it can be a lot more serious, but as you can see, they're going to be pulling their way into the pit lane, and not necessarily out of the race just yet. This is getting very busy on the circuit, by the way. The 21 battling away with some of their very, very close competitors, getting very nip and tuck. 3 wide momentarily through Rocket In. That's the 21 machine of KNF Racing. Benson at the moment at the wheel. That's with the Burton Power machine. So this battle is really closed up. We were tracking it for quite some time. There is a move, and the 21 finds their way through. So Betterson through on Tommy Valentine and up into what will be 6th place overall in what has been a fairly decent battle. That caught me by surprise. I think there might have been an issue actually. That 95 is going slowly. Rear right slightly dented. Have they got a puncture? I think they're okay, but they are going slowly. That tyre definitely looks inflated, but maybe there's a suspension arm broken, or maybe it's rubbing the fender on the tyre or whatever.
Yeah, so down here in the pit lane, unfortunately the MSVT car is back into the pit lane. Car number 16, it smelt very, very hot indeed. We know that car has already had issues once with overheating, and what I can only guess is that the same issues have come back into fruition, unfortunately. Further up the pit lane as well, we do have another car coming in. That was the 11/10 number 11 machine into the pit lane with a hub failure. Behind us, however, car number 95, the Cadoodle-Doo car, into the pit lane. And is this just a quick check of pressures? Let's have a quick look around this side of the car. Clearly, that car has been involved in a bit of an accident, or a bit of a nudge, put it that way. There's some slight cosmetic damage, but hopefully all can be fixed. In the meantime, back up to you in the commentary box, Zach.
Very much appreciate Jack Burrell doing all the moving around down today because I've had quite an easy job. I'm sure it'll come back to bite me in a couple of hours' time when maybe he asks me to go and do it. But right now, he's doing a brilliant job. Just seen a message, by the way, in the YouTube chat from someone saying about the KA plunging with the cars. And it is fantastic to see. Such a communal aspect, obviously, to the EnduroKA paddock. And everyone here is here for fun. Right, it's not a top-level pinnacle championship. These guys are here club racing because they enjoy it and they want to have as much fun as they can. And to have a team name, something you very rarely have control over. And when you do, you want to have as much of a laugh as you can. You've got some serious ones, Pro-Am, Autotech, whatever. And then you have got the likes of Sakara Racing, KA and things like that. It is great to see. Just some teams, again, that light-hearted nature of it, that communal aspect to the paddock. We saw it earlier on with teams and drivers helping each other out, congratulating each other and things like that. And it is fantastic to see. And if you are looking at EnduroKA thinking, hang on, this looks like a bit of fun. I've got my racing license, or I'm thinking about getting my racing license to do club racing in the UK. Go on down. It's a lot of fun, and relatively to motorsport, it is fairly cheap. You can do the traditional rounds, I believe, for around about £1,000, and with that you get a stint in the car, which usually ranges from about 1 to 2 hours, 3 hours or so, and then you can do the EnduroKA 24-hour events, which are around about £3,000. So again, relative to motorsport, you get a decent chunk of weekend driving and a lot of fun out of not much money compared to what you would spend on other championships. There's a look to the inside from the 48, that's the Purple Sector Racing machine, again working, the 49 machine I should say, that's LDR Performance Tuning, that's Jenkins at the moment at the wheel of that one, again suffered some problems but is out there on circuit at the moment. Jack Burrell has just joined me back in the commentary booth. I'll give him a moment just to catch his breath because he must be absolutely shattered. You're going to sleep like a baby tonight, eh Jack?
Well, I mean, I'll try. I'll sleep as well as I can in the back of my car. But looking at it, yeah, that car, after speaking to Jamie Moore as well from Moore's Motors, who prepares probably 99% of the cars on the grid, that car, the number 95 machine, the Cadoodle-Doo car, has got a bit of a misfire. They're trying to figure out if it's sort of electrical related. Presumably it could just be a spark plug, coil pack, whatever it may be, but that car's in the pit lane with that. Obviously, we spoke about the 11 Cents racing car. Johnny Elia was behind the wheel. They're now rushing around to try and get a rear right hub swapped onto that car, so some sort of hub failure. And the MSVT car, they think that's it for them as well, because it's just got a bit too hot now. They think if they run it any further, they're risking something like cracking your block or blowing the gasket or something like that.
Yeah, because that's what happens obviously when things overheat. They expand and then obviously they'll cool down and expand. It makes it brittle, it makes it easy for things to crack. And when you've got a cracked block, it doesn't seal as properly, it doesn't work very well, and is a fairly expensive and very long repair job that I'm sure the mechanics don't really fancy doing.
No, I mean, they're already in for a long stint here at Anglesey. They don't want to make it feel like it's even longer than it already is with heavy repair work. You'd imagine that they will do what they can to get that car back out as soon as possible, the number 95 Cadoodle-Doo car. In terms of anything potentially overheating or like terminal clutch issues, I think they'll use them for the night. And it's a long old way to come to, especially if you're LDR Performance, to only complete 2 laps.
Yeah, but as harsh as it is, it's racing.
That is racing, yeah.
It's the give and the take. It doesn't care who you are, where you are on track, how quick you are. It is indiscriminate. Things will come and bite you in the backside, and you just have to be ready for it. It's the uncertainty of racing. Sometimes we love it for it because we're on the receiving end of it, and we get someone in front of us having mechanical failure. We're like, sweet, position, result. And then sometimes we're on the not so good side of it, where we actually do receive the failure. And it is a shame, but again, there's so many variables, so many uncertainties in racing that you have to be prepared for anything. Yeah,
absolutely. You've got plenty to bear in mind when going motor racing. Even as a driver, you find some drivers, if they pull out or pull off somewhere out on circuit, they will try and get that car fixed. I think it was, I can't remember exactly who it was at Cadwell Park a few years ago in the EnduroKA 5-hour. They were getting a substantial amount of smoke coming off the front left of their car, so pulled over, and it was the wing that was on the wheel, so they sat there with every ounce of their might to pull this wing off their wheel and got back going again and carried on into the race. I don't even think they called into the pit lane. They went, yeah, that'll do, and carried on. It's those things that you don't necessarily think about with endurance racing. Drivers will do anything just to get to the end.
Yeah, of course they will, because again, that's half the battle. There are different milestones that some drivers or different goals that some drivers will have. For some, it's just get to the end of the race. For others, it's finish the race in the top 15, in the top 10, top 5, podium, win. Those are the different milestones that some teams and drivers will try and aspire to, and if they can, then that's great, but you want to set yourself realistic expectations.
Yeah.
Step one is get the checkered flag.
Yeah, and it's hard. It is so hard. There's no way around that of how hard it is. One thing to note as well, to get the most out of these cars, to be competitive, obviously fabulously prepared cars, as all of them are, because they do at MSVR give a prize to the drivers, the Dagenham District, for the best prepared car, as voted for by the marshals at the weekend, the end of the weekend. But the main thing to note, to get the most out of these cars, you need to take as much hot air away from the engine as possible to make it run as pretty much as economical as possible, so you get the most power out of what you're getting out of that car. And the way to do that is to take temperature away from the engine. The way to do that is to put the heat. Don't put the aircon on. I don't think any of them do have aircon anyway, but if it is, make sure it's off, but turn the fans on full and the heater all the way up to get all that hot air away from the engine, and then don't open the windows, because then that's a load of drag. So you've pretty much got to sit there with a sweatbox for about an hour.
Yeah, but the rewards you get from that is a slightly quicker car.
Yes.
They are obviously the cars will have aircon from factory. They are allowed to remove it if it's got it. Of course, there's no necessary need for aircon. It is just extra weight, all those pipes and things, all those consoles weighing you down. But you're right, yeah. The way the heaters in the car work is it literally just uses the heat from the engine basically to warm up the cabin. And if you can use that, then you're getting all of that heat away from the engine block, trying to cool it down. And with that, you should get a little bit of extra power. I remember watching a video from Matt, I think his name is Gadario or something along those lines. He used to race Citroen Saxos, and he said for half the race he sat with his heaters all the way up, just so that on the final lap he had enough power relative to the car in front to go for a move.
That's, it's quite a scary thought as well. The drivers will sacrifice quite a substantial amount of comfort to go quickly, but that is the commitment. I did see as well, back out onto circuit, the number 95 Cadoodle-Doo racing car, and straight back into the pit lane it has come, so just picking its way through pit entry now. So unfortunately, clearly the car with Lee Taylor behind the wheel isn't exactly comfortable at this stage in the race.
Yeah, no, evidently not, which is a shame, of course, for them. That, of course, was the one that was reporting a misfire, wasn't it? So power is quite an important thing here at Anglesey. We've been touching on it in terms of straight line speed and things. And again, misfires can be down to poor ignition and or spark plugs, anything along those lines. HT leads being snapped or cord, but yeah, they are getting out of the car and probably, I'd assume, a check over, if not day done.
You say that, but they do have a T car in the garage. I don't know whether they had that in case something happened in qualifying. They have the car for the race, but there is 95 there. Yesterday we saw it out in qualifying and it still sat in the garage. 95T, so it is like sort of old Formula 1 days. Well, I say old, relative to my age anyway. Old Formula 1 days in the way that they do have a spare car in the garage.
Yeah, exactly. So it is ready to go. It's just that changeover. So you are going to be losing time relative to those out on circuit. But points mean prizes. Finishing the race first and foremost. But there is the car, as you can see. Very nice livery, it must be said. Looks very, the Doodle Man guy on TikTok. I think that's the aim, isn't it?
Yes,
That's what he's going for.
Yeah, and at the moment Scott Parkin so sideways coming out of turn one. He's pushing on, Scott Parkin. He's losing time to Taylor Norton and Jack Wright up the road, but that's simply because the pair of those two are absolutely nose to tail and working together. Whether it looks like it or not, they are working with each other. Two cars together is well and truly faster than one on his own, and at the moment, Scott Parkin is running around on his own. Taylor Norton already has the fastest lap of the race, that 1 minute 31.129, and even with traffic, he's only a couple of tenths off that. But looking at the consistency of some of the drivers, it's absolutely stellar.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. These guys are doing a fantastic job, and consistency is key, particularly in endurance racing. Being as quick as you can for as long as you can is really going to sort of pay off in the end. It's all good being really quick one lap, then off the pace the next. Absolutely taking so much out of your tyres that they're not going to have that longevity you need. So again, that consistent run, that balance, more than anything, it's a balancing act as endurance racing. It's all of these different ingredients from all these different disciplines, balanced out, trying to find that perfect golden medium that you can really use. That, by the way, that you're watching is the fight for the lead, albeit it's not really been much of a fight since the beginning of this race. Taylor Norton from Jack Wright, Autotech from Milner, the 65 and the 46. They've just been, as a couple, out in front, slipstreaming off each other, presumably saving some fuel, saving some tyres, just setting the pace and bridging the gap to the rest of the field.
Yeah, we saw the Milner car go very well indeed. at Silverstone in the hands of George Wright at the time when I very briefly glanced at them. Of course, Jack Wright and Johnny Hill. Johnny Hill has been racing for a number of years now and knows what he's doing, and I think he's somewhat fallen in love with these KAs, as I think a lot of drivers do, whether they're out there leading the race or potentially struggling for pace here and there if it was potentially their first time in the car. One thing that never fails, whether you've been racing them for years or you've got out for your first time, when you do get out of those cars, you do it with a smile on your face.
Yeah, of course. I mean, they look like such fun because it's one of those cars you can get into and you can drive quickly. There's always that saying, it's better to drive a slow car fast than a fast car slow.
Yeah.
And these KAs, you can give them whatever you want. You can bat them around a circuit and they will take it. And you'll come out knowing that you've pushed that car to the absolute limit. Unless, say, if you did a track day in a Lamborghini or whatever, you've got so much pressure because you're like, I can't push this car because if I crash it, I can't afford it.
Are you saying a Ford KA is slow?
I'm not saying no, mate. These are rocket ships, especially if you've got an only cans livery on. That adds 5 horsepower easily.
It wouldn't surprise me. That car looks, fabulous in its only cans livery. Over the line, go to the top 2. I did notice a lap prior, Taylor Norton, a small mistake. But I think Jack Wright wanted to go for it and thought, even if I do, what am I gaining at this early stage in the race? We've not even been racing for an hour yet, and unfortunately, if you're watching along at home or at the circuit, you've still got another 4 hours of myself and Zach, yapping on, really, yeah. So Taylor Norton still out front, 3/10, the gap to Jack Wright, as it has been for quite some time. Scott Parkin really losing time now. It's around about half a second a lap, and we're on lap 37 already, and is starting to fall away more and more, but not even into the clutches of the Shine Automotive car, that being in the hands of Tom Wood. And that's something I wanted to look at, because the Shine Automotive car started in 7th place. At the moment, it's up into 4th, and not only in 4th, but pulling away from those cars behind. That's quite impressive indeed, isn't it?
Yeah, it just goes to showcase that, again, qualifying pace and race pace are 2 very different things. You know, it's 1 lap in qualifying. To be fair, they did get 2 hours to set their qualifying time.
Yeah.
Looking at it, it's a substantially long qualifying session, but at the end of it, it's that quickest lap. It's 1 lap in quali versus, we've done 30, we'll probably do, 39 laps at the end of the first hour.
Consistency comes in, though,
Times that by 24, you're going to be doing hundreds upon hundreds of laps. 1 lap versus hundreds, you know which one you're going to rather prioritise.
Yeah, I would quite happily take that consistency over the 24 hours, which I think is what Shine Automotive have nailed in that first hour of this race. Back over the line go the top 2. We're keeping an eye on the Row Rage Motorsport car at the moment. They're continuing to chase down the Treble 3 Kahunas Racing team. They've got Phil Truman behind the wheel at Kahunas Racing team, and it's Alex Butler in the number 41 Row Rage Motorsport car. They've just been churning out those laps and almost been working as a trio as well, because just up the road you've got Phil Dignan in the Subaru Racing Treble 5 car. That car's been racing for quite some time as well, so it's nice to see that they're not necessarily fighting tooth and nail as Tommy Valentine picks his way through a little bit of traffic there. That will have been the NJM Racing car number 2. That's a little way down the order, unfortunately, in the hands of David Murphy down in what is 18th place. But it's nice to see that they're going, right, we've had our fun in the first sort of half an hour. We've decided we are just going to kill tyres, get through maybe a bit more fuel and just overheat ourselves. Let's work together. You're seeing that, and it's working.
Yeah, it does. You know, there's a reason that racecraft is one of the most important things as a driver you can do. You've got 23 hours of the race left to go. Are you realistically, if you fight tooth and nail for the position you've got right at the start, going to finish there? No, absolutely not. I mean, you might, but the chances are very slim, and all you're going to do is wear through yourself. You're going to get tired, your wrists start to ache, your feet and your core and your neck, everything's going to start to ache a bit more. You as a driver is going to have less longevity. The tyres, when you hand them over to your mate who's going to jump into the car, are going to feel a little bit more scrubbed, going to have less fuel, and that knock-on effect is going to be worse and worse for what? A little bit of track position that you're going to jostle for an hour and then be irrelevant in 10 hours time?
Yeah, it's one of those, when you mention less fuel, people may think, oh, well, less fuel, that's a good thing, the car's lighter. Yes, but then you've got to do a longer pit stop because you've got to take a lot more fuel on board. And if you're doing that and the other team, for example, that you may have been fighting with, doesn't have those extra 10 seconds worth of fuel going into the car, all of a sudden that 1 second you gained is turned into a 10-second loss, potentially more. So it is important, I cannot stress enough how important these pit stops are, because it can be something where you maybe put the jack in the wrong place, or the wheel gun you're using is a bit slow. Whatever it may be, those little things add up. If it's just, oh, it's a second every pit stop, yeah, that's fine. But yeah, come the end of the race, that's 30 seconds, and that can be race win or outside the top 10.
Yeah, no, exactly. I was touching on it while you were downstairs, just how easy, you know, right now we've got the gap between the top two and Pro-Am at 20 seconds, but if you're able to save 3 or 4 seconds a stop, at least if they stop for fuel every 2 hours, that's going to be 12 stops. Probably closer to 13, 14, 15. 3 or 4 seconds a stop over the duration of an entire 24 hours, that's going to be close to a minute. And right now that covers the entirety of those on the lead lap, which is 13 cars. So the difference is staggering, and small incremental gains or even small incremental losses can have a huge, huge impact.
It's good to see that we may see the 11 tenths car back out onto circuit. So clearly they've got that hub changed, and they are comfortable that the car will go out. It may be just a bit noisier because naturally they might not have had time to make sure all is well and lubed appropriately. So they may have just thrown that hub in the car, made sure that the wheel turns, make sure the brakes work, and then get a driver in there and get it out there. I'd imagine if it is Johnny Elia that he's going back in that car, he will have a slightly loud experience for the next, hour and a half. But what this does do, which is quite interesting, granted they're a lot of laps down, but it's thrown them slightly off strategy, which come the end of the race could mean one less pit stop, which may claw back not necessarily the laps that they are down, the 14 laps that they are down, but it's just one lap. But come the end of the race, that could be 2 or 3 places.
Yeah, no, exactly, and especially when they've still got 23 hours. It's better to have issues now than in 22 hours time, because now you can do something about it. Now you can sort of use it as motivation and say, right, this is our situation, what are we going to do about it? And use it as motivation, and over the next 23 hours, claw away, chip away at those gaps, and then see what you're left with at the end. And that's what you can do. You can't look back and think, oh, well, if we didn't have the hub issues, blah, blah, because that's irrelevant. You can't change the past. All you can do is be present in the present and work with what you've got. Right now, they're P19, they're 10 laps, they're P20, they're 14 laps off the leaders, they're 4 laps off the next car. That's the hand they've been dealt, and that's what they've got to drive with.
Yeah, exactly. It's now taking it as it comes, well and truly, is one of the main mottos of endurance racing. Back over the line, we've got one of the commentator-friendly cars. I refer to them every now and then because you can pick them out nice and easy. That's the 48 Purple Sector racing car of Mark Matthijssen, Henry Mann and Alistair McDonald. Whereabouts are they currently on circuit? It is Mark Matthijssen are on circuit at the moment, and they are in 16th place. I don't even think a lap down as of yet, but they do have the leaders getting closer. Yes, they are. In a few moments' time, you'd imagine. In the rear-view mirror, he will be able to see Taylor Norton and Jack Wright getting closer. I did notice as well, Scott Parkins pushing on. He was kicking up the dust through the final corner. It's not the first lap he's done that either. So he's still trying to build a gap between himself and clearly those cars behind and minimise the damage that the top two are doing.
Yeah, no, exactly. Again, if you can get away with, you know, going a little bit wide and maximising as a racing driver, you're going to take what you can, aren't you? Every little helps. When you're talking in a sport where, you know, not necessarily an enduro car, but setup changes of, you know, fractions of a degree or lap time separated by tenths of a second, indistinguishable to the human eye, you're going to take what you can get because gains mean gains. 22 hours, 56 by the way. We're over an hour into this race. It's absolutely flown by. Just 23 left to go.
Yeah, so we've got plenty of time for this race yet to unfold. And you've got to think as well, we're looking out of the window at all of the cars and every now and then glancing to the horizon. It must be a tricky job, specifically here at Anglesey in these cars, with so much time to think about it. Just quick glance over to the left. Let's have a look at the sea. Why wouldn't you?
It's nice. Yeah.
Wait until the sun sets, because that's when that's something we've not really mentioned. It's very, very pretty indeed. We can't get over that. Anglesey is such a picturesque circuit, but we saw it yesterday evening whilst the cars were out qualifying from around about 7:30 at the earliest, right the way through until about 10 o'clock. The sun is at such a point in the sky. When you're going into Rocket Inn, it looks like you're going into a rocket because it is just pure orange in the sky and the sun is directly in your eye line. So that's something to think about. Maybe the drivers that are getting in next, or maybe the drivers after that, bring your sunglasses with you.
Yeah, or tinted visors.
Yes.
And put them down. Of course, it's a little bit dodgy having a tinted visor on if you're driving through the night, because obviously your visibility is lower. I know in karting you are not allowed a tinted visor if you're racing during floodlights or anything like that. You have to have a clear one. But if you're in that sort of dusk period, tinted visor all the way, because like it effectively is a sunglass. It sort of just dampens the light ever so slightly. Also, have your if you've got them still, I don't know if they take them out to try and strip the car, but if you've got your little sun visor to bring it down and have it, but.
Yeah, I don't think they will have. That's how much detail they go into. Even sort of like the rubber trim around the door shut, they will pull that out to save as much weight as possible. But I know from my experience with karting, cheap pair of sunglasses, £4, £3 sunglasses, because if you need them, you need them, and you'd wish if you didn't have them, you wish that you had them. And also, if it does get dark or it starts to rain and you realise, oh, I actually don't need these, you just very quickly lift up your visor, pull the glasses out, and just throw them under your seat or something. It's such an easy way that I used to get around not being allowed a tinted visor but being allowed glasses.
Yeah, right.
So it started to it started to work until it rained, and you can see next to nothing. But for the moment, we are looking fairly free and clear. It's been, I mean, I'm going to say it. Usually people agree that it's commentators' curse. I don't believe in such a thing.
Commentators' coincidence.
Yes, absolutely. That makes perfect sense. But there's no point in not mentioning it. Looking at the live radar, the weather radar that we've got at the moment, free and clear into the night.
Sweet, touch wood and hope. I mean, for us in the commentary booth, we're nice and dry, so we don't really have much of a complaint whether it rains or not. It would add an interesting dynamic to it, but yeah, there is no such thing as the commentator's curse, ladies and gentlemen. I call it as there's either bad luck, bad driving, or a bit of both. There's no such thing as the commentator's curse, and I stand by that.
Well, if you ask a racing driver, it's bad car.
Yeah,
all bad
course,
conditions.
always.
It's not, never bad driving. Never bad driving. No, you'd never dream of something like that. But one thing to note as well, going into the night, naturally the headlights, the tail lights go on, and you do have extra sort of LED bars on the cars. They are a mandatory thing, whether they're on the bonnet, whether they're in the grille, wherever it may be, sort of white LEDs on the front of the car, almost to act as a high beam headlight. But you also get LED strips, so it's a nice way for us at least to pick out the cars. They're there so the teams can figure out exactly who it is, and the marshals can indicate, oh well, it's a car. Yeah, but having those LED strips, it's a car with red LED strips across the roof. All right, okay, we know there's 2 cars with that. We've narrowed it down from a field of what was 22 to 2 cars, but it makes everything look quite good at night, because all of a sudden you've got these LEDs flying around at what seemed like 1,000,000 miles an hour at night, because it's trickier to find speed throughout the darker hours. But yeah, it gets very interesting. It's something that you don't tend to see that often. Normally the GT teams have a lovely little parallel set of LEDs, and they're measured to absolute perfection. I saw, I think it was the Burton Power car, one of the LED strips came off in the wind, and it was trailing behind the car. It's good to watch.
Fantastic. Maybe that's what they need, is like a little floating one at the back, just to add a nice little tail to the car or whatever. But yeah, no, it adds an extra dynamic, and it makes it look even prettier. Night racing, it's a pain, and it is going to be a challenge that these drivers are going to have to face. There's very limited lighting around Anglesey, so you are relying on your headlights, on your LED strips to see, and then at that point you're trusting your instincts. Is turn 1 here? Yeah, it is. We'll go with it, and hoping that you hit an apex. So it really is very difficult.
You do that at Rocketing during the day as well. I've heard you can't see the apex. You just aim and hope that the corner is still there, especially if sort of
there's no car either.
No. It is very tricky indeed. But what we do have is we do sort of have lighting rigs along the pit wall. So the pit lane is appropriately illuminated for safety reasons, of course. But also, if you're one of the maybe unintentional benefits, if you're holding onto pit board, you will be able to see that nice and easy, or your driver will be able to see that nice and easy, depending on where you are in relation to one of those lighting rigs. So it does have more than one use, just lighting up that pit lane. At the moment, the fielders remain pretty much as it is, but looking at the consistency, I'm convinced Taylor Norton has done that lap about 4 or 5 times now. 1:31.495. Everybody is so consistent.
I'm impressed. I'm really impressed to the standard of driving that we're getting. In the first stint, typically teams will put maybe a slightly quicker or more experienced driver in at the beginning, and it is really close and competitive. Of course, with Wood versus Parker in Pro-Am and Shine Automotive, that gap sitting about 3/4 of a second between the pair of them. They're 20 seconds off the back of the top 2, but for the final place on the podium, there they are. The gap. They're now running through Church. It's not very big at all.
No, not at all. Through the final pod, we've got a fabulous battle. I don't know whether it is a battle or the drivers are just trying to work their way into a relevant position. Peter Dignan in the Subaru racing car at the moment, leading that little train. Starts in 9th place, and it's Nick Creed in the AFK racing machine in 10th. Phil Treeman in the Kahuna's race team, the treble 3 somewhere in 11th place, followed by Alex Butler. And is Jack Byrne in there as well? Yeah, he's just off the tail of that little battle, not too far away at all is Jack Byrne. It'd be good to grab a word with Jack just to see what it's like, not only racing a Clio Cup car, but racing a Clio Cup car in Europe, because you think, oh, well, it's the same car, same chassis. No, it's so different because the rules slightly change, but there may be slightly different regulations, and tracks are built very differently. Your typical British circuit, lots of undulation change, blind corners, very little runoff, very little room for error, whereas some of the facilities that you get potentially abroad are very different, so you may drive slightly different.
Don't forget the weather as well. I know, particularly in bike racing, a lot of mini bike riders, during the winter they'll go to Europe because obviously it's nice and sunny and whatever, and they'll learn how to ride the bike with overheating tyres and sort of having that slide. Then they'll come back to the UK and think, hang on, I've got loads of grip now because the track's colder and things like that. So learning how to adapt to different conditions and how the tyre wear is. Also loads of different drivers, different driving styles, levels of aggression, learning how to race. I went to my local karting track after not karting for a while to do their race league, and I was astounded as to the lack of racecraft that was going on, and it was a huge adaptation to realise that everyone wants to send me into every apex, and you have to adjust to it.
Yeah, absolutely. You very much do change, dependent on not only where you are, what the conditions are, but who you're racing around. And the one thing that I've always found with EnduroKA and the championship throughout the season is you always have those returning drivers, and you can always tell because their trust in each other is outstanding. I think it's a mix of trust and going, I've raced you before, you're clean, let's have another go, and you always see it happen. So we've got 22 hours and 48 minutes of this race remaining, and to put that into perspective, we have completed 4% of the EnduroKA 24-hour of Anglesey at the moment. The top two still separated by around about 3.5 tenths of a second. Scott Parkin has now fallen behind the Shine Automotive car. So that is Tom Wood up into 3rd place and Scott Parkin down into 4th. So that's probably the first swap we've seen in getting on half an hour now.
Yeah, it is, and naturally, that's going to happen, isn't it? Drivers get further away, they get less inclined to go for moves because they realise it's going to mean less. So again, it's settling into a rhythm, and realistically, they're probably better off sitting in the train. We have got one here, Team Jägermeister versus Rail Rage, Kahuna's as well. That's a little bit of a 3-car battle. They're about 2 seconds off, so again, all very, very close. Once I'm mistaken, bunch them back up again. Jackson will run himself back down, see what possibly we can get from the pit lane, and again, just see if there's anything going on. Rear Wiper's going as well for the number 11. That's 11 tenths Racing, which did start very high up on the grid. It was, in fact, actually the front row, if not very close to it. It was. They started P2. Unfortunately, showcasing the qualifying difficulty does not mean everything. They're down in P19, 14 laps down, of course, suffering some issues on their side. Battling their way forwards nonetheless. Of course, just in front of them is the NJN racing machine. Of course, they're 13 laps down on that respective car, but they're trying to get one back. Baby steps throughout the rest of this race. Take it slowly but surely, calmly, and hopefully let the results come to you. There they go. The 11 tenths car, of course, they came in. I think that was the one that needed the hub changing. So again, wheel balancing issues and alignments and runouts and everything basically rotating as it needs to. Oh my goodness me, the Team Jägermeister car nearly completely throwing it away going into Rocket In. That was very sketchy indeed, able to keep it under wraps, but usually at that speed, into that braking zone, you touch the grass, you are an absolute goner. Thankfully, the 44 was able to keep it clean and consistent and with no issues. Just trying to see where they are running at the moment. They are P13, 2 seconds off the two battling Road Rage and Kahuna's race team machines of the 41 and the 333, who themselves are running their way into the pit through right about now. So with still plenty of racing to come, probably around about, I want to say maybe an hour, half an hour, 45 minutes off scheduled pit stops in terms of fuel, depending on how much they've been able to save. As pushing them through the pit straight, the 44, of course, Jägermeister onto the machine just ahead of them. That, of course, is the number 2, the NDM racing of Murphy. They are going to go for the move, and of course, with it being a lap down, they have got to do the move itself. You'd assume the number 2 isn't going to put up much of a fight, but they are. They're going to try and hang it around the outside. The Jägermeister, of course, is naturally going to bring it over to the left, going into Church. but a fight back actually from the number 2. I am astounded as to why they'd be doing this, but fair play, trying to stay as close to the lap as they can, or whatever. They get a better run and find their way through. Of course, you know, lap traffic and things, it's a little bit of a grey area. What can you do, what can't you do? But nonetheless, they're treating us to a decent battle, even if it's not necessarily for track, for class position. It definitely is for track position. If the number 2 feels they've got more pace, they have every right to stay ahead. But that 44 would much rather try and get on with things more than anything. Also, fair enough, maybe as a driver you don't actually necessarily know who you're racing. You just have to treat every position as they come. It depends on the level of communication that you've got. You can see maybe that's something you guys can ask Pro-Am in the YouTube chat. What level of communication does the driver have with the team once they're in the car? Because again, for them, they might not know they're a lap down, or they might not know what other cars are a lap down and who they need to give way to. And that's where flag posts and things can come into play. But maybe that's why we're seeing some of the back markers potentially battle with some of the faster cars, despite the fact they are exactly that, on a lap down. Seeing some chats come into YouTube about some questions in regards to the Ford KA. It's of course part of the Ford family, and I'm being told it looks like a Fiesta but smaller. Essentially, it's not far off. It is just a small compact car, sort of similar to maybe a Fiat 500 or a Vauxhall Adam, in that sort of vein, Ford's equivalent of that small city car, but it makes a fantastic race car, both in the real world and in the sim world. They do host the Winter Sim series. Some of you might have been watching that. Again, you're probably fed up with myself and Jack's voice at this point if you are a fan of the Winter Sim series, because we covered that one as well, but that was fantastic racing. So again, if you get a little bit bored during the off-season and want to get yourself involved, definitely do so. Do get yourself involved in the Winter Sim series of EnduroKA. It's a much cheaper way to get into it, and you might be able to gauge and see what you like about the car, and maybe you want to take that step into real life, because I'm not sure if it's going to run again this year or whatever, but in years past, Burnt Power have provided the ARDS license test. For those unfamiliar with what the ARDS license is, it effectively is your gateway into club level racing in the UK. As the number one Burnt Power car finds its way across the map traffic, just think that's for the position it's not. And that's how you get your ticket into club racing, like EnduroKA or equivalent. That first step into racing, they provide that for free for the top 3 championship finishers of the Winter Sim series, and that allowed people like Timo Farrell to take their step into real life racing. And usually the ARDS test will set you back £600–700, but you can take it at pretty much any MSV circuit in the UK. It's basically a written test and a practical assessment to judge how safe you are on track, and you get a good bit of racing every day as well for £600–700. Of course, and then you get your ARDS license. You have to pay the annual fee to maintain the license, but you've got it, and then you're ready to go racing. So again, if you're looking for a gateway from sim racing into the real world, maybe EnduroKA is the way to go in that regard. Because again, it's one of those things that we're seeing time and time again, that transition from sim into real life. James Baldwin, Shembolic Bassi, the likes of Jimmy Broadbent, most notably, Brit Car champion, and actually podium in Ginettas at Snetterton this weekend as well. I just noticed, I didn't realise he was racing in Ginettas. Also has won races at the Nürburgring, so again, you can very much find your way from the sim into real, like Basic Ollie, who's going to be racing in the Pro-Am race here today as well. He's a sim racing content creator and is out there on circuit, and a podium last night at Donington as well. Definitely go check out his recent YouTube video, because it definitely gives some great insight into the world of EnduroKA, and also the potential Twitch stream that they might be doing behind the scenes a little bit later on as well. So great to see that sort of that team viewer engagement to sort of add that extra step of insight. Of course, you've got me and Jack blabbering on in the commentary booth, pretending like we know what they talk about. Those other guys will definitely know what they talk about as well. This is where we're following all the live action. We're 22 hours, 41 minutes on the clock. Already 51 laps into the race. Taylor Norton from Jack Wright, and then of course comes Tom Wood and Scott Parkin. That's the top 4. Robertson in the 5th place. The teams they're representing is 65 Autotech, Milner, Shiny Automotive, Pro-Am and KNF Racing. Those are the top 5 teams at the moment. Issues for the 49 of LDR Performance Tuning. Ben Jenkins once again back into pit lane. They suffered some issues. I think that was the clutch issues that they were suffering with, and that might actually, in the end, unfortunately be terminal for them, which again is a shame. Because that's the last thing you want to see. All of that hard work, all of that hard work coming here. It's, it's treks to get to Anglesey. It really is one of those circuits that's in the middle of nowhere. In fairness, most racing circuits are, but Anglesey more so than anything, right on the northwest coast of Wales. And it is a very, very long distance from much. And of course, all that prep to go into, expecting to do 24 hours, to get an hour in, and unfortunately, RAP only cans. F's in the chat, I think, is going to be the name of the game for YouTube. And following on a close battle, actually, by the way, because there is a race going on, funnily enough. It's not just me talking about whatever I can find to talk about. There is actually, funnily enough, a 24-hour race going on, and that is, of course, at the moment, a battle between Subaru Racing, the 555, the 41 of Road Rage Motorsport, and AFK Racing, who definitely don't seem to be AFK at the moment. They're hitting the ground running quite nicely. Also, not too far back, 2.7 is the Ynys race team, Truman at the moment at the wheel. Some questions about what size tyres, very small ones. I was walking past them in the paddock and stuff, and they are effectively bicycle tyres. You'll see them, they're very skinny, and also probably fairly slim profile as well. So I'd imagine probably no more than 165 millimetres wide. Probably only 14 inches in terms of rim, and they can't be more than sort of 50 profile in terms of the relative width of the sidewall relative to the width of the tread itself. That's a stab in the dark, but probably not far off. They're basically small tyres, effectively, and with that comes a very slim surface patch for you to run with. And
cheers, Zach, thank you. Down here with Ben Jenkins. Ben, obviously, you spent this morning in a Clio Cup car. It must be a bit of a change jumping into the KA. Obviously, you qualified yesterday evening, but do you have to adapt too much between the cars?
Yeah, because I mean the cars are obviously are very different. But obviously, the Ford, is obviously quite a lot slower than the Clio. So yeah, obviously, when you go around, you have to obviously change your lines and your throttle, your braking, all that really. So yeah, no, it is obviously a lot different. So yeah.
And you're sharing the car with Jack, and it seems like he's been racing over in Europe in the Clio Cup as well. So have you two been sharing a bit of data this weekend?
No, fortunately not. Jack's obviously a very quick driver, so but I've been trying sit behind him and try and follow his lines a bit, but we haven't really been sharing a lot, so yeah.
And the plan for the rest of this race, is it try and figure out why the car's overheated, and if you get it back out, take it as it comes?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. So we're going to see what obviously is wrong with the car, and yeah, just try and go from there really. Didn't really much more we can do, so yeah, I think that's sort of the plan really for the time being, so just sit and wait really.
Great stuff, best of luck for the rest of the race, Ben. Back up to you, Zach.
Very nice to hear from Jack in the
brilliant. My relief's here as well, which is good timing. So
only the drivers and teams will really know what's going on. That, of course, is in relation to the 49 LDR performance tuning machine. Of course, only cans as they're most famously known. I do love the trademark liveries, the memorable liveries that you see. And in fairness, we do boast quite a lot of them on the field for EnduroKA today. Yeah, unfortunately, they of course are having some misfire issues, some cooling issues potentially as well. And that is the difficulty of motor racing. The attrition rates when it comes to endurances, not only the drivers tested, but the cars are as well. And you have to make sure you get to the end. Just in the 3 actually, doing the window up and down. That is, of course, the Ynys race team. Did just notice that on the pit straight, the window was going up and down. Maybe just to bring it down to bring some air in, but of course while doing so you are a little bit more draggy. Same too is true for the number 2 machine of NJM Racing. Murphy at the moment at the wheel, slightly open wheel. Same too for the 555 actually, the Subaru KA. So maybe just on the opposite side to the drivers, the near side, the passenger side. Just having the window open just to let some fresh air in, maybe throughout the corners is beneficial. The 275, by the way, find their way through. That's Team Lifeline on Subaru Racing. That is for position, and on the 37 as well. That is not for position. So that is of course lap cars. 275 on the 37. A little bit further back. That's some pretty racing. Hart at the moment at the wheel. They start at P19 at the moment. They're the 17th, they start P19, so up 2 places from where they started. Also, again, very close at the front, Norton and Jack Wright. They momentarily went side by side, going into rocket in, but I don't really think either driver is overly fussed about which one leads. I'm sure Jack Wright is happy to sit back because it gives him a nice chill ride, can lift and coast down the hill, because he knows on the straight he can use some slipstream. The engine's not going to have to work as hard, he's using less fuel. By the time they get to the pit stops, either he can go longer, which is going to have that knock-on effect of that final pit stop right at the death of the race tomorrow is going to be shorter, or he doesn't have to take as much fuel back into the car if he pits in line with Taylor Norton in a few moments' time. So again, his pit stop will be shorter thanks to potentially some of that fuel he saved. So again, a nice chill ride in slipstream, but with that does come less air. Of course, when you sit behind him, like on a windy day, walking behind someone, you know, you feel less of a breeze, and that's the same for motor racing. You sit behind the car, you're getting less air, and that's great for drag, not so great for cooling, both for the engine and of course for the brakes, which will be very hardly worked indeed. Smaller brake discs, which means they do warm up quite quickly, and some heavy braking zones around Anglesey. A lot of undulation, which means you are relying on the brakes quite a lot. And if you're not able to cool them down, then things can overheat, things can wear out, things can warp, and things cannot work. They can fade, effectively brake fade if they get too hot. Of course, with engines overheating, we've all had an overheating engine. Again, we've all seen it. We saw it earlier as well, I believe, with the KA Endurance car, which was having some issues. Or in fact, actually, no, it was the MSVT car, I do apologise. The 16 that was having some overheating issues, potentially a head gasket. So again, that attrition rate, the endurance, it's called an endurance race for a reason, EnduroKA for a reason. Following the race lead, the 65 from the 46, that's Norton from Jack Wright, and they've been all over each other for the last hour and a half since this race started. Down the hill, through the corkscrew, of course. Imagine having to do that lap on lap. They've done it 56 times thus far this race, and just looking at it, it looks like a roller coaster. It looks incredibly scary, let alone having to commit, especially in a front-wheel drive car. Of course, with a short wheelbase, all the engine, all the gearbox, all the drive shafts are all at the front of the car, and you're downhill, which means gravity's pulling the front of the car down and lifting the rear of the car up. And as you brake as well, more of that weight goes to the front of the car, and then I'll show you sign stuff. And again, that rear becomes even lighter. It becomes so easy to slide out, but that's how you drive the car quickly to get that rotation on the rear end. So keeping it nice and clean, and that's why these guys are fantastic drivers and doing a brilliant job as to lead. But again, you're only as good as your weakest link. So again, it is a team sport. We've got teams of 3 drivers, like in the form of Burton Power. They've got Andy Burton, Tom Valentine, Stephen Gilbert. We've got teams of 6 drivers, like Prini. They've got Jeremy Evans, Phil Hart, James Hart, Mark Hart, Callum Perfect, and David Evans. So again, you're ranging from 3-car teams to 6-car teams. And if one of those drivers is off the pace, or one of those drivers has a big incident, that then ruins all of the work of the other 2 or the other 5. And again, you have other people's races on your shoulders, adds to the pressure of a multi-driver car. And again, it's the beauty of endurance racing, isn't it? The extra dynamics. You get all the enjoyment of a sprint race, like what we're seeing with this lead fight, especially early on. But then you have the added dynamics of endurance racing, conservation, pit stop strategy. Endurance racing really does have it all. When it comes to pit stops, probably, as I say, we're going to be predicting them in, if they're going for fuel as opposed to driver stints, they're going to be going in around about 2 hours 20 if they're able to make the fuel tank last. Tyres as well, realistically, should double stint. What I mean by that is they'll do a round of fuel, so 2 hours 20, and then they'll come in and then they'll change the tyres with the fuel the next time. And then they'll do one, they'll only fuel up, and then they'll do another one, they'll do tyres. So there's always that. Again, to consider, and making sure each and every single one of those processes is nice and seamless. I've got a wandering Mr. Man back into the commentary box as well. He's, as like I say, getting your steps in. Any news?
Yes, so the 95 car has returned to the circuit, albeit on the timing screen, transponder, everything is identical. It is the 95 car, following on from a discussion we had earlier. The car we've previously seen out on circuit is in the pit lane, but the other 95 has returned to the circuit, effectively their T car. Is out there on circuit, and yeah, quick chat off mic with Ben Jenkins. They're hoping to get that car fixed. It's just a bit of a job figuring out, is it now terminal? And again, it begs that question again, will they have cracked a block? Have they done it already? Or if they put it out, will it do it? It's kind of a damage limitation for the rest of that race, and I think quite a long stint of getting that car ready to retake to the circuit.
Yeah, exactly. And again, like we were touching on, half the battle is just getting to the end of the race in of itself, let alone anywhere competitive. It is a shame because that 95 definitely will showcase some good pace, but it's that longevity that matters more and more. You can be half a second off the pace, but still finish competently, provided you actually see the finish. To finish first you must finish, goes back to that age-old saying of motorsport. And it's good to see them persevering though, because it's so easy to just say, yeah, it's terminal, and yeah, we're out of the race, and yeah, we'll pack up and go home. But it's nice to see that these guys want to see their hard work, they want to reap the rewards of it.
Yeah, it's something that you don't see too often, because normally if it's something like overheating, they might just go, right, yeah, let's call it in a 20-minute race, something like that. We've got 22 hours and 30 minutes of this race remaining. We're 6% into this race. There's plenty of time for drivers and teams to get their cars out there, keep them running, make sure in pit stops they do little bits like preventative maintenance, just a quick check of, I mean, oil would be fairly useless obviously with the engines running for so long, but little things where they might go, right, yeah, that might need topping up, so we'll just put a drop in, or we'll have a quick check of temperatures, because the driver's got a busy job behind the wheel. They might not have been keeping such a close eye on the temperatures. We'll check pressures, we'll check tyres so we know exactly where we're at. Even something as simple as making sure the lights are working and checking all the dials in the car are correct and working as well. Because the last thing you want to do is be in a perfect position and then get caught speeding in the pit lane because your speedo's not working. It's little things like that where the teams will just check sort of intermittently throughout the night, making sure that the car's going to get to the end in a safe way.
Better to be safe than sorry.
Absolutely.
Because it's a small thing to look over, but like you say, it have disastrous consequences. You can speed by 1 mile an hour and get smacked with a huge penalty that potentially puts you out of position. So it is worth doing it, like you say, with the lights, because the last thing you want is a bulb to go out while you're racing around, and not only you not be able to see, but other people not be able to see you. So it's not only your own safety, but also everyone else is on track when we've got 21 other cars racing around. And just making sure everything's fastened right when it comes to wheel nuts and things, making sure they're tipped down, no bolts are going to come loose, no body panels are hanging off, because again, it is safety at the end of the day. As much as we want to go out there and win, we still need to do it in a fairly safe manner. There always will be occasional hazards with contact and whatever, but as long as everything you are in control of is okay, then you can't go wrong.
No, exactly, and the teams will know that, especially the ones that have been around EnduroKA since its very birth. And just, well, I keep wanting to say a few years ago, but it's been around quite a while now, and it just seems to be going from strength to strength. I think we're in our 4th, maybe 5th season now. EnduroKA has been going on for quite some time. And MSVR and MSV and the circuits that it travels to really do accommodate it so well, and we're seeing it just get bigger. You've never seen a small grid at an EnduroKA weekend at all. And this being a 24-hour race, whilst we've still got 20 cars out there and circulating, even though we've got the MSVT car in the pit lane and Lee Cochran, as well as the LDR performance car of Ben Jenkins, it's just one of those where, do we now not see them for the end of the race? Maybe not. I mean, the LDR performance car with its gearbox issue, yes, that is the case. But it's the MSVT car. We may see a car disappear behind the pit wall and behind the garages for 2 or 3 hours, maybe more, and then all of a sudden reappear.
Yeah, exactly, because again, it would be such a shame to come all this way. Like we say, we said it before, I said it about 10 minutes ago. Anglesey is miles away from pretty much anything, so to come all this way, take all that kit with you, bring all the team members, all the drivers and everything all this way, set the car up, do qualifying, get this far into the race, just a DNF. I mean, especially the later on into the race you get, it's a case of, right, we're this close, we just have to get to the end and persevere, because the checkered flag for some is just going to be the relief of crossing the line. Even better if you win or get a top 10 or complete what you come in to do, beat your championship rivals or anything like that, always a bonus. But a 24-hour race, people, I don't want to say underestimate it, because they don't. A 24-hour race, everyone knows is going to be difficult, but there are so many different cogs going on in this machine, and even if one of them ping, then it's operation over.
Yeah, I did notice as well. Wingat Racing, they're in 7th place. Matthew Weymouth behind the wheel, pushing very hard. A rather squirrely moment is probably the best way to put it, coming out of the final corner. So clearly just trying to build that gap between themselves and the Team Lifeline car that is just sat behind them. Behind the wheel of the Team Lifeline car is Scott McIntyre at the moment, so that is a position on circuit. And Matthew Weymouth, I don't know whether he's pushing to try and stay in front or just wanting to keep the pace up, but whatever he did there, nearly split him for 180 degrees. He managed to get the moment collected up. I've noticed as well with the 11/10 car back out, it is Paul Stout behind the wheel. Paul Stout, he's done a fair amount of sim racing as well, raced Porsches for a little while as well with the Porsche Club of Great Britain Sim Racing Championship, which I covered in the very birth of my commentary career, arguably the first year, maybe just about the second year, and that was a while ago. So seeing drivers such as Paul Stout, where you commentate on them in sim racing and then go to real racing, it was weird to start off with, but it's becoming so popular now because it's so available.
Yeah, I mean, sim racing, people have been saying that it is effectively the equivalent, or is going to be the equivalent of karting, right? That cheap grassroots entry, because what do you learn from karting, right? You learn how to handle a car, you learn how to steer, how to brake, how to accelerate. You then also learn sort of the psychological side, when to go for a move, when not to go for a move, how to sort of save tyres a little bit, you know, how a car behaves. You get all of that from sim racing, and you can do that with a £200-300 steering wheel, get on a PC, not even a PC, you know, your consoles and stuff are going really well in terms of immersion and things. So sim racing is taking some huge steps forward. You know, I was saying earlier again with EnduroKA and on of course the Winner Sim series. You know, we've done that earlier this year, and again we've had some drivers transition from that into this and be successful. So you learn all the basic skills from sim racing, and the important thing is that when you go from sim racing to real life, you gain, right? You're still turning a steering wheel, you're still pressing pedals, but then you gain immersion. You get the feelings, the audio cues, the visual cues, the physical cues. You know, they always talk about under their bum, right? Racing drivers, that's where you get the sensation, and therefore you go from strength to even more strength because you gain data when you go from the sim to real life.
Yeah, you suddenly unlock a sensation which you haven't previously used to make a car go quickly, and it's nice to see that drivers can jump from one to the other and do so very successfully. At the moment, the order's remaining arguably where it is. The gaps are very minimal. The lead margin has been floating around 3.5 tenths for the past hour and a half now. In terms of the gaps further back, Shine Automotive and the Pro-Am racing car. In the Shine Automotive car we currently have Tom Wood, and it is Scott Parkin that is still in the number 12 Pro-Am racing machine. Those two swapped around quite a while ago now, but still only 1.1 seconds apart. The smallest gap we have out there is between Team Kagermeister and Jack Byrne and Phil Truman as well in that Venus race team car, Treble 3 machine. They were separated by 0.159 of a second as they broke the lead, so absolutely nothing between them. But at this stage in the race, it's nice to see that cars can still be that close, not necessarily fighting for position, but working together. And that's when you see, all right, well, those two cars have caught one, so you're not just seeing a 2-car battle, you could see a 2, 3, 4-car battle all of a sudden appear out of nothing.
Yeah, exactly. Because again, things ebb, things flow, and gaps close. Traffic gives, traffic takes. After we see the pit stops as well, we see gaps increase, but also conversely, gaps decrease as well. And very quickly things can spontaneously change, because, you know, we're looking at some of the bigger gaps, you know, 4, 5, 8 seconds in some cases, but like we were saying with pit stops, you know, a tight wheel now, and you've lost 6 seconds trying to get that one done. Putting the jacking point down, so you jack it up, realise, hang on, that's not safe, bring it back down, have to jack it up again, 6, 7 seconds, that sort of area, and very quickly those gaps that on track feel safe because it's hard to close that on raw speed, outside sources can very quickly turn it on its head.
Yeah, it's something maybe you just can't plan for, like all those things in the pit stop, but something you just run slightly wide and you pick up a slow punch, and you've got to change your tyre earlier than you think, but changing that earlier than you think means that you've got to do that tyre again later on in the race, and that may mean that instead of changing that tyre twice throughout the race, you've got to change it 3 times, and that's an extra pit stop that you wouldn't have to do just from something very, very minor indeed. And it's all that you've got to bear in mind when going into endurance racing, because you can go to bed and go, right, well, 10 seconds in the lead of the race, you can make up and you can be at the back of the field. And it is quite a scary thought, especially when you're Taylor Norton, Jack Wright, anybody inside the top 10 really, you think, oh, this is a good position, I can go for a nap, and go get some rest. And then all of a sudden you come back and something's gone wrong on the car. But if anything, you find that spurs the team on more when they really start to push on for it. I've just seen the Row Rage racing car go so deep on the brakes and the run up towards Rockets in. It was desperately trying to get that car slowed down. That's the number 41 machine with Alex Butler behind the wheel, fighting away with Peter Dignan, the treble 5 Subaru racing car. They were side by side on the way in, and I think the Row Rage car just slightly underestimated the amount of braking area they had. The AFK car as well, with Nick Creed behind the wheel. I think that's the old Haggerty car, and of course Haggerty sponsor, or have previously sponsored, for example, the IMSA series in America, among other things, and they sponsor a lot of American real top-level motorsport, and the Haggerty sponsorship is a genuine sponsorship on the side of that AFK car for a while. And it's nice to see that you somehow see a car one season and go, oh, it's nice to see that car there, that looks cool. And then 2 or 3 seasons later, it's been bought by a different team, but the original livery is still kind of there. It's nice to see.
It's nice because they get permanent sponsorship, because you remember the sponsors on there.
The
so
Haggerty livery, I think the Haggerty logo is still on. Is that still on the back of the car? We'll have to wait and see if we can. Just out of shot. I don't think it is. It looked like it for a brief second, but I don't think it is.
But if it is, it's fine. You remember it, and you know it. Even if they don't pay for the sponsorship anymore, they still get the coverage, which is great. So hit up Jack Burrell if you ever want basically lifelong sponsorship. But yeah, we've got a nice 3-car battle going on. Again, is it much of a battle? Again, it all depends on how eager that road car wants to be in terms of making the move, because they have been quite aggressive on the brakes, whether that was a mistake and a misjudgment, or purposefully trying to send the move on the inside, not entirely sure. But already closing on to 2 hours complete in this race. Of course, that's barely a dent, because we'd still have to do that 11 more times before we reach the checkered flag. But small steps, baby steps, going quite nicely in this race. Yeah,
absolutely. And if you are if you're still with us, you're still unlucky enough to have us for another 3 hours and 8 minutes until we get to the curfew here at Anglesey, where we will disappear for 12 hours and then be back with you at 9 AM. I would say bright and early, but it's not necessarily early. Bright, at least, hopefully tomorrow morning. So, in terms of plans for the rest of this race, do you have maybe a forecast on what you think might happen, because we've still not seen pit stops?
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. We don't know what strategy people are on, right? We don't know who's double stinting, who's doing tyres every stop. We don't know sort of the pace of some of the drivers that are going to get into the car. You can read what you like into a first stint, and fair enough. Sometimes you can gather some good data from it, but it's hardly ever going to be telling of the rest of the race. I've commentated on plenty of virtual endurance championships, and we've done the first sort of 4 hours of a race and gone, yeah, they look like favourites. Wake up in the morning and they're all the way down because their strategy went wrong right at the start, and the knock-on effect of that has put them all the way down. So it's difficult to tell, but early doors, Autotech and Milner look good. But who knows what's to come in the next 22 hours, because again, anything can go wrong at any time.
Yeah, I would like to. I want to keep an eye on Burton Power, because that car has always been quick, with Tommy Valentine, Andy Burton, or Stephen Gilbert behind the wheel. The Pro-Am car, they are the most successful team of 2023, so you'd imagine they will be looking for another good result here at Anglesey. But it's those cars that you see racing super hard, but a little bit further down. Kahuna's race team, the Treble 3, keep an eye on them. Keep an eye on AFK Racing as well. They're down in 11th place as well, but it'll be one of those that's even further down. You may even see Semprini Racing. At the moment, that's got Phil Hart behind the wheel, wherever they are. Let's just grab a quick look. They are down in 17th place, the number 37 car. But Jeremy Evans and Phil Hart, they've raced with each other for a number of years. James Evans, Mark Hart, it's Jeremy Evans, Phil Hart, James Hart, Mark Hart, all in that car, with Callum Perfect. Callum Perfect has raced KAs a lot previously, and David Evans as well. So it's very much a family affair, is that car. But having that, you've got maybe that bit of chemistry that you wouldn't normally have, and you will almost find it harder to have a bad garage environment, so you'll always be high spirits and willing each other on. So I mean, the two I mentioned, Kahuna's race team and AFK Racing, I want to keep an eye on them. But Sabrini Racing, in the long run, I want to keep an eye on them.
Yeah, I mean, we were walking back from doing the podium interviews for the Boxster Cup, and we ran into some of the team members of EnduroKA, and we were just sort of like, what's the plan then? How are you going to get through the day? And they were like, we're going to start the race, we're going to finish the race, and hope nothing really goes on in between. But then sort of went on to say that, we'll see what happens at 3, 4 o'clock. See how grumpy we are. See how much we're sort of tearing each other's throats. That sort of area, and that's where your sort of team dynamic or team chemistry can really play into a factor, because even in those midnight hours, something can go wrong, and you need all hands on deck ready to sort of, to attend to whatever issues, to be ready. And again, if you lack that chemistry, if only one person's doing the heavy lifting and the rest of them are basically asleep, nothing's going to get done. Wheels aren't going to get changed, damage isn't going to be repaired, the car isn't going to be fueled up, and that's then when things get tested. We always say the night is a challenge out on track, but it's even more of a challenge in the pit lane.
Yeah, absolutely. So you find it with mechanics, you'll wander through the pit lane at night and they're collapsed asleep in garden chairs, just trying to get some much needed respite from this 24-hour race. And now we may see a change to the lead. Jack Wright, he had a flash of the lights, a little up to the inside whilst trying to pick their way through some traffic. One of those was the Kagermeister car, and I think the other was the Semprini car of Phil Hart that is out there. Jack Byrne just letting them through. Also one of the cars they will have had to negotiate will have been the 1110 Paul Stout machine. It's just dropped behind the leaders now. But yeah, we nearly saw that change to the lead between Jack Wright and Taylor Norton. However, they remain as they are. I had a quick chat, or a quick sort of hello with Toby Owen down in the pit lane. And Toby Owen, he's been involved in the EnduroKA Winter Sim Series, and has done a lot with EnduroKA throughout their relevant seasons, and has got good relationships at MSVT as well, making it all happen. And Toby said, we're just going to see how it goes. He's in the car next. He just wants to get that car out of the pit lane and then back into the pit lane once he's finished his stint, and then just take the race as it comes.
Easy as that, right? Just get in, drive quick.
Get in, drive quicker than everybody else, and there you go.
Easy as that. That's basically, guys, that's the commentator's guide to winning races. Just go quick, get good, and you'll have no problems.
Yeah, just drive quicker than everybody else. But of course, that car is in the lead of the race. Is Toby Owen's car. Taylor Norton currently behind the wheel. They've still got Jerry DiPrato to get in, Adam Bessel and Mark Witherington. And one thing to note as well, which it becomes effectively, for lack of a better term, and with the team being called Pro-Am, so you do get those arrive and drive cars where some of the drivers will have consistently been in that car for the past couple of seasons because they've got a good bond with the team and a good bond with the mechanics, and maybe it's their local team and they just find that ease of use there. But then you may end up with somebody that is coming in for their first, second, third race in the car, and it effectively becomes a Pro-Am entry. And it's nice to see that change, because you sometimes see teams go, they're about to put their arrive and drive in, we're going to put ours in, or we're going to put our pro in, we're going to put our quick driver in. And it's nice to see the race ebb and flow like that over 24 hours.
Yeah, because again, we touch on that a lot. It's a team game, right? You're going to get a driver into the car, they're going to be a second quicker than the driver who's next going to be in the car. Those different experiences, but it's all about making the group average as high as it possibly can. And with those arrive and drive entries, the other drivers in the car, they have to share the car with them. They have to share the results. They're also presumably paying money to be there. They don't want to be let down by someone who's inexperienced. So that's then when you'll have them giving advice, looking over data together, cheering each other on, and that's really then when the sort of the group effort comes into play. And it's always great to see. And everyone starts somewhere, right?
Yeah.
You don't jump into a car and be quick immediately. And I think EnduroKA, like we've touched on, it's fairly affordable to jump into and do. There are ways around to get your race license, like the Winter Sim Series, awarding the Ynys license in the top 3 in the championship. Loads of different sponsorships that will support sim races or first-time drivers into a series. Content creators and things like that are always good examples of it. Jimmy Broadbent and Britcar and things. And again, you'll always have a way to find yourself onto it, and it's always good to have a nice welcoming environment to sort of find your way nicely into an environment of racing.
Yeah, I'm surprised you went for Jimmy Broadbent. I'm surprised you didn't jump at Ollie Fernal in the
Pro-Am racing.
Yeah, I
didn't want to throw him under the bus because I didn't want to say he's only here because he's content creator. I felt bad.
But Jimmy Broadbent this weekend racing Ginettas,
podium.
yeah, he's finished second in class, didn't he? Very, very well Well done indeed to Jimmy. But you mentioned going over data, and to the untrained eye, you might think, what data is there in these cars? And that can be the case of just watching an onboard, because there's so many different things you can do with just where you place the car to unlock a lot of time. I remember being at the IndyCar 500 a couple of seasons ago, and going out for a pint of lemonade, of course, and seeing we were all staying in a similar hotel. And there was another team over, and they were watching their onboard. So obviously we had the joke of just peering over the wall and started watching their onboards. And believe it or not, they started to unlock a bit more pace. It was good fun. But it's those little things, just figuring out, okay, so in the day, you can brake here. But in the night, the track has slightly evolved, or towards the end of the race, there's a bit more rubber laid down, which means you can brake just a slight bit later, or if the tyres are cold, the tyres are warm, you've got a full fuel, you've got slightly lower fuel. There's so many different things with just where you place the car to unlock time. Added to that, are you going to be smooth? Are you going to be aggressive in this corner? Because it will reward you in very different ways. There's so much that goes into driving one of these Enduro cars. It is quite astonishing, really.
People sort of look at it and think, it's a Ford KA, what's going on?
Yeah.
Like, I've got one, and well, I don't, but say someone who's, like, I see them all the time on the road. Like, how is that a race car? But then you look at it, it's like there is so much that goes into it, so much skill. And sometimes actually the slower cars, the ones that look easier to drive, are actually the ones that are the hardest to get in and make them go quick. Sort of, they're easy to get good with, but very difficult to master. And it's a very unique driving style, because to get this car to go as quickly as possible, you have to be on the limit. It's not like a GT car where you have to be a little bit smooth and quite precise with everything you do. In this, you have to have the confidence to chuck it in and hope it sticks.
Yeah, and I think the lack of traction control is good for that, because you won't necessarily feel it too much in the dry, but in the wet, that's when you've got to be slightly careful on the throttle. They've not got monumental amounts or monumental power figures. Let's be honest, they're not going to spin the world the other way. Let's be honest. But you do find in the wet that you do have to be slightly smoother with all of your inputs. And ABS, it's there or thereabouts. You can use it, you can not use it, you can push through it sometimes. But those are the things that you will find that drivers will have their own way of dealing with, and some of the quicker teams will do certain things to make sure that their drivers extract the most out of the cars. Very touring car-esque, I have to say, by the number 67 machine. That is Original Checkers Racing. Whereabouts are they? They're down in 15th place at the moment, and behind the wheel for that car, as we look over, it is Thomas Hendry. The inside rear wheel of that car lifting off the ground. Very Clio Cup GB-esque, as we've seen this weekend. It's nice to see they're pushing that hard.
We've already made the comparison, haven't we? That it's just the Clio is just slightly slower, but again, with suspension and things, sometimes that is the quickest way round. You know, from go-karting and things like that, with torsion bars and setting up the car, sometimes you do want that inside tyre to lift up, because you know, you're trying to get the weight all the way through, and with how stiffly it is sometimes sprung, it will lift up. It just shows that he is on the limit and driving that car as quickly as it needs to go. Again, with the undulation of angles and things like that, you are going to get things lift up. Nicky Taylor is a great example of it in the Clio Cups, and we'll see him a little bit later on, of course, as part of the Team Kagermeister outfit. So hopefully he's going to be able to get on all right. But that was a great example of commitment with the back right tyre, with how much he was definitely working that tyre out. Let's put it that way.
There was a fair amount of rear locking, wasn't there? It was so impressive to watch, keeping that car under his spell throughout that whole race. We are currently looking at the number 74 Orca Sport car. That's just picking its way up towards Peel at the moment. Whereabouts is that car? Down in 14th place, the number 74 machine, and it has Michael Davies behind the wheel, just behind them. I think that's the number 21 K&F racing car. Whereabouts are they on the order as we glance up towards the timing screen? Typically, the number you look for is always the hardest number to find. They're right the way up in 5th place at the moment, that K&F car. They've been going well so far. That's Adam Bettinson behind the wheel, and they're just starting to chip away at what is Scott Parkin up the road. There's 4.1 seconds. Of course, Scott Parkin isn't that far away from Tom Wood, but Adam Bettinson is reeling a pair of them in by, well, in Scott Parkin's case, 3/10 a lap. In Tom Wood's case, about a 10th a lap. So again, that's going to be 3 cars separated by very little, all fighting over, at the moment, what is 3rd place. And 3rd place on the road can be quite valuable come the end of the race. We've also got Carl Graves, team manager of Graves Motorsport, having a quick chat to his driver. And you might think, oh, that driver's quite short. No, Carl is just that tall. He's a very scary man to go and approach in the pit lane, having to chat to him about 2 of his cars. What had gone wrong? I had to do it twice. It was quite a scary thing to do. And I mean, I'm not the shortest. I'm what, 6'4", 6'5", and seeing Carl towering over me, I'm thinking, right, okay, I've got to now go ask him what's wrong with his car. But yeah, it's nice to see that we've got 3 cars all heading up towards 3rd place, this close, almost after 2 hours already.
Yeah, it's great. It just shows the level of competition. Again, give it 10 hours, we'll see really what the situation is like. But even then, I wouldn't be surprised if we see battles that are this close. Sometimes, after things are going to fork off in terms of strategy and things after pit stops and things. People do different things at different stages, like you say, put different levels of driver in at different stages. But funnily enough, it's sort of like an eye, sort of that shape. It starts really close, it branches out, and then once again sort of tails back in towards the end of the race, and it all congregates once again. That's really then when you see which strategy was the best one. But that sometimes is the name of the game. The early stage is very close, branches off in the middle, and then 9 times out of 10 closes in for hopefully what's going to be a standout finish. Just because it's 24 hours of racing doesn't mean the gaps are going to extend for those whole 24 hours.
Yeah, all of a sudden as well, Scott Parkin is doing a very sort of Milner Racing Autotech Motorsport-esque performance, because Taylor Norton and Jack Wright at the top of the order at the moment, they're 1st and 2nd, are running around a couple of tenths apart as they have been throughout this whole race. We're now seeing Scott Parkin do the same to Tom Wood. They're only a couple of tenths apart, but Adam Bettinson, we very quickly cut to a shot of him going very sideways through the corkscrew. He got that moment collected up and carried on. Into the pit lane, we have had the number 67 machine of Original Checkers Racing, and that's not anything mechanical. They are just the first one to blink. They've come in, they're filling it up with what looks like 2 jugs of fuel, and driver, by the looks of it, is remaining in that car. So I'd love to go down and grab a word with somebody jumping out, but for the moment, I've got a feeling that will remain as it is. Just looking down, I don't think Tom Hendry has got out, or Tom Hendry will have got out of the car naturally because they're refueling, but I didn't see him run away by any means. But you know what, I'll go down to the pit lane, I'll figure it out. Jack Byrne is also in the Team Jägermeister car as well, so if I can grab a driver, I absolutely will do. And yeah, Jack Byrne has got out of the car and the gloves are off, so I think we may see a change there.
Yeah, awesome stuff. So that was of course the Carlsborough car coming in, of course getting some very nice headway in the YouTube chat. But yeah, they're getting through that and ready to go back out again as well. But yeah, the 44, the Jägermeister car is in of Byrne. Of course, we will see a couple of other drivers take to that. Lewis Gee, Nicky Taylor, and John Glenverin as well as Jack Bryan, of course, who is in the car at the moment. Jack's going to go in there and have a lovely little chat with him. Again, I cannot stress how grateful I am to Jack Bryan for throwing him down and doing all that, because it saves me the effort. We've been chilling in some fairly comfortable chairs up in the commentary booth, standing up occasionally if we need to get a couple of visuals of some cars that may be gone off or whatever, but it's been a long day for us. We got to the circle at 20 to 8 this morning, and we're going to be here until 9 o'clock this evening, as is the run of the day in terms of the schedule. But it's all worth it, because here at Anglesey, it's been so impressive, and I hope everyone watching along at home is enjoying it. Those watching along trackside as well, you're having some fun. Beautiful views, of course, of Anglesey, both the glorious Ford KAs on circuit, and then, of course, the Welsh scenery that is around you. I've got a beautiful view out of the commentary box of the coast and surrounding areas. It's just, yeah, it is absolutely breathtaking as to the scenery that you've got. But there you can see the Jägermeister car is in the pit lane, so I think maybe Jack might be able to have a slight word with the pilot of the 44 machine, if he's able to, of course, if they're going to be swapping out. But there you can see ready with fire extinguishers, ready with fuel hoses and things as well. 22 hours, 1 minute left to go. Kahunas is in as well.
On the line.
So we are down in the pit lane as well. Jack Byrne, fresh out of the Jägermeister car. First question, I suppose, has got to be, you've been busy in Europe this year with Clio Cup Europe, and we've seen Clio Cup GB here already this weekend. Bit of a change from the norm, no?
Yeah, definitely. I don't think the Clio has nearly as much power as the car, so I'm trying to get used to all the power these have, to be honest. So yeah, so far so good. It's they're a lovely car to drive, really nice handling, but it's just trying to keep it going till the end.
And obviously it's all about, I guess, momentum, keeping it smooth but with the right amount of aggression. So is that something that puts you a little bit back to basics, almost like karting again?
Yeah, absolutely. You really have to be gentle on these. It's not a car with slicks that you can kind of hang over a little bit more. So yeah, all smooth, trying to keep the speed up, like you say, like cars. So yeah.
And maybe the plan for the next, presumably the next time you get in, it'll be dark, or at least maybe getting lighter again. So do you change anything with your driving style with that, or do you just keep it on the road?
Yeah, keep it on the road. I think getting through the night's probably one of the most important parts. Not speed, not anything, just consistency and getting through it. So it's my first night stint ever, so we'll try see where we're going for a start.
Great stuff. Best of luck for the rest of the race, Jack. In the meantime, just behind us, we have had another car into the pit lane as well. We'll try and grab somebody when they jump out, but of course, they will be very hot indeed. They're probably eager to take their helmet off. So that's the number 2 NJM car just jumping in to the pit lane, and it was Jamie Moore slamming the door, making sure that he can get that pit stop completed as quickly as possible. And the pit stops are well and truly underway now, so what we'll do is we'll pass back up to you for the moment, Zach, and then as and when we've got an interview, we'll be back with you.
Thank you very much, Jack Warrell. Again, appreciating all the interviews down in the pit lane. He's going to stay down there and hopefully have a chat with as many drivers as he can. It's always probably, I'd assume, it's a driver's worst nightmare seeing a commentator with a microphone walk up to them. Also coming into the pit lane is the 180 Shine Automotive. Tom Wood at the wheel of that machine was in a pretty close fight, it must be said, with the 12 Pro-Am Racing of Scott Parkin. They were in a respective sort of slight train that they had going on there right at the end of the pit lane, so it'll be a nice easy run out. The 21 of Kenneth Racing, Adam Bentonson, comes into the pit lane as well, so we've got pretty much a huge pit stop phase running their way in now. There's no dedicated pit window to sort of allocate, so it's not as a case of they have half an hour every 2 hours to come in. It is just a case that round about the fuel can last between 2 hours and 2 hours 20, so they can come in whenever they want. Apart from the first lap, that doesn't count towards their mandatory pit stop. But when it comes to anywhere else, it is just a free-for-all. You can come in whenever you need. There's no minimum pit stop time as well, so it is just drive in, fuel up, tyres change, driver in, and out you go as quickly as you can. It's not like other championships where they're capped at, say, a 90-second minimum. So if they complete it under 90 seconds, they have to wait or anything like that. It is just, if you can fuel the car and service the car as quickly as you can, do it, because that is the name of the game. And making the most of every single opportunity you can. Pit stops is one of them, and again, as important as driving the car is, being quick in the pit stops is just as, if not sometimes more important to the overall narrative of the race. On track, you can see the little duo that have been keeping each other company for quite a while. They've not been they've not been lonely, has Taylor Norton and Jack Wright of Autotech and Milner Racing respectively in the 65 and 46. They've been nose to tail all race long for the last now 2 hours, 21 hours and 57 minutes left to go for the EnduroKA 24 hours of Anglesey, the second ever running of it. Back in 2022 was the inaugural. What a race and what a spectacle that it was.
Cheers, Zach. And yeah, back down in the pit lane, slightly further down this time with Toby Owen. Toby, you're no strangers to the Enduro cars, and let's be honest, Autotech, they know what they're doing, and Taylor Norton, he knows what he's doing, out there leading the way. Is that an extra weight on your shoulders before you get in?
No. I love this place. Led here when we were here 2 years ago, so looking forward to getting back out on track and doing some racing. Taylor's done an absolutely phenomenal job. He's got to pass the baton. I've got to keep going. Milner are looking strong as well. They've been in our wheel tracks the whole time, so it's going to be a tasty race.
I chatted to you earlier, that's not something you plan, is it just something you fall into, maybe just working with a team that maybe you don't really know that well?
Yeah, I mean, there's been no formal agreement between us and Milner, but I mean, if you battle, you run the risk of damage and you lose yourselves time, so I think they've both been quite sensible out there and not battled, so yeah, and we're pulling away as a result, so going well so far. We're doing well in the first 2 hours. Another 22 to go.
Great stuff. Well, I'll let you get ready because I'm sure Taylor will be in very shortly. But yeah, best of luck for the rest of the race, Toby. Great to have a chat. We do also have Costa Creasis behind us. We'll try and grab a word with him in a few moments' time. But Toby's getting ready to go out. In the meantime, Zach, back up to you.
Always nice to have a word with the driver if and when we can. Toby Owen, of course, very involved with the EnduroKA, of course, is one of the drivers behind the scenes of the Winter Sim Series and all of the hard work that goes in, so definitely cares very deeply about this championship, and of course, as he said, is running very well as part of the Autotech Motorsport outfit. That 65 machine at the moment is leading the way, so not doing too bad, to be perfectly honest, but still a long race ahead of them. There is a fight on track, a couple of fights actually on track at the moment after pit stops have funneled themselves out, but a couple of those duos that were, or even packs that we saw before the pit stops, will have branched off from each other ever so slightly due to deviances in pit stop strategy, whether they change tyres or not, I don't think. Actually, no, I say that. We are seeing a couple of cars jacked up on action stands. The 275 and the 21 is one of them. The 275 being Team Lifeline and the 21 being KNF Racing. So they are going to be changing at least one set of tyres. So sometimes teams might only change the front two, sometimes they might only change the back two. Typically you see the fronts change more than the rears because they're the ones doing the steering and the powering. So they're the ones under primarily the amount of force that the car will be having. They have to deal with a lot more of the lateral load and therefore will wear quicker, but the rears too are also important just to keep that rear end stability. So it is important to change all of them, and yeah, hopefully it's going to be very good indeed. Just going to work the commentary volume is a little bit quiet. I'm going to try and turn myself up. Let us know in the YouTube chat if it is any better. Brian, we're not going to be commentating for the entirety of the 24 hours. Effectively, it'll be myself, Zach Sweeney, Jack Rowell talking you through the action until 9 PM for those in the UK tonight. So about 2 hours and 44 minutes left until we say goodbye for the evening. And then we'll be back straight away, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning to talk you to the end of the race. 275 though, as you can see, getting tyres changed, back off the trolley jacks, we'll back out into the fast lane and ready to run for their next stint. The 275 now still got Stuart McIntyre in the car and will be continuing on from what he was doing. The 22 as well is in the pit lane and back to Trac Môn. As you can see, some fantastic Ford KAs running their way around. But keep the engagement coming in the YouTube chat. It's absolutely fantastic to see. Me and Jack don't bite. We've been told not to. So, you know, give us your thoughts, feelings, queries, questions, whatever to tickle your fancy really, because we're here and we'd love anything to talk about. So far away, we're constantly checking the chat and we love that everyone at home is so involved. Into the pit lane, by the way, has come the 46mm Racing of Jack Wright. Let's see what they're going to be doing relative to the 65. I think that might have been prompted by a bit of circumstance because the Autotech car, as you can see, is being caught up in a little bit of traffic. So that's going to slow them down relative to Jack Wright in terms of the pit stops and could well allow Milner to find their way through. And probably seeing that traffic said, nah, come on, let's come into the pit lane, let's get away from that traffic, let's have some clear air and run in clean air for as long as we can. But there we are in the pit lane. That's the 46. That's P2 of the Milner Racing car. Jack Wright. Are they changing tyres? I think they are. They've got a jack ready. They've got tyres ready. After just 2 hours into this race, tyres already necessarily needing to be changed, being fueled up, obviously. And then they'll work their way back out onto the track. But I think we might be having a word with one of the drivers. Not entirely sure if Jack's down there or not. No, I don't think he is. I don't think we're going to quite have a word with one of the drivers, but maybe Jack Wright, if there is a driver getting ready, could be jumping in, although I think they do have to go out of the car and then jump back into them again. But some words being exchanged, maybe between mechanic and driver, as he eagerly anticipates going back into the Ford KA and back out on circuit as well. Maybe a bit of advice being shared as well from team member to driver, just to again to say maybe you need to sort out your line going into this corner, or you know, the typical hand movements that racing drivers and racing fans communicate with. We all do that. We all talk with our hands. We all mimic the cars with our hands and things like that. It's almost the universal sign that you know you're talking to a racing driver, is the way they speak with their hands. Fuel is in. Of course, the fuel caps get screwed back on. Some of them need keys, some of them don't. So sometimes that is a bit of an advantage that some cars can have. If it's the model that doesn't have a key that has to, turn the fuel cap and stuff, you can save a couple of seconds there. But let's watch a tyre change. Look at that. Formula 1 record pace, obviously, but no. And the good news as well is that the hub has studs, as opposed to the wheel nuts being bolts. That's what can happen there. Dropped wheel nut from one of the mechanics before they then screw it back on and get it nice and tight. But as you can see, it's studs. So the studs guide the wheel onto the hub, as opposed to you having to line up the holes to where they screw it to the threads. So it means that you can get the wheel on nice and quickly, get it screwed on, get it done up, and get it torqued. You saw there, torquing the wheels until it clicks, make sure it's on there nice and tight, and then it can get back out there. Very nicely done, it must be said, by the Milner guys. Jack Wright is able to get himself back out onto circuit, and nicely done. Hopefully that wheel doesn't fall off. It didn't look to be too bad because it was torqued up and all done properly. That's how your local garage should do it, ladies and gents. That's how they should be that effective at sorting your tyres out. Up, off, on, torqued and gone. And we're down to Jack to talk
down here with Zach, with Jack, other commentators, Zach. So we've got Jack Wright down here with us from Milner Racing. I'm surprised you didn't leave a trail of fire behind you. One out on circuit, and that pit stop, that was quick, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, we've been practicing our pit stops because we've had a bit of a bad luck in this year and last year. We had infringements, so wanted to make sure we get it right this time, and so we don't lose it in the pit stops, because on a 24-hour race, there's that many pit stops, it can be won on them, so we need to make sure we're right with it.
Yeah, and you'll have to correct me if I'm wrong. That cost you potentially the win at Silverstone as well, didn't it? Just a pit stop infringement.
We won at Donington last year, won outright, got a 2-lap penalty, so came 6th. And then again, Silverstone, first round of the year, won then and got another 2-lap penalty, but thankfully was that far ahead. We still got 2nd, which is a bit sweet, really.
And the start of that race, I mean, we've chatted to drivers from both teams so far, and is that sort of a bit of a gentleman's agreement of, you know what, if we battle, we'll lose time and risk damage, so let's just work together, try and pull away, build that gap, and then fight it out later?
Well, I felt like when I was in front and Taylor was behind, we was both losing time. I felt like he was quicker. Down the back straight, back here you get a real pull when you get in the draft, and he was just coming past me every time, and I thought, let him pass, and then as soon as I did, we started going quicker on the lap time, so I knew that was the best way. Just keep on his bumper and we'll go around together. So, and it seems like we got a good gap, so it must have worked.
And next in when it's dark, what time's that for you?
I think that will be about 2 o'clock maybe, something like that. So hopefully, as long as the kids go to bed, I'll get a bit of peace and quiet and get myself down for a couple of hours and then get back out in the dark. So I've done it here before in the dark a couple of years ago, and it is real fun, so I'm glad I'm getting out there.
Amazing, congrats on the first stint, best of luck for the rest of the race. Zach, back up to you.
A very busy stint is Jack Rell. He's doing a fantastic job. Not quite emulating of his dad, Mark. Of course, is over in Zandvoort and loves to run the circuits each and every single race. But definitely getting the physical side of commentary. It's not an easy job. It is. We talk about race cars and we get paid to do it. It's a pretty easy life, to be honest. Quite enjoy it. But I hope you are all enjoying, again, at home. If you are just tuning in, we're here on MSVT Racing on the YouTube channel. Make sure to like, subscribe, all of that snazzy stuff to stay up to date with all things racing, because we cover absolutely everything when it comes to MSVR Club Championships and a lot more as well. So if you are a motorsport fan, there'll be something that you'll be able to enjoy as you sort of explore the endless times of UK motorsport. Autotech now work their way into the pit lane. The 46 actually you saw there of Milner, that was them unlapping them. They lost over a lap in the pit stop because they're only running about 90 seconds a lap. You're probably losing maybe 2.5 minutes doing a pit stop. So let's see how effective Taylor Lawton in Autotech can get in and out of the pit lane. Also, we'll be interested to see whether or not they change tyres as well, because they've been going on for 2 hours 15. There they are in the pit lane. First and foremost, will they obviously change drivers, similar to what we saw from Milner? That's of course now got McDonald at the wheel. And will they be changing tyres? You can see a jack there and a wheel gun ready, so I assume they will be changing tyres after they're fueled up. So again, the fronts needing to be changed after a pretty battered and bruised first stint, I'm sure, as the battles that ensued early on for that fight for the lead. But let's see how they get in and out, because again, that stop by Milner looked very smooth. I mean, there was the drop wheel nut, but didn't really take too much off the overall stop time, half a second. But like me and Jack were saying, that's sometimes the kind of things that add up over a time. I've just seen, by the way, as they come onto the pitch straight, the 95, the 21, the 333 and the 180 all making their way into turn one. There's a bit of contact as the 95 gets bullied wide. That's the KA Doodle-Doo getting pushed wide by the Kahuna's car, which definitely was not backing out into turn one. Then, of course, the 180 of Shine Automotive. That is a fight for track position. So Shine Automotive is at the moment French versus Perkins, both of whom have now only just got into the car, hitting the ground running quite effectively, it must be said. Really not backing down from a fight one bit, and that very much got closer for comfort. Of course, you're watching along in the pit lane. That's what you can see. The 65, long list of drivers on the side. Taylor Norton, Toby Owen, the likes of, of course, a little further down, you can see Taylor Norton, Toby Owen, Mark Witherington, Rich Prato, and Adam Bessel as well. So one of those five driver entries to the one car. There they are, driver changes, seat adjustments, seat belts all need to be checked. Again, you don't want to go out there and, especially going down the corkscrew, find out your wheel seat belt's loose and all of that. So making sure the driver's comfortable, because they're going to be in the car for a good hour and a half, 2 hours, 2.5 hours at a time. And last thing you want is to have your seat a little bit further forward, or maybe the seat be leaning too far forward or backwards, or anything like that that makes you feel uncomfortable. Comes off the trolley jacks though. Where is Milner? They started that last lap a lap down. Where are they? I am now just looking out the commentary box window. The 65 leaves the pit lane. Where is the 65? They are now working their way through the corkscrew. Oh, sorry, there's 46. 65 is leaving the pit lane. The 46 is working their way actually back into pit lane, I believe. They are. What has happened to... Oh no, sorry, that's the 48. That's the 48 coming back into pit lane. The 46, I should say, is now working its way through the final corner, so not to panic for Milner Racing fans. The 46 is now coming through into turn one, so a sizable gap actually from Autotech back to Milner. That was the original battle for the lead, and it's now actually separated by a fairly substantial amount. We are waiting for a couple of teams to come in. Burton Power are one of them. Orcasport as well are yet to come into the pit lane. They're the only two cars yet to stop. So Burton Power, of course, Tom Valentine at the wheel, waiting a long, long time into this race. They were running P3 before the other two came into the pit lane. So at the moment, provisionally P1. How will this strategy affect as they go on? Because obviously the longer your stints are, maybe the less you'll have to do, or at the very least, the shorter they can become, the longer you postpone them. So Valentine doing a very, very good job with the longevity of this stint. And let's see, as Ollie Ferner fans, Basic Ollie gets into the Pro-Am racing machine, by the way, after they exit from the pit stop. That's the number 12, running P4 currently. Toby Owen gets into the Autotech machine as well, so a number of driver changes to note, but the man himself, Oliver Ferner, is into the Pro-Am racing car, hopefully to maintain the great pace that the original driver was able to set. And once again, back from his travels, he's here, Jack Rowell.
Yeah, once again out of breath with those stairs.
They're a pain, aren't they?
Yeah, it was good to chat to a load of our drivers down there, really, and get a bit of an insight into what goes into getting these cars to the end. And speaking to Jamie Moore from K&F Racing and Moore's Motors, we've found that normally you see changing both front tyres. No. One, you tend to change the front left here, because that's where a lot of the load goes into, and you spend so much time relying on that front left. You can average, annoyingly, about 3 hours. So you can either sort of leave it, but then have to pit an hour into a stint, or you can change it when you change drivers, and it means that you're sort of missing out on what could be an extra couple of pit stops that you don't have to make. And again, it's the little things that you don't think about. Oh, you're just changing one tyre, but you've got two wheel guns, so why don't you do what Jamie Moore did and have two in one hand and just bang, bang, get 4 nuts off in the time it would normally take you to do 2, and you speed up your pit stop. And Milner Racing, that is really going to help them and potentially put them in even further into the lead of the race.
Yeah, of course, we did see the pit stop from Milner, and there was a dropped wheel nut, which doesn't help. But yeah, I mean, all hands on deck. If you're only changing one tyre, sometimes it can get a little bit, cluttered if you've got too much going on at once. But if you're able to execute it smoothly, it did end up being quite a smooth pit stop. But it wasn't quick enough to stop Autotech from really benefiting Toby Owen getting into the car a good sort of 15 or so seconds clear of Milner Racing at the line. They came out a decent chunk behind them, did McDonald. So unfortunate. But if they can continue that smooth run of pit stops, then they should be all good indeed. Some very good lap times coming in as well from the majority of the runners, and those that want to get into the car need to acclimatise themselves nice and quickly as well. We're seeing a final couple of pit stops make their way down. Yeah, it would be interesting to see the exact pit stop times of Autotech compared to Milner. Unfortunately, we don't have that. Otherwise, it would be nice. But they came into the pit stops basically matched. They've come out of the pit stops with a decent chunk of time between them.
Yeah, I was looking. The Milner time, unfortunately, isn't showing up for us. But the Autotech car of Toby Owen, from pit in to pit out, was 2 minutes 47.6. Milner Racing, it says they've been into the pit lane, but doesn't show their pit time, unfortunately, which is a bit of a shame, because I was hoping we might be able to bring that information to you. I'm just having a quick look. We've now found another page, and that's 3 minutes and 8 seconds. So even with a pit stop that looked quicker, it was still slightly slower with Jack Wright behind the wheel. In terms of any other information that we can bring you, flicking through the TSL pages, we are seeing a couple of track limits warnings coming through, and I was speaking to them downstairs, people in timekeeping and what have you, and they said drivers are starting to just wander the wrong side of those track limits, and that is costing teams penalties. We've got a couple of cars with 10 lap penalties being applied, presumably for those track limits. So LDR Performance, granted they're already in the pit lane, but we've also got a 20 lap penalty being applied to Cadoodle-Doo Racing. There's a 10 lap penalty being applied to NJM Racing. The same goes for Team Kagermeister, Team Lifeline and Subaru Racing, all on the timing screen we've got and the timing screen online, showing them the 10 lap penalties, and that's quite substantial to be added at the end of the race.
Yeah, and that's going to be the difference, right? I mean, everyone's going to wander outside track limits at least once,
yeah,
right? It's going to happen. 24 hours, the amount of laps that you're churning, you're going to go outside. I think the aim of the game is not to not do it, it's to limit the amount of times that you do it. Because, yeah, everyone makes mistakes, you're going to go wide. Probably are going to see a lot more of those penalties being applied, but if you could have one less than your competitors, then you're going to be laughing compared to them in terms of laps turned. It'd be interesting to see what the gap between the top 10, let's say, at the end of the race will be, and whether or not a 10 lap penalty will be decisive. You'd assume it would be, as one of our final pit stoppers come out. Of course, the 48 of the Purple Sector Racing, they were one of the last people to come in. They have now just emerged from the pit lane at the moment, these drivers they emerge. But chipping down these hours quite thick and fast, it probably won't be long until we see them back in.
No, absolutely not. We're already ticking past 6:30 in the evening, so what we do have, at least with us, is another 2.5 hours if you're unfortunate enough to be sticking with us for that long. But Toby Owen, in the lead of the race, has gone through and broken the beam. It's Ollie Fernell that has picked up second place in Pro-Am Racing. Of course, that car started this race with, who was it? Scott Parkin behind the wheel at the start of the race for that car. And what a cracking shot we're looking at the moment on our screens of fuel rushing into the Orca Sport car. As a quick check just to make sure that the car will take more. That is the number 74 machine in the pit lane. They came in from quite high up the order. They were, what, 7th, maybe even 6th place by the time they came in. And that currently has, or at least on the way in, it had Michael Davies behind the wheel. But you can see the driver change taking place now. But Ollie Fernell is indeed up into second place. Taking over the number 46 Milner car is Deedon McDonald. So Deedon McDonald into what was originally one of those cars that was effectively 3/10 off the race lead, but is now almost 20 seconds. That's how important pit stops are. 2.5 hours of racing spent 3/10 apart. One pit stop and they're 20 seconds apart.
Yeah, exactly. And that's how quickly the narrative can change. Of course, Milner, it wasn't a bad stop from them. I think it's more telling of how good Autotech's stop was, because they both did everything, full tank of fuel and the front left tyre being changed. But apart from that, there was the only differences, of course, were how swift they were able to get it done. So Toby Owen getting in the car, and of course now acclimatising himself quite nicely to the circuit. Of course, in terms of pace, the lap time being done by the number 12. Fernald doing a 1:32.4 that last time by, 32.5 set by McDonald. So of the top three, basically he's doing a pretty good job.
He is, isn't he? He's not that far away at all from those cars up the road. Of course, Shine Automotive yet to come through. There has been a bit of shuffling in the order, so Shine Automotive should just be coming through the final couple of corners now and over the line. That is the 180 machine currently behind the wheel. They have Colin French. And then it's the Kahunas car, which seems to have jumped its way right the way up through the order since those pit stops. So keep an eye on that treble 3 car. That's one of the cars I mentioned earlier. Ian Perkins now behind the wheel. Of course, we did see Phil Truman start that car. The max driver time, I think, is 2.5 hours, 2 hours 20 minutes, something like that. The drivers can spend as a maximum amount of time in the car. So a lot of the teams were pushing that coming into the pit. So we'll have to keep an eye on that throughout this race. Burton Power Racing should be coming over the line in a couple of moments' time. They have just gone over the line. We're waiting for it to update. It says Tommy Valentine is behind the wheel. We know that can't be the case. It will have to either be Andy Burton or Stephen Gilbert. So we'll wait for that to update. Somebody I will go and chat to at some point, whether it be tonight or tomorrow, is Leon Bridgeway. He's currently behind the wheel of the number 3 Wingate Racing machine. And Leon Bridgeway, he's driven many a race car aside from the EnduroKA that he's in now, but he just seems to get behind the wheel and immediately be on the pace. And he is immediately into the 1:31. 1:31.811, the only driver on that previous lap to still be in those 31s.
Even quicker as well. As approach the line of 31.499, so finding more and more time as he acclimatises himself.
3/10 off the fastest lap of the race.
I know, and that's crazy. I mean,
with a full tank.
Yeah, that's not bad going. I mean, it'll be a fresh front left, but apart from that, yeah, that's good going from Bridgeway, and that's what you want as a driver who just gets in and gets on with it, doesn't faff around with trying to get up to date with the car and how it handles. Just get in the muscle memory and drive the car fastly, because the gap on that last lap to the Kahunas car, the Ian Perkins, that last lap by was a 33.0 for them. Of course, that's then 1.5 seconds quicker. They're only 30 seconds behind, so it's only going to take them, a good 17, 18 laps to close in?
Yeah, and they have that time available to them. We'll see the various battles really start to come to a head throughout the next, I want to say, couple of hours, but I don't even think it will be that. I think it will be the next hour. We will really start to see the order change around and potentially find itself somewhat level come the end of the next stint. But Bidgeway, he's doing what he needs to do, that 31.499. The more fuel that comes out of that car, the warmer the tyres kept sideways was the Kahunas car, desperately trying to pick their way through and past the Rover Rage Motorsport car. That was, I'm not sure who it was behind the wheel of the Rover car. Let's have a quick look. Car number 41, whereabouts are they on the order? They're currently sat in 10th place, and they have Rick Lawrence behind the wheel. But clearly Ian Perkins in the treble 3 Kahunas car, he's comfortable because he's pushing on. Leon Bidgeway didn't go quicker that time. He just posted a 1:31.556. It's still the only driver in the 31s. I said he would get in and go quick, and immediately bit between his teeth, away he goes.
And he's only half a tenth off, lap by lap. Obviously, we'll see what he does this time, because the more laps you do, the more representative the consistency is. But to go and do 2 laps consecutively within half a tenth of each other is remarkable consistency. If he's able to keep that up, obviously it's going to change. You're going to get traffic and things that is obviously going to affect your lap time. You'll make a mistake at some point, whatever. The car itself, track conditions will change, and lap times will go up. But as long as you can minimise mistakes and run at a fairly competitive pace, because again, it's all relative. If you slow down, but also everyone else slows down, it's still fine, because relative to everyone else, you're still okay. But if he's able to keep it up, they could be laughing, and by the end of his stint, at the very least, be inside the top 5, because Ian Perkins isn't too far off the Shine Automotive of French in P4. That's the 180. Realistically, he could be aiming for this stint to be inside the top 4.
Yeah, that's very realistic. I'm sure. I'd imagine that will happen. Andy Burton as well, he's got behind the wheel of the Burton Racing car, so he's racing his own car. Let's see what Andy can do from where he is. Ollie Fernal over the line, that time through, matching Toby Owen's pace for the lead, so the gap remains around about 10.5 seconds, 10.7 seconds as he broke the beam, and it is the number 46 car, of course, Milner Racing, Declan McDonald. Declan out there and lapping pretty much on pace with those cars around him, sat there in third place. The race has got to the point where we've been through one cycle of pit stops, and everybody's sort of settled down and got into their rhythm. But that can all get thrown back up in the air again in maybe even a couple of minutes time if we have a car pitting slightly off sequence. One of the cars that I did see come into the pit lane twice, car number 67, original Checkers Racing. They're up into 13th place. We saw them do their proper pit stop with fuel and driver change and potential tyre change as well. But then they came in very briefly. It wasn't a drive-through. I don't know whether they had a slight fuel leak or they didn't quite close the fuel cap on the car correctly, because the scrutineer was there watching over it. So I don't know whether they came in, gave it a couple of extra turns, slammed the fuel wheel shut, and away they went. But it didn't seem like a planned pit stop.
No, and it's a shame because, again, coming back in to sort of do the extra service would have taken them 2 seconds. But because they had to take the full penalty of driving through the pit lane, a 2-second mistake has cost them, say, 30 seconds, right? Or even, maybe some more, or maybe a little less, give or take, right? And that's, again, motor racing. You need to make sure you get it done right. If they'd have taken an extra 2 seconds the initial time around, they'd have saved themselves on aggregate 28 seconds relative to pit stop time. But those are mistakes that you learn with experience and hope to minimise to not replicate them. There's the EnduroKA car, which definitely looks a little bit beaten up. Used, I must say. That 74 machine at the moment running P11, a lap off the top 10, but again, we've said things can change. A lap realistically isn't that much. Don't forget, we could also have safety cars over the duration of today, which would bunch everyone up. Definitely make for a very interesting strategical game if people were to put under safety car and things, but that's not completely out of the question. The night time, we've touched on, is going to be a different beast and really shake up the order. Before we go to bed tonight, look at the order, memorise it, and realise how different it's going to be when we wake up and come here tomorrow at 9 AM to pick the broadcast back up, because I can all but guarantee it's, at the very least, 80% of the time the tower will look different.
Oh, 100%. It will not look anything like it does at present. Currently seeing... He spotted something potential as well. We had another car dive into the pit lane. A safety car has been deployed. Now, who are we missing? And who hasn't come through? I was going to mention Logpreet Baines. He's fighting away with Paul Stout, albeit they're a lap apart. So the safety car, quite literally, is being deployed. Leave it with me. I'll go find out.
Jack Bell's going to go do some snooping. I did see the safety car come up on the broadcast. I looked, and obviously the safety car, which is so beautifully named, is also a Ford KA, looking fantastic, and has been the safety car for the entire event. So that car's been out with the Porsche Club Championships, clears and things like that, and leading the way. Not sure as to why the safety car is out. No one seems to be off, which tells me that could be debris or fluids on the track, something along those lines. If there was a fuel leak and there is fuel on the track, that's slippery, that's dangerous, it's something that needs to be sorted out. But at first glance, there's no problems and no need to call a safety car. It is waiting for the leader to come through, I assume, to pick them up. Also, a couple of drivers getting the board as to say stay out. There's no need to pit under the pit lane or pit under the safety car because you've already done it. So there's no need to do it again. We'll just lose track position and time. But still waiting for the safety car to actually be deployed. Everyone is reduced to a full course yellow pace, around about half race speed. I'd love to see what Jack can find out as to why the safety car has been deployed, because we're all looking up here in the commentary booth, the entire media team, and we're perplexed as to why the safety car has been called. Unless it can be at the corkscrew, there's nothing at the corkscrew, there's no one at the top of the hill, there's no one anywhere. No recovery trucks have been deployed, from what we can tell. Maybe because it's not been bunched up. If anyone's got any ideas, let us know in the YouTube chat what you're thinking. And maybe there's something in the pit lane. There's the course car being deployed onto circuit, the BMW NSVR course car. Not sure as to, again, why. Presumably to pick up a driver that's stranded. We have no idea. So, yes, the safety car is out on track. It has picked up the leader, the there you can see, the fastest KA on circuit. But yeah, maybe we'll catch something on the cameras as to where the nerve-wracking car is. We were literally just talking about safety cars, me and Jack, about, you know, it can still happen, and it would very much change the dynamic of the race should it happen, bunch everyone back up again, particularly, of course, our front lot of Autotech Pro-Am Milner. They're all going to be bunched up, albeit with a couple of lap cars in between them on track, but definitely a lot better than what the 10-second gap between them were. Yeah, no idea. Jack does seem to be back, unless he's not left yet, I don't know. Yeah. Your guess is as good as mine, YouTube chat. Have you found something out, Jack? Have you discovered the reason? What is it?
We are such a wholesome group here at Anglesey and MSVR, aren't we? What was the question I asked at the start of the day? Those marshals posts that are sat in the middle of the circuit, they've got a full day from 9 AM this morning we've been working. And then we had a 40-minute break for lunch. And then we started a 24-hour race. They're out there for 24 hours, having started for so long, having started the day so early. That's a long time to be out there. Safety cars some will be changing, but the course cars out there as well. Who's dropping off hot food to our wonderful Anglesey marshals? You can't say we don't look after them.
That is great. That is fantastic. I love that. That's brilliant. The EnduroKA is into the pit lane, by the way, in regards to the relevance of the race. We were looking out the windows as to what's going on. There's been no recovery vehicles dropped off. My guess was the fuel leak or whatever's on the track. There's fluids or whatever, but no, it is just eat deliveries, basically, to the marshal posts.
Yeah, we are delivering hot food to our wonderful Anglesey marshals that we wouldn't be able to do this event without. So immediately running over to the course car is one of the marshals just to grab some nice hot food for them, and then we'll be able to get the race back underway. So if you were on strategy and it would have worked for you, potentially diving into the pit lane, there you can see the marshals picking up some nice hot food and running back to their respective marshals posts. The safety car is just coming through. What this has done, however, those nice big 20 seconds that Autotech have gained, that's going to come down to behind the safety car. What is at least 6.5 seconds?
Well, yeah, of course, like I say, they have got a couple of cars. They've got the 95, the 21. That also is the 41 as well, just in behind at least. Then comes the Carbon car. Then is the number 12 Pro-Am. Then two cars back is the 46 Milner. So there is a few cars in between them, but after that, after they've cleared the traffic, 4 or 5 seconds is nowhere near as bad as 15.
No, the course car is currently sat there up at post 7 now, so it's Marshall's post 2, 7 and I think 10 that are being delivered some nice hot food because the wonderful people, the wonderful Orange Army that we have out there doing such a brilliant job. Pro-Am Racing and Ollie Fernal, he's closed up, of course, on Toby Owen in the lead. 4.8 seconds at least it was behind the safety car last time through. We will get some more confirmed times. But what we are going to do next time by, we're going to tick over lap 100.
Yeah, big milestone. Well, for most anyway. The lead lap will tick over lap 100 and probably the first of many. Also, if you look up in the sky, anyone trackside, you'll see a lovely paraglider who's going to get a lovely view of the circuit. Hopefully you can take some nice snaps of some aerial views of Anglesey, but I could never do that. I'd never be able to do that. There he is.
Yeah, and look at him, or look at them, I should say. Look at them looking down over the circuit. Yeah, you might not be tuned in. If you're on YouTube up there, that would be great.
What the service is like.
Yeah, I'd imagine it would probably not be that great. At least in the paddock, there is the occasional blind spot, which I've slowly started to locate and navigate myself around. I've had to move my car just in search of 4G throughout this evening. But looking at the field, everybody's just picking their way through the final corner now. And once the safety car crosses the line, that's 100 laps completed. That's no mean feat at all. That's a lot of mileage that we've completed already. So 21 hours and 20 minutes of this race to go. And what I can do is actually bring up the amount of mileage we have completed since the start of the race. So the total distance covered from green flag to now, with every single car added up, is 2,966 miles. And we've done that in 2.5 hours. That's a lot of mileage we've completed already.
Yeah, that's good going. And with only one pit stop as well. So there we go. If you want a nice economical car, get yourself a Ford KA. Probably the best advert for them in terms of reliability, if they can all survive the 24 hours and with good fuel mileage, is it a 4K?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the order as well. Toby Owen's in a nice good spot, obviously at the front of the order, but he's got 1, 2, 3, 4 cars between himself and Ollie Fernell. Ollie Fernell has got 1 car between himself and Declan McDonald, and then the next car he's looking for is the Shine Automotive car, which is 1, 2, wow, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cars back before we get to Colin French. So Toby Owen is in the best position. Actually, now Declan McDonald is in the best position. He's got 10 cars between himself and the car behind. Ollie Fernell, he's in the worst. He might have a bit of defending to think about straight off the bat.
Maybe so, but we have seen that racing drivers know how to have racecraft and work together, particularly if Toby Owen and Eurotech, the last thing they want is to let him get away and breach that gap over sort of 10, 11, 12, maybe up to 20 seconds. If they are able to work together to clear the traffic, because again they're going to have to get through those 6 cars before they even think about going after Toby Owen. Do it together, because at least then you've got one less thing to think about before you then go back going again.
Oh yeah, which we are doing now. So it is Toby Owen that leads the field around, and what we have to think about now, it will be a very odd feeling for Toby Owen, because he will have never seen so much clear track in front of him, and effectively has the full 1.54 mile Anglesey coastal circuit in front of him that he can drive into and not really worry about catching too much traffic along the way. So as we look further down the order, immediately Ollie Fernell has picked his way through and past some traffic, and has only got 2 cars between himself and Toby Owen. But Declan McDonald, he's got the same idea, hasn't he?
Yeah, exactly, but a nice clean getaway, it must be said. Toby Owen is just having an absolute rocket ship of a start, not wasting any time to kick things off. Of course, we're having a number of cars go side by side, not wasting any time up the hill towards Rocket Inn. A number of them will be on different laps, and of course, therefore, won't be going for position. But there you can see the Pro-Am car, of course, basically Ollie Fernell, is racing his way through the number 3, which is on a different lap. The Wingate Racing of Bidgeway, which does have some good pace. Quickest of the bunch, so maybe it might be worth just allowing him through so that Fernell can maybe use him to go and catch the rest of the field and clear the traffic as effectively as possible. Where is that 46mm racing car? I think it is right in touch with that pack as well. So it's all bunched up really, that fight for P2. Toby Owen though, he is loving this because he's able to get as much of an advantage effectively for free. Yeah,
he's got a nice clear view in front. He's got plenty of cool air circulating through his engine as well, so he can just pretty much run his own race from here until the end of this stint. He just needs to keep an eye on that rearview mirror and make sure he doesn't leave himself vulnerable by any stretch of the imagination to those cars behind. But for the moment, he's just extending the margin between himself and the immediate car behind, which is the K&F Racing entry, before we then get to Wingate Racing, and then Ollie Fernell, who all of a sudden has Declan McDonald behind him. Whether Declan McDonald will fight his way through and past Ollie Fernell, or you'll just try and work together. We spoke, of course, previously to a couple of drivers down in the pit lane, and one of those being Jack Wright, and Jack said he assessed the situation, he realised that maybe he'd be slightly quicker if he dropped in behind Taylor Norton instead of the other way around, and it worked. So he doesn't mind succeeding a position in the search of pace.
For a lot of drivers, it is just a case of that is very busy into Rocket Inn. Oh my word, good luck with that, guys. This is where racing drivers really do earn their keep, is dealing with situations like that, and obviously trying to come out on the better end of it. All different overlaps of different cars and different laps, and obviously track positions and things, so trying to make the most of a very busy safety car restart. It's effectively a race start all over again with how bunched up everyone is before maybe a half an hour's time will have them spread out again. But for a lot of drivers, it is just an ego thing, right? You don't really like the feeling of being overtaken, but if you're able to put that aside and just say, actually, the mutual benefit here, it's a short-term loss, it's a long-term gain if I'm able to stay behind.
Yeah, absolutely, and it will come to pay you dividend at the end of the race. So over the line we've had our top 3, and the one thing it has done to our timing screen is previously we could see it very nicely flash up white from yellow, which yellow means they've not crossed the line, white means they have done, and that also leading crosses the line. Everybody's shuffled around in various different orders now, and from what I can gather, surviving out of the pit stops are the top 5 on the lead lap, and they're all within 18 seconds of each other. And then we've got 2 cars 1 lap down, 2 cars 2 laps down, 2 cars 3 laps down, 3 cars 4 laps down, and then we get to those cars that may have had a few issues throughout the race, 11, 12, 13, 15 laps down, including the Cadoodle-Doo car that's back out there and circulating, 41 laps down. But that's not to say that they're in with a confirmed bad result, because what's happened to them can happen to absolutely anybody out there.
Yeah, like we said earlier, motor racing, it's harsh, but it's indiscriminate, right? It doesn't care who you are, how good you are, your championship status, whatever, right? It will come and potentially strike you, whether it's your fault or not your fault. Sometimes misfortune isn't necessarily on your side, and no, it won't happen to the 19 cars ahead of them, and they'll magically win the race. If they do, then put a lottery ticket down or whatever, because they'd be tremendously lucky if that was the case. But they could well still climb at the very least a couple of positions. The thing they can't do is give up, because the moment they give up, they're not going to be able to benefit from anything that happens if they get lucky, because they'd have already given up. They need to be pushing hard as if they're leading the race, so much so that should fortune strike their way, they're then able to capitalise on it.
Yeah, and we will see, I'm sure, yet further improvements from those cars in that mid-pack, just trying to chip their way through the order and minimise the damage, whatever happens to them as caused. We'll have a bit of a change further down the order. Car number 74, that's the Orca Sport entry. Currently they are in 13th place, and they have Peter Child behind the wheel. They have just managed to pick their way past the 37 Semprini racing car that's now down into 14th. Mark Hart behind the wheel of that car. And we've got a change further down the order as well, which is coming out of nowhere. Actually, no, that's Colin French going through and putting a lap on Andy Burton in the Burton Power car. So that was car 4 lapping, or that was the car in 4th lapping the car in 7th. So we're seeing yet further changes. Again, those cars that really aren't too far away in terms of positions, they are essentially now a lap apart, more than.
Yeah, that's endurance racing, isn't it, really? I mean, you lose 2 laps just by coming into the pit lane, even if it's only for a small service. So things are going to change, but those teams that are currently 2 laps down and only 2 positions away, things will change. Fortunes will shift, and races can change in that dynamic. We're closing in actually on 3 hours into this race already. It is remarkable as to how fast the time has gone. It's fantastic to see. Of course, everyone watching along from home on YouTube, hope you are enjoying it.
I'm putting the live timing link in the chat as well.
In the comment box, in the box, and Jack Rowell, the sweetheart that he is making sure that you can follow along on TSL timing and follow along the narrative of the race, because it's all well and good watching the race, but you don't really see the full story unless you've got that timing screen telling you where everyone is, what cars you should be looking at, and it's there. Look at that, Jack Rowell, the superhero that he is sorting it out.
Well, effectively, they can, whilst if we were in a sort of a broadcast studio, they can see exactly what we can, because that live timing is such a fabulous system that we use from Timing Solutions Limited, TSL. They provide us with so much information on one screen, effectively. That is what it is, and of course we've got the fabulous live stream provided by Digitex this weekend. But obviously being here at the circuit as well, it means we get the joy of looking out the window and being able to, well, I mean, just admire Anglesey and Wales itself, but also the fabulous racing that we've got out there. Rover Rage Racing at the moment. I think it's Rover Rage Motorsport. Yes, it is. They're currently trying to pick their way through and past the treble 3 machine, Ynys Racing and Ian Perkins. And again, that's now a car unlapping itself. So Rover Rage Motorsport down in 10th, picking their way back in front of Ynys Racing in 5th.
Yeah, nicely going. Also, by the way, take a shot of Fruit Shoot every time Jack Bell compliments the Anglesey scenery, and you will have gone through a lot of Fruit Shoot.
You will have got through a lot of Fruit Shoot, believe me.
And probably feel a little bit tipsy than his father does on a European trip of commentary. I don't think that's possible, actually.
No, that's
but
not.
You'd get close. It's probably the best bet that you've got, but we do enjoy the Anglesey scenery. We've got a fantastic view of the land over there, the sea in between. It is absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
It's a shame that Anglesey doesn't get the footfall it deserves, because it's such a beautiful track.
It's a bit out the way, but what do you get from it being out the way? Such beautiful views. We can see pretty much the entirety of Snowdonia National Park and the tallest mountain in Wales as well, Snowdon. We can see that out of our left window. Well, we can see most of it, predominantly covered by clouds. It's 3 peaks or just the one?
Oh, I have no idea. My brother did it for a stag do. My mum's obsessed with the idea of the family.
Your brother
doing
climbed Snowdon for a stag do.
I know, right? Yeah.
I'd rather go to Benidorm than
No,
Budapest.
I know, right? Lad's holiday to Ibiza or something, but no. Climbing Snowdon is apparently what he done. So we're going to have a nice trip to go outdoor shop soon to climb it. Unfortunately, we couldn't do it this weekend, so I'm going to have to make 2 drives from Norfolk to Wales. But apart from that, it's going to be all right.
Other outdoor shops are available.
Of course,
But
yeah.
you better have done it in fancy dress or with a fridge on his back or something, something like that. You'd imagine, wouldn't you? Just going through the final corner now, Autotech Motorsport continuing to push on in the lead of the race. Toby Owen, however, who's lapping quicker than our race leader? It's Leon Bidgeway, a 1 minute 31.402. He has the fastest lap of the race. He's beaten Taylor Norton's previous fastest lap of the race by 0.05 of a second, a 1 minute 31.124. And Leon Bidgeway, he's on for unlapping himself here. Let's see what he can do. Let's see what he can do. Let's see what he's already done. I look out of one window and he's nearly there. I look out the other and it's already done. Heading through Church Corner, we have seen Leon Bidgeway unlap himself. Ollie Fernal is still sticking in front of Declan McDonald, and that maybe Declan just sitting there thinking, let's not fight this. We're clearly quick as a pair, and visually they are quick as a pair. They are now only 5 seconds away from race leader Toby Owen.
Yeah, and again, it's going to be sort of that short-term loss, maybe putting your pride aside, just say, no, I won't overtake, to then go and catch Toby Owen, because he's one of those drivers that he gets his head down and he churns in the lap times, and he needs to be on it, of course, to retain in the lead by the time he brings himself back into a stint. That's probably what his target was for the next 2 hours, was to just stay in the lead, manage the gap back. But if Fernal and McDonald want to close that gap, they most definitely can, but it has to start right now, and it has to be a sort of a two-party agreement. It can't just be a one-sided thing. They have to work together, because the moment one of them sort of steps out of line or starts to battle or starts to defend or whatever it is, all of that hard work that could have been done is going to be very quickly unravelled, because visually they're going to see that gap coming down. It's come down another second to 4.4. If Owen gets a bad run through traffic as well, that's going to make it even easier.
Yeah, I mean, he should have quite a substantial amount of time before he reaches traffic, which if anything gives him one less excuse he can use, because he is now getting a bit of aerodynamic assistance from Leon Bidgeway, who is up into 6th place at the moment, continuing to lap quicker than almost everybody out on circuit, aside from Colin French in the Shine Automotive car, who posted a 1 minute 31.851, a very quick lap time at this stage in the race indeed. Ollie Fernal and Declan McDonald working together beautifully and closing the lead margin down, as you say, to 4.4 seconds. So we're continuing to close in on that race lead. You can see that Milnair Racing and Pro-Am Racing again might have that similar sort of non-official agreement that Autotech and Milnair Racing had in the first race, which was pulling them away from Pro-Am Racing. So we are starting to see just teams slowly start to work together, drivers being clever, knowing that battling will slow them down, work together. Let's see what happens. One thing to note, the sun, it's been trying to burn through the clouds all day, and it very nearly did this morning, and we were treated to some nice weather before it went quite overcast. We're now getting dangerously close to the sun shining underneath the clouds, which brings in something we mentioned earlier, visibility. On the run up towards Rocket Inn, you're already pointing uphill, let alone when the sun comes down onto pretty much the apex. You're looking directly into the sun, trying to find an apex, trying to find your braking point, trying to avoid the car that may be to the left and the right of you, because we are EnduroKA racing and you can be 3 wide at any point. It's something that the drivers have just got to take on board and deal with. On 2 wheels through the final corner, however, was the Kahuna's racing car. It's like he arrived solely on the front axle.
Fair enough. Respect it. Got to be honest. The commitment, the Kahunas that he had to have in order to work his way down. But you're right about the visibility. I mean, Rocket Inn is already a difficult corner in of itself, because it's a blind apex. Now it's a double blind apex, because you're blind going in, and you're probably going to be blind by the time you reach it as well. So that's what you come in with tinted visors or the sunglasses trick, as you said, whatever works, or even just maybe squinting and hoping. It can take a toll, and the drivers that are maybe used to it are going to be a little bit better off than maybe those that aren't, or those that maybe sort of power out of committing because they're too scared of what they can't see. But yeah, I mean, at that part of the circuit especially, if there's a car in front of you you can't see and you outbrake them and go into the back of them, it can be quite nasty quite quickly.
Yeah, it's obviously you don't do it maliciously. It's just one of those things. Orca Sport now drawing themselves level with Jägermeister in the background of the shot. However, heading up towards Rocket Inn, the section of circuit we said we've got to be careful at. It's all chopping and changing once again. The 275 Team Lifeline car diving its way up the inside of NJM Racing, position made for them. Rover Rage Motorsport have also done the same. In the background, we've got the 22 car. That's AFK Racing. They're trying to pick their way through. So too are Orca Sport, and Jägermeister are in on the mix as well. But now, Team Lifeline going for another move as well. So they are doing brilliant things and desperately trying to carve their way up through the order. So that 275 car at the moment is being driven by Lockpreet Baines. He's just controlling that pace and I think minimising the effects that the penalty has on them, because they've already picked up that 10-lap penalty, and the hard work they put in now might just help them from the end of the race.
Yeah, it's all going to add up, right? And it's so easy to get decided by 10 laps. I mean, that is a lot of time, right? You're talking 15 minutes worth of time with 10 laps, and that is going to be a ridiculous amount to try and gain, but you can limit it relative to those around you. And once you do get a penalty as substantial as 10 laps, at that point it's not a case of trying to gain from it, it's a case of trying to limit the damage that it does do and hope that it's going to be enough in the race, because that is a lot of time to be knocked down. And equally, trying not to do the same mistake again and make it a 20-lap penalty, because quite literally that doubles the pain that you have to go through, and at that point 20 laps, it's near on impossible to come back from.
It is indeed. I thought I heard a brief moment of tyre squeal there somewhere out on circuit. I think we've managed to survive that one. Through the final corner comes Toby Owen. He's still being hunted down by Ollie Fernall and Declan McDonnell. However, Toby Owen, he's picked up the pace a little bit now, hasn't he? He's into the very low 32s or high 31s. By way of response, Ollie Fernall does the same, so the lead margin remains under 5 seconds. However, a very busy section of circuit heading up towards... is that up towards Peel, or is that just picking? Yes, it is. So you see the sea in the background, the Irish Sea. But the Jägermeister car number 44, that at the moment is in the hands of John Glendenning. And it's nice to see that some of these cars might not even be on the same lap. They could be in opposite ends of the order, but they've all met each other at the same part of the circuit, so they're fighting away like it's for the win. And some will want to work together, some will go, hey, you know what, I'm here to fight, so let's do it.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, like I was saying earlier, the drivers don't actually know who's doing what. They don't have TSL timing in their cockpit.
They do have pit-to-car radio, but even then, everyone's doing radio checks during the pit stops. But even then, there's only so much you can pass over as a mechanic, because your mic might only have a certain amount of range. Sometimes you might not be able to talk back to the mechanics, and let's be honest, you don't just want to be flooding their ears with a load of information that we might think is useful, but the driver's going, all I wanted was 0.2 back.
Yeah, right.
And you're flooding them with the driver's name, where they're from, their mother's maiden name. You don't need that. They just want quick, concise information.
Good if you're trying to get into their bank account, but not quite good if you're trying to unlap yourself. Yeah, exactly. As a driver, you just want to focus and concentrate and just want the bare minimum that you can get. And sometimes you're sort of unsure, maybe there's a miscommunication, and it's a case of, am I racing this guy, am I not? And again, you don't want to take any chances. If it's for track position, if it's for track position, you don't want to take chances of losing that because you thought you were being lapped or whatever. So it is just a case of being on the safe side, as long as you don't do anything stupid, because you don't want to be that guy. But it's that guy.
Yeah, I know what you're getting at there. One thing that you do see, and we're seeing it more and more often as drivers get used to racing each other and used to the cars as well, they just start to potentially push on more than they would. But then if they catch a car that is a lap ahead or a couple of laps ahead, or you catch a car that's a couple of laps behind but is still lapping quick enough to work with, they're just at that annoying pace you can't quite overtake them. Why wouldn't you stick behind them? Just give them a quick flash. You may see it during the night. They will turn off their sort of high beam headlights as if to go, I plan on sticking behind you. I don't want to blind you. Let's just crack on. And they'll work nose to tail. And you find some drivers go, what happened in your stint? You go, no idea. I just got in and I looked at the back of the same car for 2 hours and 20 minutes straight. But now look where we are. We're 30 seconds up the road from where we would have been.
Yeah, and sometimes not caring about your lap times benefits your lap times, because you stress less, right? There's been so many times, say in qualifying, where turning off your live delta in the sim or whatever, will actually make you quicker because you're staring at it less, you're focusing about it less. All you're doing is what comes naturally to you and letting it come. If you gain time, that's great. If you don't, then whatever. But at the very least, you're not taking away mental capacity or physical capacity that could be used to drive the car faster, worrying about driving the car fast. You get rid of those doubts and you just get on with it and hope that you do a good enough job. Of course, those mutual signals that you see drivers do in karting, it's the tap of the helmet and pointing forward. Yeah. Some drivers don't get that, trust me, I know, because you do that and then the next corner they send it up the inside. Yeah. But it's sort of that universal thing of, come on, we know what we can go and get. Why are we fighting for P13 if there's 6 cars in front of us that we can go and catch?
Yeah, it is funny, especially from personal experiences where you tap the back of your helmet and you get a little nudge down a straight and you think, right, okay, they've seen it, and then they throw it up the inside. And then you tap the back of your helmet and most recently, somebody that I've known for years in karting, you will hear them shout at the top of their lungs yes or no, whether they think it's a good idea. And sometimes you go, right, okay, you've gone up the inside, but now I'm just going to keep tapping you because unintentionally I am working with you, whether you know it or not. And you do find that it works. And I mean, we're talking to Jack Byrne earlier. He's racing around Europe now. He's raced in Mini Challenge and he's racing around Europe. He is getting to that level in someone's motorsport career where it really writes the story for the rest of it. If you're successful at this stage, you will find yourself never without a drive in future. So I think for Jack Byrne coming back here and asking, does it put you back to basics? He said, yeah, you've got to think about everything. You've got to be smooth. Can I jump on the throttle early? Can I jump on the throttle late? What do I do about this car? And it makes you think again in ways that maybe you haven't quite refreshed for quite some time. And it's nice to see.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, it gets to the point where there's just second mates. You just do them instinctively. And you come back to this point and it's a case of you do really actually have to focus on it. I mean, it's great to see. I mean, we see it all the time, say, on the extreme end, F1 drivers going back into go-karting and things like that, really going back to where they've begun. But also then still being fairly competent with it as well. We have just ticked over into the 3-hour mark, by the way, so 20 hours, 59 minutes left to go, and it has flown by. And in fairness, after 3 hours of racing, the gaps at the front, 6.5 seconds between P1 and P2, and half a second between P2 and P3. After 3 hours of racing, I don't think you can get much better, can you?
No, not at all. That's a nice position to be in. I'm sure if you are inside that top 6, really, Leon Bidgeway, whilst he is a lap down in theory, we'll wait and see as to what he can do. Well, he's not actually a lap down now because, of course, we did watch him work his way through and past Toby Owen. And Toby Owen is just a bit behind him on the road now. They are working together by the looks of it, but Leon Bidgeway will come through theoretically not a lap down, but he will only be not a lap down for a very brief moment before the timing screen catches Toby Owen going through. And they will swap around once again. Here they come through the final corner. So Leon Bidgeway breaks the beam and is 1 minute and 29 seconds behind Toby Owen, who goes through and posts to 1 minute 32 second time. So that shows he is 3 seconds already pulled out between Leon Bidgeway and Toby Owen. Ollie Fernell and Declan McDonald break the beam at exactly the same time, half a second apart. And 6.1 seconds away from Toby Owen in the lead of the race. Colin French still running around in what is 4th place, and then we await the arrival of Ian Perkins in the Kahuna's racing car. He should just be picking his way through the final couple of corners now and then over the line. But the cars we saw earlier on sparring away, they're still doing it. The Rover Rage racing car, obviously we decided that's got, was it Rick Lawrence that's got behind the wheel? Yes, it is. So Rick Lawrence behind the wheel of that car. They're fighting away with the number 74 Orca Sport car. As we look where they are, that's got Peter Child behind the wheel. And the Team Kagermeister car, that's being, whereabouts are they in the order? They are currently P17 with John Glendinning. Glendinning? I'm going to go with Glendinning behind the wheel.
Yeah.
Glendinning, we'll go with that. We'll go with that. John Glendinning behind the wheel. No, exactly. He can't correct me yet. Wait until I get a knock on the door later on. Yeah, they're all fighting away, all on different laps, and I don't know whether it's now got turned from fighting to, right, let's pack it up, boys, and really start to gain on those cars up the road. And joining them now is the NGM racing car number 2 as well, so it's nice to see them joining in on the battle. They're a further lap down from those cars up the roads. At the moment they've got Peter Simmons behind the wheel. Toby Owen has just gone through and ticked another lap in the book, but Ollie Fernal and Declan McDonald, are they slowing each other down now? Well, that's 2 cars in the 1 minute 33s. Everybody else in those 32s, and Toby Owen in the 31s. I think they're slowing each other down.
Yeah, maybe so, or it could have just been a bad run through traffic, right?
Yeah.
I don't think they're tripping up over each other unless they're fighting and defending and things like that, because again, it's annoying as a driver behind to try and work with the driver in front, only for them to defend. It's a case of, no, don't defend. I want to work with you. But maybe it was just a case they had to run through traffic, lost a little bit of time or whatever it was. But Toby Owen definitely picking up the pace, 31.9 that last time by. Same too actually for Shine Automotive. They've been running really consistently in the 31.9s. So the last 3 or so laps have been within that margin. So they're showcasing some really strong pace. And their best lap time is 4th best. We've got 32.1 for Wingate Racing, 31.3 going away, Burton Power 31.1, for Tech 31.4 for Pro-Am. So really close optimal times as well as really close race times as well. If strategy allows, I think we've comfortably got 5 cars in with a shot of winning this race.
Yeah, absolutely. At this point, let's wait and see as to whether that all changes. Back into the pit lane, unfortunately, we have the purple sector racing car number 48 machine. That currently has Alistair McDonald behind the wheel, and that isn't a scheduled stop. They are checking out the rear right-hand side of that car, so we might be able to pick up. Now the scrutineer gives them the thumbs up as if to go, yep, that'll do now, you can get back going. Just a bit of potentially innocent contact with another car that's pushed the wing onto the wheel, and it's grabbed the attention of the scrutineers.
Yeah, exactly. That's the last thing you want in the case as a scrutineer, because it usually comes with bad news attached to it, and in a case of fix this, otherwise you're going to get probably a penalty or you're not allowed back out until it is rectified. So hopefully they can sort it out as soon as possible. But Toby Owen able to bridge that gap. It was 6 seconds 2 laps ago. It's now 8.2 last time by. They are about to finish another lap, so see what the gap is relative. But that last lap was a 31.7 for Owen, so even quicker, 7/10 quicker than the 2 behind. So what could have been Fernal and McDonald working together to close the gap has now responded with Toby Owen saying, nah.
Yeah, he's pushing on a bit now, isn't he, Toby? And as you say, last time through with that 31.7, he's doing everything he needs to. He should be coming through the final couple of corners in a few moments' time to put another lap in the book. 117 laps completed. We're on the 118th. Purple Sector Racing have returned to the pit lane. That was close between the Jägermeister and the Rover Rage Motorsport car, wasn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. Rear left to front right wheel contact. I mean, nothing really happening there at all. No spins or dramas. Just a slight little bit of contact and maybe a little bit of a surprise for the drivers in the cockpit. Just say, oh, we touched there. Let's not do that again. Of course, not for position in terms of the timing order, but it will be for track position. And the 41 is going to chuck the move to the inside of the kink. It's the outside, of course, for Rocket In. Is he going to go the long way round? No, he doesn't. Does he get the cut back, though, is the question. The Jägermeister car, of course, trying to stay in front for as long as possible. At the moment is running in 17th place, Glendinning at the wheel, and the 41. Of course, being piloted by Lawrence in the Rover Rage Motorsport. So again, they're keeping each other company, and that's a good thing about EnduroKA, isn't it? You're never lonely.
No, you will always have somebody to fight with, work with, whatever it may be. And there's contact between the pair of them. Purple Sector Racing, it's not Purple Sector Racing, it's 275. Team Lifeline, they were slightly sideways on the way in. They spun in front of the Orca Sport car, and it looks like rear right potential suspension damage on that car. Purple Sector Racing do arrive on the scene. Orca Sport carry on, and will the Team Lifeline car come into the pit lane? We will see. You'd imagine they should be getting that car into the pit lane. No, the car has stayed out for now. Orca Sport carrying around a bit of loose bodywork, so you'd imagine that will pick up the attentions of the scrutineers, and they will be gifted a black and orange mechanical warning flag. And the Team Lifeline car looks very low on the right rear and very hesitant to turn into turn one. Both of those cars have to be destined for the pit lane.
Yeah, probably a control arm bent or something on that rear subframe of the Ford KA, and that will definitely be adjusting, obviously, with the rear wheel. There's no track release or anything that's not responsible for steering, but just the position of the wheel relative to the wheelbase and stuff. Things can bend and put it out of shape, and that's not what you want. It seems to only be bodywork damage to the Orca Sport 74. Doesn't seem to be any steering geometry damage or anything like that. but that front bumper needs to be sorted out. It either needs to fall off or be taken off.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no sort of tyre bales that you can conveniently rub into to try and get that piece of bodywork to part ways with the car. So you'd imagine a black and orange mechanical warning flag will be shown. But then that begs the question, has that potentially slightly stretched a hose that will slowly start to work its way away, or has that put a very minor hole in the radiator? All of these things the team will have to look for and do it so very quickly. Indeed, the Autosport car remains out, and I guess we'll be waiting for confirmation from the pit wall whether they do need to come into the pit lane to get that car looked over. Team Lifeline, do they stay out? They should be picking their way through the final sector now, which they are. You just see them coming into our site on the run through the corkscrew. But Autosport, they got away with that one, and they're still fighting away with the Team Jägermeister car for the moment. So Toby Owen in the lead of the race, still lapping in the 1:31s, doing so very comfortably. That time through, unfortunately not, just as I say, at a 1:32.561. Here comes Ollie Fernell, still being followed by Declan McDonald. The pair of those two, 1:32s. Team Lifeline have carried on by the looks of it. Actually, I haven't seen them come through. Let's have a quick look on the... Yes, they have come through. I just can't quite pick them out. There they are. They disappeared out of my sight behind the banking on the run towards turn 3. But they are still out there and circulating. So too is the Autosport car. So it's fairly close in terms of the way in which they came together. Whether that was a slight mistake from the Lifeline car on the run-in, or maybe it was an aided mistake, which then was made worse by the Autosport car. Exactly what went on. We are not exactly sure. We'll have to try and walk back. But now we're seeing the mechanical warning flag, the black and orange mechanical warning flag for car number 74. So that's the Autosport car, and I can only see one number. So they will have seen that, having just gone over the start-finish line. I think he's indicated to the flag marshal that that has been seen. So we should see that car coming into the pit lane in a few moments' time to get looked at. And I can only see one number on that board. There may be another one there just hiding, but I can only see one number on that mechanical warning flag. And we've had a change as well. Ollie Fernell has dropped in behind Declan McDonald now, and that's not necessarily derivative of how they may come together or how that may affect the end of the race. It could just be they're now trying something new out. Is Declan McDonald the quicker of the two if Ollie Fernell is just sat behind? So we will start to see, again, those little aspects play a part. We heard it earlier on from Jack Wright whilst he was behind the wheel of the Milner car, and we had Taylor Norton in the lead of the race in the Autotech Motorsport car. Jack Wright wanted to be leading the race ahead of Taylor Norton, working together, but he decided Taylor was probably the quicker of the two at that point in the race. They swapped around and away they went, and it was Taylor Norton that led them around with Jack Wright behind, and you can see it's cost them very little just by swapping around. And Ollie Fernell now, for him, he's just got to sit on the coattails of Declan McDonald, and then we may start to see those that lead margin come back down once again. We saw it down to something of like 3.5, 4 seconds. It's now right the way up to the best part of 10, 11 seconds for the lead margin. But into the pit lane comes the Autosport car, having seen that black and orange mechanical warning flag. So the team are ready. I'd imagine dubious amounts of duct tape are ready and waiting. They will get that car jacked up in the air. A quick check of the suspension, making sure everything is all pointing the right way, and they are happy that that car can return to the circuit without too much of an issue. But that car being jacked up, the team already hard at work. But the biggest story is Ollie Fernell dropping in behind Declan McDonald, giving it a go to try and just sit behind Declan for a bit. We saw it earlier on, but if anything, Ollie Fernell is starting to fall away now, 1.1 seconds behind Declan McDonald. That swap has worked for Declan, maybe not so much for Ollie.
No, potentially not, but again, is it realistically going to change the narrative of the race? No. Right, they're going to change after pit stops and things. Pro-Am seems to be fairly efficient with stops and things, so maybe that will change. Maybe Milner will be able to gain time relative to Toby Owen. We don't know, but yeah, of course, for Ollie Fernell, there's no point defending it. If he's not on the pace at the minute, let him go, and try and find your way back onto it as opposed to battling, because you're only going to slow yourself down. Looking at the repairs going on for the wheel liner of the Ford KA, and I think that he's installing a new stud and then putting a nut on it to hold it in. I don't think that's how it is factory, but it's definitely a quick fix.
Yeah, it's almost if you were to put a riveted sort of wide body kit on a car, it's like he's riveting that the front of that car together again, peering in at Peter Child, who is sat behind the wheel, and he will be doing his best to look everywhere but the camera to try and focus on what's going on around.
Yeah, exactly. Because he probably was looking out the window, and then the camera peered in, and that's the last thing a racing driver wants to see is media. So they do everything they can to avoid eye contact,
yep.
To avoid an interview, to avoid anything to do with us, basically. Yeah, hopefully he's able to get back out again and continue on. It was a fairly strong stint. But that Orca car has seen better days, I'll give it that, because when you started this race, it was beaten up, and it's been in the rules, isn't it?
It well and truly has. And, yeah, you find the occasional driver that's almost running over to you begging for an interview, but 99% of the time they do try and steer clear of cameras and microphones. Aside from Yas Marina, the Gulf 12-hour, so another endurance race. It just seems endurance racing generally has drivers in very different spirits throughout different stages in the race. I remember Maxi Gertz and Jules Gouda on office chairs with pit boards, sort of the pit sort of lollipops, almost rowing themselves into camera for an interview, and that is the sort of camaraderie that you get. So your car is still out there and racing, and may have been racing for 16-20 hours flat out, hasn't had a single rest. It looks a bit battered and bruised.
There's the gap.
But the driver behind the wheel, blissfully unaware that the team are rowing office chairs down the pit lane, ready for an interview.
Beautiful. That's what I love to see. I also find as well in grassroots, obviously when drivers first start their journey or whatever, and they're very young, 6, 7, 8 years old, they don't want anything to do with a camera, but then you've got their parent who thinks they're the next Lewis Hamilton, egging them into the camera limelight to get them to have an interview. That's always the interesting thing, because then you ask them and they do not want to be there at all. They are incredibly uncomfortable.
The parents are right to do that though, because get them in front of camera, get them in front of the watching eyes that people want to see, and potentially you may see that as well. We've had so many drivers from all walks of motorsport careers. We've had Phil Keane in one of these enduro cars, and if you're new to GT racing, Phil Keane, such an outstanding GT driver. He's raced GT4s, GT3s, GT2s. I think he spent a bit of time in a GT1 as well. He's driven all kinds of things through one walk of life or another, whether it be on the motorsport circuit or elsewhere, where he's been put in charge of driving a number of quick cars. But it's nice to see those drivers just come in to EnduroKA for a laugh, because it's one of those where it has such an amazing paddock feel that people will come in and just have a great time.
Yeah, and that's why we do it, right? No one spends all the money on racing, all the effort on racing because it's a chore, right? We do it because we enjoy it. We do it because we love it, and we get the enjoyment out of it. The adrenaline rush you get, nothing really replaces it when it comes to driving your car quickly. And obviously you do it because you've got friends and the community aspect. I mean, there have been, in the world of sim racing, and recently this year we'll be getting into real world commentary, so many different people from so many different walks of life that you meet and interact with and have a laugh with and share this common interest of that love of racing. And that's the same feel you get inside a paddock. The last thing you want is tension, because people have had a crash or an incident or whatever and they've left those issues unresolved. You go out there, you have fun, sometimes you'll have a ding-dong, but you come in, you have a laugh about it, you talk about it, and you build those friendships and those things. But the moment the visor comes down, the moment you're in a car, that's then when the friendships maybe start to cease, and again, you can enjoy yourself on track as well as off track. So many of the paddocks go out and have a drink after each race and things like that. So again, it's just the motorsport community feel that sometimes does have its bad eggs, but 99% of the time it's just such a familiar feel. Yeah,
another familiar name which some of you may know, specifically maybe some of the slightly more seasoned Formula One fans. Eric Boulier joined us for an EnduroKA or an IndyCar, an IndyCar 500, obviously the 500 miles completed at Brands Hatch, of course. Good job you're here. And of course, Eric Boulier, he was the racing director of McLaren F1 team between 2014 and 18, and during the 2010 and 2013 seasons, he was the team principal at Lotus F1. So having somebody like Eric Boulier strapped into an EnduroKA, he must be thinking, what is this? But he got out with such a smile on his face, and that's something that not just EnduroKA do, but club racing generally in the UK is so good at.
Yeah, it is. It's really sort of that, maybe that grassroots feel, but it's not necessarily just for those propelling their racing career. It's also those that are later on in life, they've done their professions, they're getting on, and they want to have a bit of fun, and it's the perfect way to go and do it. Is club level racing. And the good thing is that there's so many different things you can do, right? You can get into a GT style car, touring style car, sort of just a general road car that's put a roll cage in it, and you go for a track day. So many different ways to do it. There's something for everyone, right? If you don't like the feel of a GT car, you can maybe get into a touring car style.
It's nice to have the choice, really,
yeah,
though, isn't
exactly.
it? And I mean, would I call this a road style car? Yes, on paper it is, but for the point of EnduroKA, we'll call this a purebred endurance tin top, I think is probably the way to put it. A purebred endurance tin top. It's had multiple years of development now, and they continue to push the limits of regulations to some of the teams just to make sure they can get it as competitive as possible. And the scrutineers, at the end of every season, rewrite the regulations to make sure that some of the more optimistic teams can fall back in line with the regulations that were initially set. But in terms of this race, here and now, Toby Owen continues to run around in the lead of the race. However, now losing time to Declan McDonnell. And Declan will now be thinking, why didn't I do that sooner? Why didn't I jump through and past Ollie Fernal? So the lead margin is now down to 8.8 seconds. Last time through, Toby Owen leading the way with a 1 minute 32.964, albeit with traffic. Declan McDonnell over the line with a 1 minute 31.635, so over a second gained last time through between Milner Racing and Autotech Motorsport. Pro-Am Racing and Ollie Fernal are in third place and still hovering around about 11 seconds away from our race leader. Colin French is still sat there in fourth place ahead of Ian Perkins in the Treble 3 Kahunas race team in fifth. Leon Bidray, he's still out there and circulating and still in the very low 1 minute 31 to 1 minute 31.368 compared to everybody else out there. He is the quickest car and he's in sixth place and continuing to gain and gain and gain on those cars of the road.
Yeah, it really is. The gap is up to of course, to P5. At the moment, it's 48.2 seconds. And we said earlier on in this stint that by the end of it, his aim should realistically be P4, maybe P5. I mean, maybe that's a little bit unrealistic now. He's about a minute off the Shiner Rotor machine. In fourth, but a top 5 is a reasonable rate because that pace, it's not just been he's got in and done one good lap. He's been in the low 31s, mid to low 31s his entire stint, and that is crazily good.
It really is. It's no mean feat at all. I said he'll get in any car and drive it quickly, but these he can find the edge. And what they do first lap, went through and set the fastest lap for that car and then has gone on to set the fastest lap of the race. Purple Sector Racing, a big dive up at the inside up towards Peel, so they are continuing to push on. And that was not a position overall. It would have been if they weren't a lap apart. So Purple Sector Racing in 11th place, Rover Rage Motorsport in 10th place, albeit there's a lap that separates the pair of them. No longer, because Purple Sector Racing, that number 48 car, will continue to close down those cars up the road and tick them off. Alistair McDonald behind the wheel of that car. They are now in front of Rick Lawrence, so that's a change again. Albeit not for position, just the change on the road, but another lap gained back for Alistair McDonald. And that's something you've got to do. You might not be fighting those cars, but you just got to think, well, let me get past you, and then that's one less overtake that maybe the next driver doesn't have to do, and that saves us a bit of time. And a bit of time, it's those little things, sometimes minute, that you don't even realise are there. If you can gain them now, as you said, late when it comes to the latter stage of the race, you can find that adds up to seconds, even minutes.
Yeah, exactly. It's the most trivial things that you wouldn't even give a second thought to. I always say limiting time in a pit stop, right? It's not just the service of the car itself. It's coming into the pit lane. It's slowing down for the pit speed, because if you do it too early, you've lost time. Do it too late, obviously you get a penalty. It's pulling into your pit box, not overshooting it, not undershooting it, getting it so well clinically precise onto your marks, and then also leaving the pit lane, not accelerating past the pit speed limit too soon, not doing it too late. All those small trivial things might be worth half a second a pit stop, but again, 12, 13, 14 pit stops throughout the duration of the 24 hours, and very quickly, that half a second pit stop has turned itself into 6 or 7 seconds, which would very comfortably decide 2 or 3 positions inside the top 5.
That was a very slow Toby Owen, maybe a small mistake. Yeah, absolutely a slow Toby Owen. And that lead margin will have come down from 9.4 seconds to something very, very little indeed. So 9.4 seconds turns down to 5 seconds. And 3.9 seconds, wow, so very, very close indeed all of a sudden. And I did notice that the LEDs have turned on the roof of the Autotech Motorsport car. If you are just joining us, we mentioned it earlier on that throughout the night the cars obviously naturally have their standard headlights and tail lights, but they do have another sort of LED lighting aid on the front of their car. They have to have one, whether it be in the grille or on the bonnet. A lot of teams opt for the grille. The other half opts for the bonnet, but then you have sort of LED strips, whether it be around the roof, across the bonnet, down the side of the car, along the back of the car. It just needs some sort of identifying mark, which have been turned on the Autotech car, which begs the question, has it got to turn it on and missed a gear or missed a braking point, whatever it may be?
Potentially, and that's all it needs sometimes. Obviously, typically you'd like to do it on the straight, but yeah, if you time it sort of to the point where you need to change gears and you're up here fiddling with the lights or down here wherever the dash controls are, and then it gets to the point where you're banging off the rev limiter or having to brake or something and you panic, that's then when mistakes start to happen, particularly if you're going downhill. The question is, why now?
Yeah, it begs the question, doesn't it? Because we are still about an hour away from the next pit stop, I would say. We pitted 2 hours and 10, 2 hours and 20 minutes into the race. So we have still got a fair amount to go before we should see the cars diving into the pit lane for their next scheduled pit stop. So you'd have thought maybe they wait till then, because we've still got another 2 hours effectively of good light, good natural light, before we have to start thinking about maybe turning on lighting aids. But you'd imagine that will be passed on by race control, saying, right, at this point all cars need their headlights on, or they have 3 laps to respond to this message. Ollie Fernal, he's just heading his way in towards turn 3. Behind him is the NJM racing car. Behind that is the Shine Automotive car, who is looking for a position on circuit. There's 2.5 seconds now between Colin French and Ollie Fernal. Colin French last time through, that 1 minute 32.560. Ollie Fernal, a 1 minute 32.909. So 3.5 tenths gained last time through from Colin French. He wants to get on to the, albeit very, very provisional, 2 hours and 34 minutes provisional podium, and see what Colin French can do about putting his team in the best position heading into the night aspect of the race. And we are seeing as well Declan McDonnell. He's just caught behind that purple sector car, which is costing him more and more time and hampering him from getting to Toby Owen in the lead. Because
you can see him right now. That is the gap right there. There's one car. He's going to look to the inside. He wants to get through as soon as possible. But the purple sector car has no obligation to let him through. It is up to the faster car to find a way through safely. And like I said earlier, it's not like a Le Mans, which thankfully the purple sector car does let him through, where a hypercar and a GT car, and the hypercar can just put its foot down and go. They're all the same car, they've all got the same straight line speed, they've all got the same cornering speed. It makes it so much more difficult to deal with the traffic. Yeah, and you might think, well, why don't they just let the car by? Because as counterintuitive as it sounds, it almost becomes dangerous, because you become unreadable as a driver. You'll see a car jump left and go, oh, okay, well, he might do that next lap, and then all of a sudden they don't, and it becomes very unreadable. You get told, hold your line, the quicker car will work its way through. You can help them, you can brake slightly earlier, but not too early to catch them off guard. You can just slightly lift off the throttle or slightly graze the brake, or flick an indicator on, something as simple as that, just to give the driver behind a visual aid as to exactly what you're going to do. And it's not just helping them get by, it's saving you time from jumping and getting out of the way. So it helps one, it helps the other. Yeah, it's a win-win, right? And it avoids that lose-lose. Of course, it all depends. Blue flag rules are debated, but I don't even think they waived the blue flags to the drivers. And also goes back to what we're saying. Sometimes they might not know if they need to be lapped or whatever. So again, it's holding position, being predictable, and allowing them to find a way past you. I don't think it's held back McDonald's too much, as there we can see both the MSVT cars and, of course, the 95 KA car in the pit lane. Unfortunately, they've been in the garage for quite some time. I believe it's the MSVT car with a suspected head gasket, and then the 95 with a misfire, isn't it? So both pretty decent issues. Albeit we do have the 95 car out on circuit at the moment, because of course they have what was effectively the T car that is out there at the moment. So looking at how close Ollie Fernal and Colin French are getting, they're 1.3 seconds apart. Whereabouts on circuit are they at the moment? I think they're just heading through. Are they just heading through turn 1? I think they're just heading through Rocket.
or through the exit of Rocket and up towards Peel. We'll wait for them to appear, which they should do in a few moments' time. No, they are just heading through turn 1. Absolutely right. They went under our noses and we missed them. So Pro-Am Racing are now under a bit of pressure from Colin French in that Shine Automotive car. So Ollie Fernal now, what does he do? Does he lift off and wait for the, Colin French to get by and then try and stick with them on the apex? And well, I mean, that's a busy job at Graves Motorsport, isn't it? The entire engine is out of that car, and they are looking to either swap a new engine in or potentially try and fix the old engine and use the previous engine as a slate, as sort of a what would you call it? A donor. Exactly. Yeah, using it as a donor engine. Obviously, the 1.3 litre Duratec engine. But what they're doing here isn't affecting their race. It's affecting whether they will be able to finish theirs. Because if they need that T car again, they want to make sure that it's got an engine in it.
Yeah.
So in doing that, they've taken the car that started the race and are doing an engine change on that car.
I will say they got that engine out quick. I know the Ford KA isn't the most complex engine to get out. I think it's 2 engine mounts either side. Obviously a fairly simplistic gearbox. It's not like a Porsche or whatever where you've got all these different wires. And sometimes actually I've got a friend who works at Porsche Centre Norwich, and even just to service the car, you have to take the engine out, and it is a massive pain. But thankfully, I think it's just 2 engine mounts, unplug everything, all the looms and stuff, and then it should realistically just fall out. That gap at the front, though, Toby Owen McDonald, 1.6 seconds, and also French versus Fernal, that position is swapped as well. So Shine Automotive are into 3rd place, so Fernal down to 4th, and I think that answers your question in regards to what does he do when it comes to positions. Again, there's no point fighting it, because if he defends P3 now into this pit stop, it's not going to mean that he holds on to P3 after it. So just let him through, and both of you can continue with your race pace. Yeah,
absolutely. So Declan McDonald closing in on Toby Owen. Colin French is now through and past Ollie Fernal. If they work together, they might catch that lead duo, and we could have 4 cars fighting for the lead. But Ollie Fernal already just starting to fall away from Shine Automotive, unfortunately. So it might just be a bit of tyres that are starting to fall away, because we did see a lot of cars change their front left. Is it that Pro-Am Racing decided maybe to be a little bit brave on them and know that Ollie can be quite conservative on those tyres and they don't need to worry about that too much? I don't know. All I know is that those top 2 definitely changed tyres, both Autotech Motorsport and Milner Racing, Toby Owen and Declan McDonald. 1.6 seconds apart. We could see pretty much the first change for the lead that we've seen all race, because they were swapping around initially at the start, and then since then, barring pit stops, Autotech Motorsport and Milner Racing is the order of the top 2.
Yeah, it is. That's how they've been running, because Milner didn't want to find a way through. They probably could have, but it was a case of can't as opposed, or it was a case of won't as opposed to can't. Let's see, the gap is 1.2 now. As they cross the line, it was a 31.8 for McDonald, a 32.2 for Owen. So a further 4 tenths taken out that last time by. That's good pace. There's one thing to catch, there's another thing to pass, and that's even if he wants to. But if McDonald can keep up with the pace, surely it's a no-brainer to find a way through, because there'll still be a decent half an hour left in the stick. Yeah, well and truly. There's plenty of time for them to think about what Toby Owen wants to do now, because of course Declan McDonald is already in the better position. Graves Motorsport have got a bit of sweeping up to do and a bit of mopping up to do with all the oil on the floor, but with Toby Owen, he's been in that clean air effectively since the safety car, so he's been punching his own hole in the air all this race so far, this stint so to speak. So Declan McDonald, he's been sat behind Ollie Fernal on the way up to Toby Owen. He will already have saved a nice amount of fuel, and the car will be running nice and cool. So too will Toby Owens, but it's then, if he catches Toby Owen, is he going to save a bit more fuel? Just sat behind them, and can he maybe not necessarily force a mistake, but make them feel uneasy, as if to go, yeah, I've come from that far back and now I'm with you. This is our car and we're here to fight. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a statement of sort of showing his cards and saying, hang on, we've got the pace, we're here, that psychological game between the teams. But I think they're both aware of each other, right? They know each other are quick, they know their rivals coming into this. But also, with that, as big up the guys in the garage there watching along on the broadcast, give us a wave as well as they'll pop up. It'll be like one of those images, wouldn't it, where it's like constantly reflecting the same thing. It's like showing a mirror to a mirror, I don't know if you kind of get what I mean. Yeah, there they were. And cheers for shooting it, I suppose. But yeah, I mean, McDonald, it's that trade-off, isn't it? How much fuel can he save versus how much time he can gain if he finds a way through? And that's the thing he's going to have to weigh up, because the gap is only 3/4 of a second. There it is right there. how much time is he going to save on fuel versus the track position he can gain if he finds a way past?
Yeah, and I mean, it's down to how quickly he's been approaching of his own free will. That's been unaided for the majority of this. So he's now 7 tenths away. Clearly he's got that pace on track on his own. So if he can jump in front of Toby Owen, great, you'd imagine he'll pull away. But then it's a bigger picture. Is it worth jumping in front of Toby Owen, or would he save more than what he would get by going through? Obviously, being sat behind Toby, he might not need to drive so aggressively. He might save the tyres a bit more. And coming into the next stop, are they now going to have to do the front left and the front right, because the front right has now done 2 full stints, whereas that front left has only done 1. So all those things to think about. Do you then get yourself in front, buy yourself a bit of time that you might need at the pit stop? You don't know.
Well, I mean, Milner, right, their previous pit stop was significantly slower than Autotech, 15, 20 seconds. I'm not saying he's going to get past and gain 15, 20 seconds, but if they have the same service time, i.e. they save the same amount of fuel and they need to do the same in terms of tyres, if Milner and McDonald are able to find through and gain 3, 4, 5 seconds, it means the next time they come into the pit stops, they're only then 6 or 7 seconds back. And then they're able to do the same thing again, find their way in, and then again it's that trade-off versus the time they lose in the pits versus the time they can gain on track. And it's that balancing act. So I think at the moment Milner are the quicker of the two, although the progress is starting to slow down, but that's fair enough because the gap is only half a second and naturally McDonald will start to tail off. But it's that difficult one for McDonald. As a racing driver, his heart is probably telling him to find a way through, fight hard and push on. The strategist in his brain is probably saying, let's ease off a little bit, save some fuel. It's probably a very torn mind, I'd say, for the 46.
Yeah, it seems that way, because he might have the team in his ear as well. Say, try this, do that. And you never know, it might have been solved already. The team might have gone, yeah, just go through, or yeah, just sit on. And they've known that for 10 minutes now, and they don't need to push for anything. So we've still got 20. It looks rather low, doesn't it?
It's moving around as well. That
yeah, one of the exhaust hangers is
tailpipe bracket is off. 100%.
Yeah,
because compared to the 65, that's
yeah, nice.
up.
Yeah,
and it's secure. Going round left and right, the McDonald's does not look good, and that's going to cost them with a pit stop, because they'll probably, I'd imagine they're going to zip tie it to the subframe. But either way, it's going to be time they have to look under the car and prop the exhaust back up.
Yeah, so clearly the exhaust hanger has given way on that car. We don't have any mechanical warning flags. It is bouncing around quite substantially. The team have seen it. Jack Wright on the pit wall has seen it. So too has Jamie Moore. So what do they do now? They want to get in and ensure it doesn't happen again, or do they try and wait to be told to come in? There's no point pitting if you don't necessarily have to. You might think, oh, well, they've got to pit, it's loose. Yes, but wait to be told that you have to, and then come in, and if that is just so happens to be near on where you would have pitted anyway, get under there, try and get it on the exhaust hanger. It will be incredibly hot, so bring some fireproof gloves, of course. But then, do you just put a metal C-clamp on there and secure it as best you can, knowing full well that even if the exhaust hanger fails, the C-clamp won't?
Well, that's the thing. There are different exhaust mountings of cars. You have some that basically it's basically a branch off the exhaust, and it flips into a rubber ring that hangs off the chassis. You've got, like you say, the C-clamp, so they bolt into the chassis and the exhaust goes through them and you clamp them down. So many different ways to do it. It's all just a case of which is the best one. It doesn't look like it's sort of split, so the tailpipe and the box are split, so there's no leak. The exhaust is still sealed. It is just a case of it's insecure. You can just get away with, like you say, a C-clamp, put it in. It looks kind of like a horseshoe, but just 2 ends of it, and it clamps it in together. And it should be okay, provided it's done tight enough. Yeah,
it's one of those where it's annoying because you can't just fix it with zip ties and duct tape, which are the quickest option most of the time if it's bodywork.
I mean,
I don't know whether they'd melt.
That's true.
Over the next 20 hours, that's a lot of heat they've got to endure.
If it was near the cat, maybe. The tailpipe doesn't get as hot.
I have burnt my leg on not necessarily one of these, but a Citroen C1 before, where it's been running for 16 hours, and we ended up having to brim it with fuel on the way round to change the tyre. Caught it with my leg and had a nice big burn across my leg, and you think it's just a little 3-cylinder 1 litre thing, and it does produce a fair amount of heat. But you never know, these could be heavy-duty racing aficionados zip ties, which they may have down there at Millwall. Official zip ties. So they've got, what, 9/10 of a second between themselves and Toby Owen in the lead of the race. Colin French is still there in third place in the Shine Automotive car. We've been keeping a close eye on Ollie Fernal as well. He's just picking his way up towards Rocket Inn. The pair of them being hunted down by the Team Jägermeister car at the moment, and I think they've actually both just worked their way through and past the Team Jägermeister car, but they've not been lapping that slowly. Last time through a 1 minute 34, but they did have to let by those two, or they didn't have to let by, they chose to let by those two cars, so that explains a slightly slower lap. What about Leon Bidgeway? Well, I mean, nothing's changed really there. A 1 minute 31.427, the overall fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 31.124, so still lapping so quick is Leon Bidgeway, sat there in 6th place.
Yeah, and that's understandable. Of course, it is just a case that he got into that car and it was quite a long way down. But he's been able to limit the damage really nicely. The pace relative to Ian Perkins, of course, if Kahun is ahead, is about 1.5 seconds slower. So that gap is coming down bit by bit by bit. It is just a case of waiting, effectively, as that consistency is running for as long as it can, and hoping that the pace is consistent enough to close the gap, because they are sometimes astronomically large gaps, and to close them on pure pace alone, it is just a waiting game. But we have seen that gap coming down and down and down, to the point where, again, Wingate Racing don't count them out at all. They might be a lap down on the overall leaders, but a top 5 and even a podium, we don't know what's possible in the next 20.5 hours.
Yeah, absolutely. Colin French last time through. 1 minute 31.264. That's the personal fastest lap of the race for that car at the moment. They are only 4.6 seconds away from Declan McDonald, 5.5 away from Toby Owen, and they lapped 0.8 quicker than the both of them on the lap prior. We've got 20 hours and 20 minutes remaining. If you're unlucky enough to still be listening to us droning on, you've only got about 1 hour and 10 minutes left of that before we will call it tonight. The stream will continue running. You don't need to go anywhere. The fabulous camera crew have got it set up in such a way they can almost leave the cameras on a lock-off, and the brilliant director will be just bouncing you through the cameras to keep you updated. All the timing remains as it is. TSL will be working through the night, so I will post before we go the TSL timing link once again, just so you can keep track of everything that's going on. But we will be back with you come 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, something like that. We might jump on around about then, slightly earlier than that, potentially, depending on what's going on out on circuit, because of course we will go to bed, wake up, and everything will be completely different. So in the morning, it's not just get in and pick up where we left off. No, it's chatting to the drivers, scrolling back through the stream, talking to the marshals, talking to race control. What do we need to know about that we need to let you guys know about here at the circuit and at home as well?
Because that's the thing. It's weird to think that, you know, we're going to go, my accommodation is about 25 minutes away from here. I'm going to get in my car, I'm going to go back to the hotel, I'm going to go to sleep, I'm going to come back in the morning, and it is just going to be a completely different race. Also, throughout the time I'm sleeping, there's going to be 22 Ford KAs whizzing their way around Anglesey.
It's scary, isn't it?
It's weird. It's the dynamic of 24 hours. And when I sort of talk to my family who aren't avid racing fans or whatever, and they're like, yeah, it's a 24-hour race. And they have so many questions because it is just such a mammoth task to climb and do. It's a different beast entirely. Yeah,
drivers maybe not quite as strong as the machine, because 24 hours in a car solo would be near on impossible. But the cars, they do not get a break. The only breathing time they get is the 3 or so minutes. They are, well, effectively pit in to pit out. So the minute and 30 they're stationary, if they're lucky, to fill it with fuel and to change tyre, and then they're back out again, and potentially being hustled around even quicker if the driver changes and it's a fresh driver and they've got that confidence back with them. Lead margins come out a little bit this time, so Declan McDonald has fallen away. We saw it down to almost 0.4 of a second. Declan McDonald obviously diving into the pit lane now, 4.1 seconds. I don't know whether you potentially want to go down and grab a word with the drivers. There should be a cameraman down there somewhere with one of our mics.
I think I can see him actually. I'll go grab him.
Yeah, so he'll be down there with one of the mics. We do have a radio, so you can get yourself. So we should hear from Zach in a few moments' time. He's got the radio. He should have everything he needs, and hopefully he can grab a word with Declan McDonald as well, and potentially have a quick look as to what may have caused the slightly lagging exhaust. So down into the pit lane he will go. We're looking around the circuit. Who do we have that's close to the pit lane? It's just a very busy place to be at the moment. The car that's come in now, 3 times, that's the original Checkers car. It came in once for a scheduled pit stop early, so naturally it's come in early this time, but in between that, it came in, I think, just as the scrutineers had a quick look and realised that that car had maybe a slight fuel leak, or the oil, the oil door, the fuel door wasn't shut correctly. So this is now the turning point. If this car comes in, we know we're 10 minutes away from a very, very pit lane, a very, very busy pit lane indeed. So we'll keep an eye out for Zach, who should be heading down into the pit lane in a few moments' time. What I'll do is keep my finger ready on the button so we can unmute his mic as and when that is required, and we'll see if we can try and grab one of the drivers as he's working his way now down towards Milnair Racing. Of course, that shuffles up the order a little bit now. So we've got Autotech Racing and Autotech Motorsport, pardon me, and Toby Owen still in the lead of this race. Shine Automotive and Colin French up into second place with the pitting Milnair Racing. Ollie Fernell back up into third place for Pro-Am Racing. And then it's Milnair Racing and Declan McDonald, who is just sat there in the pit lane. I don't know whether Zach is down there. We can hear the pit lane going on, so we'll just very briefly unmute the mic so you can hear the you can hear what goes on in that pit lane. So talking those wheel nuts, pushing that car back, and Milnair Racing back rolling down the pit lane. You can hear just how quickly that car can get spun around and back going once again. So we'll wait and see if we can grab a quick word with potentially Declan McDonald. As for anybody else that's dived into the pit lane, nobody as of yet. So Milnair Racing, arguably the earliest car to dive into the pit lane, somewhat off kilt from what we would have expected. And normally we go off the original Checkers racing car. Of course, we know they're ahead of schedule. Milnair Racing pitting quite early as well. I think they did that previously, but now we keep an eye on Autotech Motorsport and Toby Owen for them diving into the pit lane. But Zach's down there in the pit lane.
So we're down here in the pit lane. After a mega stint from you, it must be said, you're closing down for the lead. How are you feeling after a good couple of hours in the car?
A little bit frustrated, if I'm honest, because we had about at least another half an hour's of fuel in the car, but the exhaust started coming off and I could feel it for about half an hour moving in the car. It was hitting the tunnel inside the turret inside the car, and it was getting worse. And when it was banging to the side, I could feel it blowing out the front, so we started to lose a bit of power. So we had to pit early, which is a real shame, but I mean, that's my first stint in that car. Never driven here before, so quite happy. I mean, I sat in behind the Pro-Am car early on, found my feet, and then realised I could go a bit quicker, so I pushed past them and then chased down. I think it was the Autotech car. The boys were saying they were leading, and I was taking 3-4 tenths out of them every lap. So happy to close them down, but then frustrating because when we got there with the exhaust moving, we started losing a bit of power. So decided to pit, but that's racing. We're still back out there, and we've got a fast car, so all good.
So where was the exhaust clamp coming off then? Was it just the tailpipe, or was it the entire bracket?
To be honest, I don't know, because I sat down and left the boys to do it. I just didn't want to get in the way, but I could feel it hitting on the side. So it was somewhere at the back was where it was loose, but it was then starting to dislodge the front. So yeah, shame, but that's racing, and it's early days yet.
So you're optimistic then going forward, because the pace amongst pretty much the entirety of the top 5 has been relatively close on paper. I mean, it's just going to be a case of pit strategy and things. Are you confident you boys can bring it home over the night?
Well, as long as we don't have any more stops like that, and 4 stops, I think the boys are very quick in the pit, so we won't lose out under normal circumstances, which is good. Yeah, I mean, we're in the hunt, right? So this early on with top 5 pace, everything to play for.
When can we see you back in the car?
In half an hour. I'd love it to get back out again, but that's not going to happen. We've got 3 more drivers to cycle through, so barring issues, I have no idea what the time is now. It'll probably be 3-4 o'clock in the morning, I should think, by the time. Maybe as the sun's coming up will be nice. I'd like to drive with just the sun's coming up, the light's coming back, so that's always nice around here, which is good.
Do you ever get a moment to look out your window, enjoy the view here, Anglesey?
Oh, yeah, I'm on the thing, window down. I lit a fag halfway around on one of the laps, but no, not really. I was just driving forward. I knew I was chasing fast people in the top 5 ahead of me. So every lap was a qualifying lap, really, just trying to track down to the Autotech car.
Awesome stuff. Well, best of luck for you boys. It was a very good stint, and well, congrats. I mean, the pace is going to come with experience, and well, already with a lack of experience, you're doing all right.
Yeah, we're doing good. It's happy days.
Awesome stuff. Thank you very much. Well, these guys running really, really well indeed. No more action down here in the pit lane, of course, so we'll throw back to you, Jack, in the commentary box, and I'll run my way back up.
Great stuff. Great to hear from you, Zach, and of course, great to hear from Declan McDonald down there in the pit lane as well. Taking over that car is Johnny Milner, and we know Johnny's quick from previous racing ventures, including the Enduro car that he has been running over the past couple of seasons. But keep an eye on Johnny Milner. Let's see what he can do throughout the next, 2 hours and 20 minutes potentially. We've got an hour left of at least commentary coverage. The live coverage continues on far into the night and then back up through the morning to, well, exactly 24 hours after we started, funnily enough. But it was great to hear from Declan McDonald, and yeah, he said it would be nice to see the sun rise. We're not quite at sunset yet. We're looking out of the right-hand side windows of a commentary box, and the sun is still too high in the sky even to peer below the cloud. However, I'd imagine we're not too far away from that at all. Arriving at circuit yesterday evening around about this time, we could see that the sun was getting there. Give it another half an hour and visibility may slowly start to become an issue, albeit the cloud cover is of a sufficient amount this evening to potentially negate that. The weather conditions, 15.7 degrees out there at the moment. Very, very light breeze, so it should stay around about the same throughout the following couple of hours by the looks of that, albeit I believe the weather might be slightly too far behind to what we would expect. We'll refresh the live weather radar that we've got here, so we can keep an eye on exactly what the rain potentially may be doing. So over the next hour, effectively, it should stay fairly dry. Any sort of precipitation or anything like that is all blowing away from us. So we've got very, very lucky so far in the EnduroKA 24 hours of Anglesey. Toby Owen continues to lead the race, still yet to pit. Shine Automotive and Colin French sat there in second place. Ollie Fernal, of course, in his newly inherited third place, is doing what he can at the moment. 1 minute 32.280. That was quicker than Colin French up the road, so the gap between himself has come down just a little bit as well. So it's going to be good to keep an eye on Ollie Fernal. Ian Perkins and Leon Bidgeway sat there in 4th and 5th. Leon Bidgeway continuing to lap quicker than anybody else out there on circuit. A 1 minute 31.667. That's exactly what he needs to do to put himself and Wingat Racing in the best position that they can be for the rest of this race. So looking at the rest of this race, it's still very much up in the air, still a very, very big question mark indeed as to exactly how it's going to play out. There's some drivers that, of course, still yet to get in, some teams with 6 drivers, so we won't see some of the drivers get in the car for their first time until effectively tomorrow morning. So definitely one thing to bear in mind. Andy Burton is still out there in the Burton Power car, running in a fairly quiet 6th place at the moment. He's not got too much to worry about. Toby Owen back over the line, and then in a few moments' time the Shine Automotive car goes through and laps quicker once again. The lead margin's coming down, 4 seconds between Toby Owen and Colin French. Ollie Fernal not that far behind, another 4 seconds, almost exactly behind. So it is Autotech Motorsport Toby Owen in the lead. 4.064 of a seconds back is Colin French. 4.054 of a seconds back is Ollie Fernal. They're very equidistantly spread are those top 3 at the moment. Looking further down the order, who else did we mention towards the start of the race? Semprini Racing, car number 37, Mark Hart, currently behind the wheel. They're down there in 12th place, but have picked up a couple of places over this stint. Of course, Peter Child in the Orca Sport number 74 car. That car, having been returned to the circuit, hastily repaired by their team, is now out there in 13th place. The Team Kagermeister car, car number 44, they're down there in 16th place. They've had a fairly rotten race so far. It's been fairly unlucky for them, but they are still out there and pounding the laps in. Race leader on lap 148 as we speak. So it's getting very close indeed in terms of those mid-packs. We're seeing lots of changes. They're not necessarily positional changes as of yet, but it's just swapping those laps around. You might be in 16th place and you overtake a car in 12th. You're a lap down, but it's just getting that car out of the way. So when you hand over to your teammate, which they will do later on in this race, they have already completed one of those overtakes that their teammate would have had to do. So It's just buying yourself a bit of time for when you might need it. You might never need it, and all of a sudden you're in a very good place. If you do need it, it minimises that damage. So with 20 hours and 7 minutes of this race remaining, and we are back in the Graves garage having a look down at the engine that is being rebuilt at the moment. Belts missing off that engine so far. Alternator is there, exhaust is missing, however. Intake I think is just about there or thereabouts. So they're getting everything placed back together. Clutch is on the floor as well. Whether that's the donor engine or the engine that they are rebuilding, they're working so hard to make sure that their spare car has an engine in it that is working well. I think that may be the one that, or it was that car that overheated, or the 95 initial car that overheated. The 95T car, which has been stripped to 95, is out there and circulating in 20th place, 44 laps off the lead on lap 104 themselves. So as we look elsewhere out in the order, everything shuffled down quite nicely indeed. Johnny Milner over the line, a 1 minute 32.111. So he's immediately into the very low 32s and lapping quicker than those two cars up the road. What did Leon Bidgeway do last time through? A 1 minute 31.999. He's not far away. Ian Perkins had a slightly slower lap, potentially plagued with a bit of traffic, a 1 minute 33.188. Ollie Fernell last time through, 1 minute 31.693. That was quicker than the race leader and the car in second place, much quicker than the car behind. Last time through, another quick lap from Ollie Fernell, a 1 minute 31.638. That's only 2/10 off the fastest lap that car has done, and only 5/10 off the fastest lap of the race so far. So Ollie Fernell, it's not a second wind here. He's 1.9 seconds away from picking his way back onto the coattails of Colin French in that Shine Automotive car. So keep an eye on Ollie. Let's see what he can do. K&F Racing locked in a battle with the Subaru car. K&F are right the way up in 8th place now, the Subaru car, and that being the treble 5 of Tristan Judge. And they are down in the pit lane.
Taylor Norton, who we didn't chat to initially out of the stint, because you seemed very heated and the adrenaline was rushing, but optimistic thoughts from you for your first time in the car. Started the car, and at the moment you're P1.
Yeah, no, it was a really good stint. You know, I started P1, managed to build a little gap, and then Jack from Milner caught me, and we had a great battle. And then, you know, he got past me once, I got back past him, and then we just worked together to pull away from the pack. And yeah, it was just awesome, clean racing, and yeah, the car came back in one piece, which is good.
No issues as well, touch wood, which is not necessarily something that can be said for some of your rivals. So hopefully you can get through the night nice and cleanly. How's the strategy looking for you guys? What can you tell us, and what have you got up your sleeve?
Yeah, no, strategy is looking good. You know, can't really tell anyone the strategy we got because it's, you know, just for us really. But yeah, no, hopefully we get through the night on with no problems, and yeah, it'll be good.
So you're aiming for the win today then?
Well, we have a strong chance, I think. Let's just see how the night goes and then move on to tomorrow.
And from your perspective, obviously driving the car for 2 hours, what is it like from your perspective, obviously physically and mentally as well, hauling it around Anglesey?
Yeah, it's quite tough. You know, there's a lot of corners here what needs like physical demand. So yeah, it's tough. It's not easy.
And are you driving with sort of a mindset of going as quickly as possible, or are you saving the tyres, saving the fuel, or is it a bit of both?
Well, it's a bit of both, to be honest, because I don't want to be slow at the same time, but we need to preserve, you know, the car and tyres, yeah, if we can preserve fuel as well in the pit stops, it makes it a bit quicker because you put less in.
So fantastic stuff. Thank you for coming and have a chat with us as well. Congratulations on a successful stint, and hopefully you're going to be able to get through the night and emerge in the morning still P1.
Thank you very much.
Awesome stuff. That was Taylor Norton from Autotech. He's done a fantastic job starting the car, of course. We've got no more action down here in the pit lane. Of course, a very, very busy couple of garages after some issues posed by them. But we'll go up to Jack in the commentary box. I'm going to trek up the stairs once again, and hopefully the race is still as entertaining as it has been for the last 3.5 hours.
Great stuff. Cheers, Zach. And yeah, we passed it out to you at the very last minute. Wasn't quite expecting you to jump in exactly when you did. Subaru Racing, Tristan Judge, as we were saying, are down in 15th place, and they were fighting away with K&F Racing up in 8th place. That's the number 21 machine, currently with Chris Bryant behind the wheel. 11 tenths. They've spent quite a while in the pit lane. They've only been in twice, but had a bit of an issue towards the start of the race. They're pushing on now, down in 18th place, but lapping quickly, sort of in respect to the cars around them. They're 32.0s. That's race leading pace at the moment for the 11 tenths car. So yeah, they are pushing on. Currently has Byron Crawford behind the wheel. Ollie Fernal is consistently lapping in those 31s now and can visually see the gap up the road. He's within a second of Shine Automotive and Colin French. So Ollie Fernal last time through, 1 minute 31.584. That's only 4 tenths away from the fastest lap of the race and a tenth and a half away from the fastest lap that car has done in the opening stages of this race. Of course, we saw that car started by Scott Parkin. And Scott Parkin's no slouch in an EnduroKA by any stretch of the imagination. So let's see what Ollie can do throughout the rest of this stint. We will be closing in on the end of this stint very shortly indeed. So, of course, Ollie Fernal, as many of you will know from the Basic Ollie YouTube channel, with nearly 50,000 subscribers. He specialises, from what I've seen, in endurance racing. This is his 3rd ever real race, finishing 4th at Silverstone, 2nd in Donington. And he's trying to raise the funds through the rest of the season. If he's got this pace, he's got some good results already. Why wouldn't he put it that way? I'm sure everybody watching along will be more than happy to help, especially those of Basic Ollie's avid viewers. I've got to say, he's doing a sterling job behind the wheel of that Pro-Am car. Last time through, dealing with a bit of traffic, is still not even a slow lap, a 1 minute 32.205. Colin French with a very clear lap, a 1 minute 31.529. Still only 7 tenths between a lap impeded, a traffic impeded lap and a non-traffic impeded lap. So it's nice to see them getting that close together. And further down the order, what is Leon Bidgeway doing? Last time he broke the beam, that was a 1 minute 31.559. So Leon Bidgeway doing Leon Bidgeway things, lapping very quickly, but also doing it in a very consistent manner. And whilst you were down there, Zach, Ollie Fernal, he put 4 or 5 laps into the 31s and got within a full second of Colin French. Last time through, had a bit of traffic to deal with, but even then, he's only 1.6 seconds back. We're getting dangerously close to the next round of pit stops. He's putting that car in the best position possible to hand over to his teammate. Yeah, just talking to some of the drivers actually in the pit, and obviously we just touched on with Taylor Norton, but some of his teammates, and I said, when are you in? He seems ready to go, and he said about in 10, 15, 20 minutes or so. So we are really closing in already to the next set of pit stops. Still very busy in the garage of the one that's being having the engine changed. That is frantic, bits everywhere, flywheels and clutches all over the floor. Not envious of the mechanics that have to deal with that, I'll put it that way, but it's absolutely fantastic to see all of the teamwork that goes into it, the operations behind the scenes, because sometimes that's what you don't see. You just see the drivers going around quickly, but the mechanics, they are so good at what they do. Because it's one thing to do a job well, it's another thing to do a job well and quick. Yes, and I mean, we saw earlier on JB Moore at Milner Racing, and he was busy, instead of using just the one wheel gun, using 2 just to get 2 wheel nuts off or, at the same time, minimising the time he spends with that car in the air. We're now seeing more cars come into the pit lane. Semprini Racing have come in. I said keep an eye on them, and they've slowly been chipping away. Mark Hart is behind the wheel now. Of course, he will vacate that car as the fuel goes in and hand over to a teammate. AFK Racing, car number 22, they're also in. So Natalie Knowles will be jumping out of that car. We've already seen Nick Creed in. You'd imagine it will be Tim Parsons or Nick Berg jumping in next. In terms of anybody in the top 10, aside from AFK Racing, they're still yet to pit, so there's still a lot up in the air that can change, apart from Johnny Milner. Of course, we saw at the start of the race, Original Checkers Racing dive into the pit lane very early, and then obviously that's put them slightly off tilt with everybody else. So that car came in, I thought, okay, we're probably 10 minutes away, 15 minutes away from when we'll see those cars, or the rest of the field come in. But Milner Racing, for my liking, they came in a lot earlier than I expected. Then, yeah, of course, with that exhaust problem, they came in very early indeed. And I didn't see a black and orange warning flag, but clearly it was getting to a point where Declan McDonnell inside was thinking, I need to pit.
Yeah, he was saying, obviously we spoke to him in the pit lane, and he was just saying it got to a point where it was just, obviously the chassis does have a slight dent with each of the pins where the exhaust flows through, and it was getting to the point where it was just flapping in between those 2 points, and also obviously further up, the exhaust, even though the purpose of it is to get rid of the gases, if you can't get rid of them effectively, it does have a hamper on the amount of power output that the KA can do. Not being funny, you need to get every little bit that you can get out of the KA. Any small bit of power loss is a substantial percentage of the overall power that the KA outputs. So if it gets to a point where you're losing power, particularly here at Anglesey, you need to come in and get it sorted. He said it's a shame it's half an hour too soon because he probably still had that in him and probably could have contested with Toby Owen, but the pace is there, the pace is good. One minor setback isn't going to be telling of a 20 hours left of the race, considering the same misfortune can still talk to the Autotech boys. I was literally talking to them and just said, it's going all right at the minute. And I said to him, is it probably not to the point where it's too good to be true? And he said, yeah, it is going to get to a point where you're waiting for something to go wrong.
It looked as well, we could see the Semprini racing car down there in the pit lane. It looks like Jeremy Evans is about to jump in. Of course, we've seen Jeremy Evans throughout this weekend in Clio Cup GB. He's about to jump into one of these Enduro cars. Rover Rage Motorsports have come into the pit lane as well, that being car number 41. So Rick Lawrence has come in to hand over to one of 4 drivers. We've already seen Alex Butler in. Rick Lawrence has jumped out, so now it's down to either Jason Hancock, Greg Caswell, Sam Rover or John Rover to jump into the pit lane. Of course, I think they also sponsor the Rover Brit Car Championship now as well, so they're a busy old family indeed, and still finding the time to put 24 hours aside alone just to drive around the Anglesey Circuit. But I mean, the sun is getting lower, and another shot of the fruit shoot for you. The Anglesey scenery is just treating us more and more.
Yeah, I have a feeling a lot of people won't be doing fruit shoots back at home. But fun little game to play. Every time we comment on the scenery of Anglesey, do a shot of fruit shoot. Who's this into the pit lane? Just waiting to be pushed out, of course, by the team members. Getting a nice close up on the driver as well. Really getting in depth there is our cameraman, Ant. He doesn't care. He will get in people's personal space. He will get the shots no matter what.
Yeah, Anthony is very committed to getting the right shot. Just trying to get those harnesses belted up correctly, making sure that the belts at the top are over the hands device, the belts either side of the waist and in between the legs is correctly secured at the 5-point harness, and then they can push that car back, and NJM Racing will be back in the race and heading out on to circuit. We did see a few shots as well of the MSVT racing car still getting worked on down in the pit lane. Of course, we saw that car head into the pit lane only 21 laps into the race, so hopefully they can keep working on that car, and potentially you'll see that car back out on circuit at some point throughout the night. You never know, we might wake up and the cars that we so thought were retired are back out there and running.
Yeah, exactly, because we've touched on it already a lot this race, but getting to the checkered flag is an achievement in and of itself. Forget points, forget top 10s, forget wins, forget trophies. Getting to the checkered flag is an achievement. All of that hard work from the mechanics, the drivers, the endless nights, sometimes it seems that the sleepless nights, it becomes difficult, and you want something to look back on and say, we finished the EnduroKA 24 Hours of Anglesey of 2024, as opposed to being the one that DNFs. So no matter what, you want to get yourself out. Also looking at the top 3, 2.5 seconds after over 4 hours of racing. That is insane. Granted, we've got pit stops, which is probably going to open that back up again, but that's crazy.
Yeah, that's absolutely nothing. I had a quick glance up and thought, okay, they're not quite as close as I thought, and then I took a second take and went, no, Colin French is within a second of Toby Owen, so within aerodynamic assistance, and Ollie Fernal continuing to lap in those 1 minute 31s, 1 minute 31.850, make that a 1 minute 31.739, so the top 3 now separated from what was 2.5 seconds to 1.7 seconds, 1 3/4 seconds separates Toby Owen, Colin French and Ollie Fernal. Ollie is really starting to pick up the pace, and Colin French is the meat in the sandwich here because he's catching Toby Owen, but not as quick as Ollie Fernal is catching him, so it's all going to come to head pretty much at the same point.
Yeah, exactly. I'm also very glad you know your sandwiches as well. The amount of people that would have called that an Owen Infernal sandwich is disgusting.
No, it's a French sandwich.
It's a French sandwich with Owen Infernal bread. I'm glad.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I approve. It's good. That's basically commentary 101. You can always gauge how good a commentator is based on how well they know their sandwiches, can't you?
I've never heard it expressed quite so passionately.
I'm passionate about my sandwiches, mate. Don't you worry. It's a pet peeve of mine, but it's fine. Anyway, into the pit lane comes the KA 44. They've not been without their issues, but they're in for their next stop. Also, the Ravel Rage Motorsport has got Lawrence now back into the car. 19 hours, 53 minutes left to go. 1.7 seconds still covers the top three. We are waiting for them to come into pit lane in about 10 or so minutes' time. But if they can keep it nice and clean, oh my goodness me, that's getting closer to turn 2 between the number 3 and the triple three, 4 threes, and very close going into turn 2.
Yeah, Wingate Racing clearly proving that ABS is not for them. Leon Bidgeway, he's been lapping so quick throughout this race. He's so committed to trying to dive his way up the inside of the Kahunas car. That will be Ian Perkins. And they are together on circuit and on the timing screen. That is a move for position. Leon Bidgeway has only just gone and got himself up into P4. So he's pushing so hard, is Leon, just about managing to break his way through the ABS. So put it into perspective, Leon Bidgeway, Ian Perkins and Andy Burton aren't all on the same lap. Ian Perkins and Leon Bidgeway are. Andy Burton is exactly a lap behind because he's involved in that trio. So it is so close indeed. Hopefully we can pick up some footage of what is now that lead trio. So Toby Owen, Colin French and Ollie Fernall, they're just heading through the exit of Church and then up towards Rocket Inn. Those three cars are separated by 0.8 of a second. So the top three, after 19 hours of racing, are absolutely together. And now we may see a move up the inside for Colin French. Colin French into the lead of the race. Later on the brakes, picks his way up the inside of Toby Owen. And Ollie Fernall's there to pick up the pieces as well. There was a slight lock-up from Ollie on the way in. I think just trying to make sure he gets the car slowed down and doesn't compromise that exit. Lets those two in front battle away. And now these top three absolutely together.
Yeah, locked together, of course, at the very least until their pit stop. And maybe for some, this is an indication to come in for an early stop.
Yes.
As opposed to being sort of caught up in this battle, come in, get the undercut relative to those around us. Oh my goodness me, Ollie Fernall to the inside of the corkscrew. No way is he trying that this early in the 24-hour race. That is brave, bold, nearly brilliant. Of course, he's putting Toby Owen under pressure, tries to get the up and under, puts his foot down to the floor. They're going to be side by side across the pit straight. The number 12 going to try and find his way through on the 65. They emerge towards turn number 1. Through he goes. That was nicely done from Ollie Fernall.
Yeah, brilliant move from Ollie. He set it up early. You could see the car squirming away under brakes, all on three wheels, just trying to get that car slowed down. And he managed to half get the move done, confirm it on the exit of the final, or on the entry to turn 1. Toby Owen deciding, yeah, I'm not going to fight that, just a dab of the brakes, and allowed Ollie Fernall to go through. What a brilliant move from Ollie. So now Colin French in the lead of the race, Ollie Fernall there in second place, Toby Owen now down into third. We have had Ian Perkins down into the pit lane from what is 5th place. Kahuna's racing team are swapping round. I was expecting Costa Kriitsis to get behind the wheel, but I don't know whether now we're going to see Ian Perkins get out and Costa get in and see that change. Andy Burton, you'd imagine, will be passing over to Stephen Gilbert in that number 1 6th place machine. Leon Bidgeway, who's he going to pass over to? I'm not exactly sure, but when we first saw this, he was 1 minute and 30 behind the race lead. Last time through, 59 seconds. He's gained 30 seconds over the space of a stint. That's monumental.
Yeah, it is. And of course, it's going to be down to his teammates that get into the car to continue that progress. The Kahuna's car, by the way, is into the pit lane, so Ian Perkins is going to be swapping out, you'd presume.
Costa Kriitsis,
And the group level speed is going to be jumping in. Your favourite
driver. He is indeed. Costa Kriitsis. He's such a character. He's such a nice guy. Whether he's racing Ford KAs, whether he's racing supercars, no matter what it is, he's having such fun. But doing it so quickly as well. He's good friends with Will Dendy, of course. He's raced in GT Cup, racing in a McLaren 570S GT4. The pair of those two got on like wildfire, meeting whilst racing Ford KAs. So it's great to see them racing. Great to see Costa back out there and racing once more. Samprini continuing just to chip away at those times. It is still... we've swapped to Evans. We had Mark Hart in, and it is Jeremy Evans. We thought it was Jeremy Evans getting in. It has been confirmed. Jeremy Evans now behind the wheel, and of course he will be putting together what he's learned throughout this weekend from Clio Cup GB into this Ford KA, whether it just be something like lines or maybe a bit of the circuit that is starting to wear up and picking up a bit more grip. He will know that from earlier on, and he might be able to utilise that to the best of his advantage.
Yeah, exactly. Track time. I mean, the track doesn't change. The car does, sure, but the track doesn't. And you're always going to know the characteristics of the track, where the bumps are, what curbs you can use. That doesn't change. So getting out there and of course adjusting. Of course the Clio to the KA, we've already said, isn't a huge difference. Probably the same driving style, just with slightly less power. So it shouldn't be too difficult of a transition to sort of jump from one to the other. But the 333 back out on circuit and is going to be settling in hopefully after pit stops finding themselves out back into that top 5 that they were fairly comfortable in all fairness. The Kahuna's car dropped back early on, but their consistency has been pretty much unrivaled sort of for the back end of the top 5.
Yeah, we're at that stage in the race now as well where drivers will come into the pit lane, obviously get out, swap drivers, and then they'll go back out with headlights ablaze and LEDs ablaze as well. So it will all of a sudden end up with some very bright KAs circulating here at Anglesey. The sun has still not crept below the cloud as of yet, so we may still have that yet to come. I think the sun has slowly started to die, the wind, pardon me, has slowly started to die down as well. Porsche, that of course here this weekend with their various championships that we've seen already, the flags are showing us very nicely. The wind hasn't changed direction, it's just slightly slowed down. So we can pick out exactly what's going on. Some of these drivers going quite a way into this race, or going quite a way into this stint. I think we'll see very much a stint 1-esque pit lane, where as soon as it gets to that point where they think we're at the end of our drive time or we need to pit fuel, in there will all come all at the same time and make it a very busy job for maybe yourself interviewing everybody.
Oh yeah, brilliant. But yeah, no, it is going to be a busy pit lane. And just to sort of reiterate, if anyone's now joining us or you forgot from earlier, there is no designated pit window. It is a free flow.
Yeah.
You can come in whenever you want and pit whenever you want. There's also no minimum pit stop time, so it is get in, get the car serviced, get it off the tracks, and get it back out on circuit as quickly as possible, which makes for some very interesting pit strategies. It just so happens that with fuel and tyre wear, the best strategy seems to fall, and everyone seems to be fairly aware that the best strategy falls within the same sort of 5-10 minute window of each other.
Yeah, and you do end up with a very busy pit lane and a very busy pit exit, but also the order jumbles massively because you'd all like to pit as quickly as possible, but as we've seen, a lot of mechanics carry spare sort of wheel nuts with them, but for maybe somebody that forgot one or dropped more than one, and you might take a minute just to jack up the car. The fuel jug might be slightly slow and isn't quite putting the fuel into the fuel tank as quickly as they would like. All these different things can massively change how quick your pit stop is, and then what that does is it shuffles the order up, and you may end up with a slightly quicker driver finding himself in the mid-pack thinking, I've got a bit of work to do, when we're treated to a fabulous drive through the order. At the moment, leader of the pit stoppers is Johnny Milner. He's retaken to the circuit, 20 minutes ago now, and is up into 6th place and doing brilliant things there. He's still lapping very consistently in the low 32s. As of the leaders, they are 1.2 seconds apart. Colin French has pulled away somewhat from Ollie Fernall. Last time through from Colin French, a 1 minute 31.845. Ollie Fernall, a 1 minute 31.867. Toby Owen, the best of that car, I think, for him, came at the start of the stint. The end of the stint, he's just started to die off.
Yeah, a little bit, but again, dying off by Toby Owen's standards is only losing a couple of tenths of a lap.
Yeah.
That's it. He's had such a consistent stint, and granted, he got into that car in the leads, but he handled the safety car restart really well. As a wave to the camera there, quite nicely from one of the racing drivers. But he handled the restart really perfectly, and it's only because French and Fernall have picked up the pace as the stint went on that they've been able to find their way through. And even then, we know how efficient Autotech are with their pit stop. That being said, Pro-Am as well, look out for them to be quite quick and potentially still come out in what could well be the race lead. We don't know, of course, because pit stop on pit stop things can change in terms of the pace, but all in all three of those drivers, all three of those teams have had mega stints.
Yeah, that was Clive Taylor just waving to the camera. Ross Folds getting ready to jump back in behind the wheel of that car. That's the Cadoodle-Doo car. We did see as well the various different bits that the drivers can do about communicating to other drivers non-verbally. So the treble 3 of Costa Cretis is immediately on a mission and picking his way through and past Andy Burton. And you'll find the indicators are very useful. If you flick the indicator on as you would if you were approaching a junction, say, and it's just continually on, off, that's indicating I will be going that way. If you do a very quick left and it flashes on and off very quickly, that's saying go that side. So you're doing the same thing but communicating something very different indeed, and it's nice to see that the drivers evidently all speaking the same language and picking their way through. Andy Burton now, he is on the tail of Costa Cretis and just wants to chip away at those laps. The lead gap last time through came down. Ollie Fernall has brought it back down to 1.1 of a second between himself and Colin French.
Yeah, Fernall's had a really strong stint. Of course, the pace been up and down, but he's really found a second win at this stage of the stint, and is turning in those lap times really nicely. I have to say I'm really impressed with French in the 180 machine as well, looking very, very strong as well, leading the way. And of course the 46, just having a look on the live stream, of course, when it comes to the exhaust, I don't know if it's still secured. They definitely did a fix.
It's better than it was earlier, but it is still bouncing around quite substantially.
Yeah. I don't know if that's something that's going to be easily fixed with floor jacks and axle stands, because you really do have to get underneath to really sort of make sure everything's stuck in. Of course, the exhaust comes out of the manifold into the catalytic converter, and then it's that pipe through some of the muffled box and stuff to the back box, and then obviously out through the tailpipe. And it seems as though it's not just one bracket that's broken, it seems to be at least a couple that are causing it to have such a significant movement, or it originally was one and then the movement snapped the other ones off.
Yes, whatever has gone on, it's clearly a recurring issue. The pit lane is getting busier and busier. We do have Autotech Motorsport into the pit lane, so that is Toby Owen. He, in the number 65 machine, obviously previous race leader, he is now into the pit lane and will be handing over to one of his teammates. As we look, who will that be? We've already seen Taylor Norton and Toby Owen. It could be Mark Witherington. They could dive into the pit lane. Joey DePrato or Adam Bessel yet to get behind the wheel of that car. We've also got Leon Bidgeway, and we do need to grab a word with Leon Bidgeway, Zach, if you're down there. We do need to grab a word with Leon Bidgeway, because he's been going incredibly quick behind the wheel of his car. That is the number 3 Wingat Racing machine. So we've already seen Matthew Weymouth behind that car, so it'll be Mike Morace that will get behind the wheel, and he will drive that car into the night as the sun gets lower and lower, visibility gets poorer and poorer. And of course, if you're being followed by a car with the headlights on, it can slightly dazzle you as well. So it's sort of common practice. If you're right behind the car, flick the main beam off. You leave your headlights on, but just flick that main beam off. As you can see, those cars, the Semprini car leading that little train heading through Peel and then down in towards the corkscrew. They do have those sort of LED, sort of brighter visual aids, those lighting aids on the bonnet. So too does the purple sector car behind them. So too does the NJM car as well. Just to make sure that they can see as clearly as possible throughout the evening and into the night. And what you would do is just, flick those off, make sure you're not blinding the car in front, and work together and potentially even pick up a bit more time as the race wears on. So we are just ticking past 19 hours and 40 minutes of this race remaining. It's around about 8:30, so you've got about half an hour of us yapping on before we will be able to leave you in some peace, and you can enjoy the night stage. 12 hours of night racing you will be treated to with peace and quiet before tomorrow morning, 9 AM. Me and Zach join you once again, and we'll run you through all the way until the end, which should be around about 4:10 come the end of the 24 hours of Anglesey. Back out onto circuit, we're getting more and more cars, one of those being Shine Automotive. So Colin French is actually into the pit lane. Colin French, race leader, into the pit lane now. Let's see what he can do about getting that pit stop done as quickly as possible. Staying out there, I think, is Ollie Fernell. Yes, Ollie Fernell is staying out there on circuit. So Ollie Fernell, in theory, inherits the lead of that race. Let's see what Ollie can do about picking up the pace at this stage of the race. Out onto circuit goes Autotech Motorsport. They've just disappeared out of my sight, heading in towards turn 3. So Autotech Motorsport will be somewhat down the order compared to where they came in. They have come out actually just in front of Ollie Fernell. So Ollie Fernell picking his way through Rocket in and then Rocket out, just sat behind the Autotech car. That is now in the hands of Adam Bessel. Adam Bessel behind the wheel, but Zach, you're down there in the pit lane.
Down in pit lane once again, and just come in after a monster stint is Toby Owen for Autotech Motorsport. You've just come in, good pace, you had a safety car restart and a lot to deal with, and you happy with your stint?
I am, yeah. The safety car restart was epic. I look behind me and it's like, come on guys, but no, very happy with that. Towards the end of it, the tyres were giving me nothing. So it was the right time to come in. Fuel light was on anyway, so it really really sort of worked in our favour. And yeah, passing the baton on to Adam now. We know he's quick as well, and hopefully he can keep us going in P1.
So the pace was good pretty much all stint long. The consistency was there. But from Shine and Pro-Am, I mean, they were catching up towards the tail end. That little battle you had as well was probably a little bit of fun, although maybe disheartening to see them go through.
No, I wouldn't call that a battle. I think as soon as I saw them coming, I thought, well, what's the place that I can let them through without losing any time? Because they were clearly quicker. They've got fresher tyres. Mine were absolutely shot. So pick your battles in a 24-hour.
So you're happy with your stint, the consistency was there, and I mean, speaking to some of your boys earlier, Taylor and everyone seem pretty optimistic with the pace. Nothing's gone wrong, touch wood, yet. So probably just going to be sat waiting for something to go wrong at some point. Hopefully it's not going to be too drastic.
Yeah, I mean, Autotech are doing an absolutely fantastic job. They are on point today. So really, we've done a great job so far. We've just got to keep this going. Just got to keep it going.
Through the night, when can we expect you back in?
I think I might be seeing the sunset in. It's going to be a long day tomorrow. But yeah.
Well, enjoy it, get some rest, and well done for your stint.
Thank you, and good job on the comms, by the way. It's a great job.
Thank you very much. Toby Owen, of course, he does a lot behind the scenes for EnduroKA, the Witness Sim series and stuff, and me and Jack will know him a lot, so it's nice to actually see him for the first time in person. He's done a mega stint. We'll go back up to you, Jack, in the commentary box because, well, pit stops, the pit lane's been busy last couple of times, and our race leaders have come in as well.
Amazing, cheers. Yeah, so looking at the field, who have we had coming into the pit lane? Ollie Fernell is still out there. Colin French brought the Shine Automotive car into the pit lane, so we should see that car swap around in a few moments' time. Adam Bessel has got behind the wheel of the Autotech Motorsport car, so he's out there and circulating once again. You tend to lose about 2 laps under a pit stop. Let's see what everybody else can do. Can they minimise that down to 1 lap as they get quicker and quicker throughout this race? Costa Kriitsis with a personal fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 31.788. The Greek god of speed strikes again and has gone quicker still in his first stint in the car. Who else do we have yet to pit? Let's have a look. Ollie Fernell naturally in the lead of the race. Shine Automotive, that car has been taken over by Adrian Wood. Of course, we've seen Tom Wood behind the wheel. Adrian Wood is now piloting the Shine Automotive car around. That car has been in. Who else do we have? Andy Burton to come into the pit lane. He's to hand over to Stephen Gilbert. So we should see Stephen Gilbert get behind the wheel of that car in a few moments' time. And then I think we're almost there. It's been a very busy pit lane, and all of a sudden it's fallen very quiet again. We do have K&F Racing down there as well. So we have seen Adam Bettington, I think, behind the wheel. Chris Bryant has just jumped out. It will be Simon Tom, Tony Blaine or Tony Barson yet to get behind the wheel. And for the moment, we're looking at Johnny Milner all over the tail of Andy Burton. That is a battle for position. So Johnny Milner, lights ablaze. Johnny, say too, does Andy Burton. And Johnny Milner's looking for the outside on the run up towards Rocky Tin. All the way around the outside, he will go through that right kink. On the brakes, position made before we even get to the meaty point of the braking zone, and meets the apex, does Johnny. So Johnny Milner up into what is going to be second place on the road at the moment. Obviously Andy Burton yet to pit. He needs to hand over to Stephen Gilbert, as we say. And Johnny Milner, he's pretty much halfway through what is a slightly off-tilt stint for him. He might still have an hour and a bit, an hour and a half to go. But he can just focus now on a bit of the long haul whilst all the other cars drop their way into the pit lane. He can focus on making outright places, and potentially that's the lead of the race, because Andy Burton yet to pit, and he's already passed him. Ollie Fernell yet to pit. 2 laps separates them, but you lose about 2 laps in the pit lane anyway. And what is the gap between Johnny Milner and Adrian Wood in the Shine Automotive car that we saw leading the race? That's about 8 seconds, 11 seconds. We'll wait for that Shine Automotive car to come through, which should just be crossing the line now. Yes, it is. That's now 11.3 seconds. So I'm going to put my money on Johnny Milner being in the lead of the race once all is said and done.
I think so. The important thing is that they're 30 minutes off sequence.
Yes.
So they're going to be coming in 30 minutes before everyone else does. The knock-on effect this could have, maybe being 30 minutes off sequence in the end, puts them back on sequence eventually. Maybe there's a safety car again, loads of different things can change that sort of shift the pit stop times. Of course, they haven't fully resolved their exhaust issues. For those that are now just joining us, the Milner 46, at the moment P2 on track, is having some. Oh my goodness me, that rear left was flying for the but
that's
basically-
Costa Creates
yeah,
for you.
Exactly, commitment. That's what being a god gets you. But yeah, obviously for Milner, their exhaust was hanging off. They had to do a quick fix. It seems to have done a better job, but not completely fixed. So their 30 minutes of sequence relative to those around them. Will be interesting to see what the knock-on effect of this is, though, because every second of a race is another domino knocked down.
Yeah, and I did notice as well in the background, pushing very, very hard is Team Lifeline. I think they're trying to stay in front of Costa Creates at the moment, but last time through, Johnny Milner on 32.281. That was slightly slower than Costa. They are near on together on circuit, so I've got a feeling those two could work their way into a nice little battle over the next coming laps, but a big flash of the lights from Johnny Milner, letting Team Lifeline know that he is on his way and means business, diving his way up the inside through the banking, wanting to minimise any sort of time loss through traffic. Ollie Fernal still yet to pit. We will have to grab a word with Ollie once he dives into the pit lane. So he crosses the line now and is staying out. He's not too eager on diving into the pit lane just as of yet. So Pro-Am Racing, they've got a plan here.
Content.
Content indeed.
That's what he's going for. I performed the longest stint ever in EnduroKA. I reckon it's going to be the thumbnail, and he's going to go for it. No, he's probably strategically just going to run the fuel tank dry and bring it in. But it would be nice to get some content from him, because of course it's always great to see, and obviously it gets more and more exposure to EnduroKA as well. To have that, I mean, the cat engagement that we've got is fantastic here on MSVT. So obviously like, subscribe, all that malarkey on YouTube chat, because there's always racing pretty much every weekend. You won't be bored, let's put it that way. And thanks to everyone that has been commentating. Hope you are all enjoying from home, and obviously all the basic Ollie fans as well coming to join us. I'm glad they're not like Max Verstappen fans in the world of sim racing. Is Ollie in this split? I'm glad they're not like that.
He is in this split.
He is in this split.
So Ollie Fernal at the moment just picking his way through traffic. The first car he picked his way through and past was the Team Jägermeister car, car number 44, that being in the hands of Lewis G. Lewis G dropping back and then diving to the inside of the number 67 machine. That's the original Checkers Racing car. Whereabouts are they now? They're down in 13th place, and behind the wheel of that car is Simon Hampton. Of course, we've seen various changes throughout the race. That's one of only 3 6-driver cars we have. Leader into the pit lane, in comes Ollie Fernal. So let's see who he will hand over to. That is the Pro-Am Racing car. Of course, we've already seen Scott Parkin in. Ollie Fernal dives in. We've got Lucas Dicini, Nicole Drought, and of course Chris Dunster yet to get behind the wheel. But Ollie Fernal into the pit lane he will come. He's already out of the car, and they're already loading that car up with fuel. Of course, Pro-Am Racing, the most successful enduro car of last season, and they've already kicked off this season correctly with their second, I think it was, at Silverstone in a win at Donington Park. So doing very well indeed so far, looking to follow suit here at Anglesey in their 24 hours. So into the pit lane comes Ollie Fernal. Johnny Milner, whereabouts is he? He's just picking his way out of Peel, then it's downhill through the corkscrew, and he will gain one of the first 2 laps back. So through the final corner now comes Johnny Milner, and we'll go on to another lap of the race. Still hunting down Costa Creates, who's there in 6th place, albeit a lap down on Johnny Milner. The second fuel jug goes in as the team slowly, you can see him there just fiddling around with something on the side of that fuel jug. That's opening the valve, allowing the fuel that goes in to be displaced by air. So the fuel goes out the bottom, the air goes in the top, and that just allows the fuel to get out of that fuel jug as quickly as possible, hopefully shortening your pit stops as quickly as possible. Andy Burton pushing track limits there on the exit of turn 3, so he's still yet to pit and hand over to Stephen Gilbert, and they have just lost out to the purple sector car at the moment behind the wheel of that. As we look down the order, who will it be behind the wheel? But I hear we do have Zach down there in the pit lane.
Can we nick you for a word?
Yeah, sure mate, go for it.
Sweet. think we're out here.
Yeah, wherever you want.
That's good going, that stint.
So as the pit stop continues on, hopefully we can grab a word with Ollie in a few moments' time. Of course, being trapped away in the garages, Ollie must have a bit of traffic to pick his way through. Of course, with mechanics still hard at work on his car, there will be a lot of people that we will have to shuffle through. So hopefully Zach is down there with Ollie Fernal, and in a few seconds' time, we can grab a word with Ollie. I'm just looking over, trying to pick out if he is there and available. However, in the meantime, the Pro-Am car does retake to the circuit. And whereabouts is Johnny Milner? Has Johnny Milner gone through? Yes, he has. So Johnny Milner into the lead of the race ahead of Ollie Fernal, ahead of the Pro-Am car. Ollie Fernal, of course, looking out. So hopefully in a few seconds' time, Ollie Fernal will be there and ready for a chat. I can see the camera is there and looking at Ollie. So Zach down there in the pit lane.
After just his third ever race start, Oliver Fernal, he's getting the content in. A mega stint at the front of EnduroKA.
Yeah, I enjoyed that so much, honestly. That was so much fun. I knew I had like 2 hours in the car, so I think it took me about half the stint to really just find out where I needed to, you know, find the pace. And once I found that, the second half of the stint was so much better, much quicker. And yeah, there was such a sweet feeling overtaking P1, let me tell you. Dream of that, dream of that.
Good content then, good thumbnail, good clickbait, good title to get in the video.
Yeah, all we needed some barrel rolls really, and then we're good. Not obviously on my side, but some barrel rolls in front of the camera, and then I think we're good. But yeah,
get the style points. But I mean, for you, obviously going from sim into real life, what have been sort of the big learning curves that you've had to sort of tackle with?
The physical aspect of it. Like 2 hours in that car. I know it's only not got much horsepower, but the corkscrew, the downhill, filling it into loads of corners. My left ribs are just, they've taken an absolute battering. So physically, it's absolutely draining. I mean, doing it on my watch, according to my watch, I don't know if you can see that, 2,200 calories that stint somehow. I don't believe that, but yeah, it would have been, it was crazy. It's really tough, but so much fun.
You've earned the Mackies then.
Oh, yeah, with a McFlurry to go with it, I think, for sure.
Beautiful stuff. Well, thanks for having a word with us. Are you back in the car later on?
Yeah, like 3 a.m. So.
Brill, that's fantastic. I'm sure you've got some committed fans to cheer you on, though, of course. Have you got a message for them?
Yeah, thanks to you guys. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be here. So you're all legends in my eyes, and hopefully that was worthy of a watch.
Awesome stuff. Thank you very much. Take care, and we'll see you maybe after your next stint. Maybe you bring it home for the podium.
Yeah, let's hope so. The win.
The win. Confident man is Oliver Fernal. He's now just coming after a mega stint. He'll go in, he'll review some of the footage, but yeah, there you can see a lot of his fans cheering him on in the YouTube chat, getting the engagement. Look out for the vlog as well. We'll go back to Jack in the commentary booth.
Mega cheers, Zach. Great to grab a word there with Ollie Fernal, ever a crowd favourite. I can see that a couple of people asking for the live timing link. I have just popped that in. We are going to continue commentating for the next 15 minutes before we leave you in peace for the night. Of course, it's just me and Zach this weekend, so we've been commentating since 9 a.m. this morning. 12-hour stint today of effectively talking non-stop. And then we will be back with you at around about 9 a.m. tomorrow morning to round out pretty much the 24-hour race. By that point, there should be, what, 7 or 8 hours left on this race, so we've got plenty to look forward to, of course. In the morning it will be a very busy morning, frantically running around the paddock trying to chat to as many drivers and timekeepers, race control, absolutely everybody, just to bring us up to date on exactly what went on. We'll be flicking through the screen very frantically as well, but what we will do is drop what I will do is drop the live timing link back in the chat before we disappear for the evening. If we've still got people here at Circuit, which by the looks of it we do, we've got a couple of people watching along around at the circuit. Thank you for staying into the night, and it's well and truly worth staying into the night as well, because the sunset maybe isn't quite the spectacle that we expected, but we should hopefully be treated to a rather pretty sunrise, going off what we can see on the weather radar here in the commentary box. So with 9 hours and 24 minutes of this race remaining, Johnny Milner has inherited the lead of the race ahead of Andy Burton, still yet to pit. Of course, Andy Burton does have to hand over to Stephen Gilbert, and then we get back to what is effectively second place of the pitters. So the lead margin is 14, best part of 15 seconds now. So that's the number 65 Autotech car in the hands of Adam Bessel. He has returned to the circuit in what is going to be second place. Then it is the 180 machine, that being in the hands of Adrian Wood. Adrian Wood will be in third. Lucas Ticini has just taken over from Ollie Fernall. Costa Kriitsis will pick his way up into effectively 5th place. So, I mean, it's been good to chat to a number of our drivers. I think maybe tomorrow morning, Zach, I will run down and hopefully grab our cameraman. And I'd imagine some of the drivers may be looking rather second-hand after a long night behind the wheel.
Yeah, they're all smiling now. Give it tomorrow.
Yeah, give it a minute. Give it a minute.
And see how they get on, because even if they're not in the car currently, even if they've got a good few hours till they get back in the car, they're not going to be using each and every single one of those hours to rest. No. Right? They're going to be chilling, they're going to be watching data. I mean, Toby Owen, I went and spoke to him after the interview, and he was immediately looking at the data, watching videos and onboards, learning where he can go quicker. They've got to eat, they've got to talk to the engineers, they'll be not necessarily immediately going to sleep.
Maybe even a shower as well.
Yeah, exactly. All those little things, they're not going to be sleeping. Yeah. They might be resting, chilling out, but they won't be sleeping and recuperating, so they're going to be very tired come 4 o'clock tomorrow. Yeah,
you think that, oh, well, it's an enduro car, you've spent 2 hours, 2 hours, 20 minutes, it's not got massive power figures, let's be honest. It can't be that physical. You cannot underestimate how physical it is being behind the wheel of one of these cars, because a few of them will have the heaters on, whether it be on max or not, just to try and get some hot air away from the engine. So the heat exhaustion alone, but you are 100% concentrated. Your eyes are having to adapt to dimming light. You're focusing so much on making sure that you don't cause contact with any part of the circuit, any part of another car. You're keeping it within the white lines. It's a busy job. And then you've got the G-forces. Granted, they're not Formula 1 levels of G-forces, but you're getting thrown around in an unnatural way.
Yeah, right, exactly. And, you know, in contrast to a Formula 1, I mean, they've got 5-point harnesses, they've got the hands device for those unaware, that's the hands and neck device which straps to their helmet and keeps their neck nice and secure. You're not, you know, you're not in a very tight space. You're not confined in. There is still a little bit of wiggle room either side for you to move around in. Speaking to Ollie Fernall and down the corkscrew, he said his right rib is absolutely battered, right, bruised and battered because of the way he's being thrown around so much. The braking, again, the KA is all right, fair enough, but even then, and the undulation, it takes a toll on your wrist as well, having to hold the steering wheel. I get it even in corporate karts. If I do too much corporate karting, sort of an hour stint or whatever, I take my hands off the steering. I have to like pluck my fingers off the steering wheel, and then it's sort of they're cramping up. So every single muscle in your body is working when you're in a motor racing car, and it's no exaggeration that it is a sport. These are athletes sweat, and it's physical.
Yeah, it very much is, and you've got to feel that's after 2 hours and 20 minutes of a driver. These cars run non-stop for 24 hours. They're the ones that deserve the rest, but no such luxury will befall them throughout this race. The lifetime link have just dropped back in the chat again, so it means that you can watch along. You can see effectively everything we can. Of course, you've got the live stream, and if you've got another screen as well, you'll be able to pick up all of the live timing, so you can pick out not only their overall position, their car number, whether they're in the pit lane, whether they've got a penalty, whether they're still out there on circuit, how many laps they've completed, the gap to the leader, the difference between the gap to the car ahead, their best lap, when they set that best lap, how many times they've been into the pit lane, their last lap, and we've had a spin as well. That's for the NJM racing car. So who will be behind the wheel of that? Car number 2 further down the order. That will be Marcus Buckle, who's been caught out there on the run through Rocket Inn. But then it's everything else that you get with the fabulous Timing Systems Limited, or TSL as we commonly refer to it. You can get all of the race control messages. You can get live tracking, which isn't sort of GPS tracking. It works off the previous lap and then estimates the next lap and when they will come round. And of course, there are various outlets that you can use for weather. There's so much that you can do, and it's when you're walking down the pit lane and you've got people with the live stream feed, you've got people with the tracking, people with the TSL, and people with the weather radar. It's like a GT setup. It's brilliant to see.
There's so much data. There's so much to look at, and you look at it and it's overwhelming, right?
Yeah.
But that's what you need to look at. You need to dissect it, and it's those that are good at dissecting it that obviously are going to succeed. But yeah, you've got your timing, which obviously is valuable to see where you are in relation to those around you, see what your lap times are. The live track, which obviously tells you, helps with pit stops, timing pit stops, where you're going to emerge, or you can at least predict where you're going to emerge, because the last thing you want is to come in and then be a part of a 4-car train that's going to slow you down. Weather radar, obviously, you need to know and at least predict what's going to happen in terms of the weather. Watching the 46, that back box does not look healthy at all.
No, and of course that's Johnny Milner, who is leading the race with that slightly sort of, I don't know how I would refer to it. I don't know whether it's, well, naturally it is damage, but I think it was just something that failed on the car through natural causes. So he is leading the way by 12.1 seconds, but being caught by a rapid rate by the number 65 machine. That has Adam Bessel behind the wheel, and he's lapping almost a second quicker than race leader at the moment. Then we've got Adrian Wood in the 180 Shine Automotive car, Lucas Staccini taking over from Ollie Fernal in the Pro-Am racing car. Andy Burton is in to hand over to Stephen Gilbert from 5th place, so Costa Krietsis may just be in with a shout of getting his way into the top 10. Whereabouts is Costa at the moment? I haven't seen him come through as of yet. He's just coming through the final corner now, and Andy Burton's car is still sat there getting fuel. So yeah, Costa Krietsis will be inside the top 5, and then who will be the next car we've got to wait for? Mike Marais, I would imagine, will be the next car. It says A Marais on the live timing. I've only got a Mike Marais down on the entry list, so I'm going to assume it's Mike behind the wheel. And Andy Burton's car still getting fuel, so they are going to drop outside of the top 6 now.
Yeah, that's a shame, of course, but they're one of those teams that are going very late on their strategy.
Yeah.
That knock-on effect is going to mean that later on in the race, their final stop, maybe they're even able to count back a stop and do one less. It depends as to how much further they're going in. To save 2 hours worth of time going longer is going to be difficult. But in doing so, if they save themselves 2 laps, then that's really going to help them come later on. Worst case scenario, it just makes that final stop a lot shorter relative to those around them. But either way, it is just going to be a waiting game, because we can make predictions, we can pretend like we know what we're talking about. The teams and drivers obviously aren't going to want to give us much insight as to what they're doing, as to minimise the data leaks from to other teams and stuff. They don't want to tell each other what they're doing. We can make guesses, but it's only going to be in, I'd say, 16 hours that we see who's going to win.
Yeah, or at least have an idea, because even then you're still a stint and a half away from knowing what's going to happen. Johnny Milner up on 3 wheels as he picks his way through Peel, and then it's down the hill, 3 wheels once again, locking the inside rear in towards the corkscrew. Let's have a quick look at the back box as it comes over the line in a few moments' time. Orca Sport returning to the circuit. Andy Burton has handed over to Stephen Gilbert, and that car is being pushed back onto the active lane of the pit lane. Costa Krietsis just coming through shot there. He has pulled away from race leader Johnny Milner. There goes Stephen Gilbert heading out onto the circuit, and we've only got around about 5 minutes remaining of our stint into this evening, and that's, I mean, I would love to carry on all night, but it's simply the constraints that we're held by this weekend on what the circuit allows.
Isn't it the sense that it's not the cars that are the problem, it's the PAs that are the curve?
Yeah, yes, it's the PA that has to be turned off. Naturally, the local residents don't want to be listening to us yap on all night, and they need to get some stuff. No, neither do the live stream, exactly. Yeah, these cars are so insanely quiet. A 24-hour license for these should be pretty much applied anywhere, because you really, I mean, we struggle to hear the cars, and we've got the windows open just to I think keep some ventilation in here. So you can imagine what it's like when you're outside and you stood on the pit wall. You just sort of hear a gentle hum as they go by. The 1.3 litre 4-cylinder Duratec. Yeah, it makes a gentle hum, doesn't it?
Straight pipe them and then see.
Yeah, wait until Johnny Milner's back box does eventually fail, which hopefully it doesn't, because it's gripping on for dear life. But you can imagine it does make quite a racket when one of those does fail.
Sounds like 17-year-olds in the car park, doesn't it, really, with straight pipe exhaust? But they'll be all right.
Just notice as well, Ollie Fernal, fresh out of the car, straight into the YouTube chat, and Ash is backing us. He's saying, they're saying they want to listen to us all night. I mean, more you than me. I struggle to listen to myself at the best of times. Yeah, it's nice to see that so many cars are still out there and running, and the 2 that we lost on lap 21, granted, are still there, but the other 20 out there, and I don't want to say running faultlessly, but they are still turning those laps and giving themselves the best opportunity possible.
Yeah, because you've got to be in it to win it, right?
Yeah.
Even if your lap's down, something can go wrong, and you know you're in charge of your own narrative in racing.
Yeah,
and when it comes to people say, this driver got lucky. Yeah, but why was he lucky? Why was he the one with his hands there, ready to scoop it up when things went wrong? Because he was the one, they were the one driving the car, putting in the laps, putting themselves in a position to benefit should something go wrong. Yes, you get lucky, but you need to be the one that gets lucky. You are the one that can make yourself be in that position to capitalise. So, of course, these guys did a fantastic job just to maximise each and every single lap that they get
LDR, LDR Performance Junior are back. They've been gone for, what, 4 hours? No, not 4 hours. 2.5, almost 3 hours that car has been missing. LDR Performance Tuning, Lawrence Davey and the team behind him have worked so hard and got that car back out onto circuit. And the best thing is they complete one lap and they pick up a place straight away.
Yeah, exactly. Boom. P21 as opposed to P22 as a result. Was that the one that needed an engine swap? No, that was MSVT, wasn't it?
Yeah, MSVT required the engine change. LDR did overheat. Cadoodle-Doo had the misfire and then swapped into the T car throughout their stop. MSVT overheated quite substantially, and I think that is dangerously close to terminal. LDR had a similar problem with overheating, but clearly that's either an engine change or some very impressive engineering sort of trickery to get that car going again.
I.e. zip ties and gaff tape.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or a plethora of Jubilee clips. As someone who did a 7-month stint in the garage, most problems can be fixed with zip ties and Jubilee clips.
Oh yeah.
It's amazing what those things can do. But yeah, I mean, hang on, that exhaust under there
is very low indeed.
That looks very low. That looks like something has snapped because it's that middle pipe. You've got the manifold, the cat, and then a little bit of a pipe.
It almost looks bent because the actual very tail end of that exhaust is exactly where it should be. It's that centre section, which almost hasn't been bolted together sort of snug. We'll have a listen when it comes by and see if it sounds any louder by way of maybe of an exhaust leak going through. No, I can't really hear anything too different. It just seems like, yeah, maybe it's not been quite pushed onto that exhaust hanger. If it is, as you say, sort of the claw and the rubber receiver, so to speak. Whether it's just not quite clipped into that correctly and then it's fallen out since then. But we are getting dangerously close to the 9 o'clock curfew, which means we've only got a minute left. It's just ticking on to 1 minute to 9. So unfortunately, we're going to have to call it there. But I mean, the first 4 hours of this race, so good to watch.
Oh, I've loved it every second. I mean, we started the day broadcasting at 9 o'clock. We had so many races. Looking back on them, they've sort of blurred into one, to be honest, but there have been so many standout moments. It's been a long day, and we get to cap it off with this, and then we get to come back to it tomorrow morning. We're not saying goodbye, we're just saying see you later. Yeah,
absolutely. It's weird to think that we started at 9 a.m. this morning with qualifying for a wide array of championships and series. We've gone through all of their qualifying sessions, all of their double races, and now we're already into the meat of a 24-hour race. We've got a lot of motorsport done, and it's great to see so many of you still watching along at home, still watching here at the circuit as well. It's been an absolute pleasure. But with now 9 seconds to go, it is Johnny Milner leading the way, Adam Bessel in second place, and it is Adrian Wood that is in third place as well. But from all of us here at Anglesey, we will see you all. Tomorrow morning around about 9 a.m. for the remaining part of the EnduroKA 24-hour. Bye-bye.
we've got